Chapter 229. This time, Casso did not say anything. Even his expression did not change. He chose to slowly raise Night Flower in his hand. Seeing this, Zhou Jie, who had been on high alert, also raised his blade to meet the attack. Although he had never fought against a Lord-class fighter, Zhou Jie had felt the power of a Lord-class fighter during his battle with Zuozua Fujiki. That was referring to the strongest attack that Zuozua Fujiki had unleashed at the end, which had reached the threshold of a Lord-class attack. Zhou Jie was confident that with his current strength, he could easily defeat Zuozua Fujiki. He could also withstand that strongest attack, but Zuozua Fujiki was still a 9-star Lord and was only close to Luo Feng's strength. Casso, on the other hand, was a true Lord-class fighter of the first domain. Luo Feng could only be killed instantly by him. The gap between them was incomprehensible. Now that Zhou Jie had combined forces with the formation, he felt that it would not be a problem for him to unleash the combat power of a Lord-class fighter of the first domain. However, the gap between them was still there. As for how big the gap was, Zhou Jie did not know. Casso's pride as a Lord-class fighter did not allow him to think about destroying Zhou Jie and the others' formation. Instead, he decided to make Zhou Jie realize his own stupidity. To think that the combined power of 31 9-star lords could match a Lord-class fighter at the peak of the first domain was definitely the coldest joke. Boom! Casso was the first to attack, his blade flashing towards Zhou Jie's neck. He did not even use his law domain for this attack. Instead, it was a pure burst of energy. Zhou Jie reacted extremely quickly and met the attack head-on with his own blade. Boom! The two separated as soon as they clashed. Zhou Jie was sent flying almost to the wall in an instant, while Casso's body only floated back a few meters. It was obvious who had the upper hand. In response, Zhou Jie raised his blade even more solemnly, while Casso did not show any emotion. He continued to stare coldly at Zhou Jie, and in the next second, his figure blurred again as he launched another attack at Zhou Jie. This time, Zhou Jie took the initiative to meet Kazuo's attack head-on. He displayed the fourth change of the star's realm and brandished both his blades. He actually clashed with Kazuo one after another. Dispersing energy like tornadoes constantly erupted in the air and swept over Luo Feng and the others below time and time again. Fortunately, Zhou Jie had also set up a defensive formation. The formation's effect was similar to the Heaven and Earth Great Shift. It easily dissolved the shock waves of the battle between the two people. After Zhou Jie fought for more than 10 seconds, they finally separated again in a strong collision. This time, Zhou Jie flipped upside down in the air and stuck to the wall, while Casso also retreated a few meters more than the first time. Unexpectedly, after Casso retreated, he looked at Zhou Jie and asked, "What's your name?" Zhou Jie's eyes were solemn. He frowned the question, but still answered, "You don't need to know." Casso continued to stare at Zhou Jie for a second and said seriously, "I don't mind knowing the name of a dying person. Tell me your name, and I may remember it." Zhou Jie was silent for a second before he said, "But I don't think it's necessary to tell someone who's about to die my name." Casso did not have any obvious reaction to Zhou Jie's words, but Luo Feng and the others below all stared at each other. They only felt that Zhou Jie's words were too domineering, but they did not know if this counted as bragging. On the other hand, in response to Zhou Jie's words, Casso seemed to be as calm as an ancient well. However, he couldn't help but secretly guess if Zhou Jie still had any trump cards hidden. In this case, perhaps if he continued to be this slow and unhurried, it would give his opponent more chances to turn the tables. Therefore, after this thought flashed through Casso's mind, he decided to be more serious. He would first kill Zhou Jie or make Zhou Jie lose the ability to resist. Casso was actually very surprised by Zhou Jie, because Zhou Jie's actual combat ability was simply amazing. He had just fought with Zhou Jie, and in fact, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of offense. It was only because his cultivation foundation was higher than Zhou Jie's, and because he gathered everyone's strength, that he still had the upper hand in the end. And because of this, in addition to Zhou Jie's response to his gaze, Casso actually had the idea of accepting Zhou Jie as his disciple at that moment. Of course, this was only an idea that emerged subconsciously in Casso's mind. Casso quickly rejected it because after quickly weighing the pros and cons, he felt that it was not very realistic. Boom! Casso launched his third attack. Zhou Jie threw out the Thunder Star Sword Array at the same time, which turned into 36 swords in the air and intercepted Casso. But this time, Casso released a blood-colored elemental law domain, with a violent fire element as the foundation and the tearing wind element as the addition. It formed a terrifying domain power similar to a substantial, murderous aura that could strangle all other energy and matter placed in it. Therefore, when the 36 swords pierced into Casso's domain, they changed directions as if they had lost control. None of them could even stab at Casso. At this moment, Casso descended like the god of death, holding his saber and charging straight at Zhou Jie. Inside Casso's domain, Zhou Jie's expression also changed. He pushed the power of the law of the heart of the crow to the extreme and then used all his strength to stabilize the array, brandishing both sabers at the same time to resist. So strong. This was Zhou Jie's evaluation of Casso at this moment. When Casso released his domain, Zhou Jie truly understood the power of a Lord-level life form. A Lord-level life form was stronger than a Star Lord in terms of their domain, which was also their control of the elemental law. The difference between a Lord-level life form and a Star Lord was like heaven and earth. Boom! Zhou Jie blocked Casso's saber. The terrifying domain power, along with the incomparably powerful saber momentum, almost invisibly penetrated his body. At this moment, Zhou Jie had every reason to believe that if he wasn't wearing the heart of the crow and the sacred beetle shell, his body would have been injured and bleeding even if he blocked Casso's saber. And this was only Casso's first saber strike. What followed was a series of saber strikes from tricky angles. The speed and power were unfathomable even for Zhou Jie. Boom, 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 boom. Zhou Jie brandished both sabers and used all his strength as if instinctively, and actually blocked Casso's attack. This time, not only was Casso moved, but even Zhou Jie himself was shocked. This is the profound meaning of plundering yin and yang. At this moment, Zhou Jie felt that he was instinctively defending, but his reason soon told him that many things flashed through his mind when he attacked, including the infinite yin and yang that Ivan had taught him. Zhou Jie's defense at this moment was partly based on his fighting instincts as an ultimate warrior, and partly because he was familiar with the plundering yin and yang state of the infinite Saint Hand. Plus, he had a flash of inspiration from Ivan's infinite yin and yang state, which allowed him to instinctively perform the profound meaning of the plundering yin and yang state at the critical moment. At this moment, Zhou Jie's sabers were chained, and his own energy field formed a Tai Chi state. When he attacked, oneness of heaven and man, and his own one state, as if he had received the help of the gods, he performed his moves to the extreme, and his power was greatly increased. That was why he perfectly blocked Casso's terrifying attack. How is this possible? The more Ka Suo fought, the more shocked he became. His attacks were actually perfectly resisted by Zhou Jie, and this was completely due to the suppression of the level of Zhou Jie's moves. Before this, Ka Suo had never imagined that the circulation of moves could be so ingenious to the peak, and it seemed to have surpassed the comprehension and utilization of the laws. Of course, Casso's idea was not the case. He had such an idea because he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Although he stood at the peak of the Overlord level, that was only in the wantonly Sea Star zone. If he were to be placed in all the dimensional universes and the central universe, for example, the Zhou Holy Land, the 9-star Lord Genius could totally beat Casso. It was not only the complete suppression of the state of the moves, but also the suppression of the comprehension and application of the laws themselves. The essence of the moves was also the application of the laws, but the dominant one was the human law, which required the participation of the physical body. The laws themselves mainly referred to the natural law, or Tao, which included the operating rules of the universe's energy and matter. Zhou Jie and Casso fought for more than 10 seconds. Zhou Jie was as steady as Mount Tai, while Casso's wild attacks were like a show. There was not the slightest bit of power or result that should have been there. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, Zhou Jie began to try to turn passive into active, leveraging on Casso's strength. In an instant, Casso felt that Zhou Jie's defense had become even more watertight, and he gradually gained the ability to resist. This caused his originally unbridled attacks to begin to feel pressure. This is impossible. If Casso was shocked to discover that Zhou Jie was able to defend against his attacks, then now that Zhou Jie seemed to be able to counterattack, he simply could not imagine it and could not accept it. Therefore, Casso's eyes widened in anger, and the power of his saber became even more terrifying. However, Zhou Jie was also gradually getting better. He still managed to withstand Casso's wild attacks with all his might. Even he himself felt that it was incredible. His whole person seemed to have reached a sublimation in the battle. That feeling was so mysterious that he could not stop. But Zhou Jie also knew that if he only defended, even if he leveraged on Casso's strength, he would not have the chance to hurt his opponent. Only a truly unexpected and powerful attack could defeat the enemy and win. Therefore, when Casso's heart was gradually collapsing, Zhou Jie took the opportunity and suddenly kicked at the joint of Casso's left hand accurately. But in this way, Zhou Jie could only use all his strength to block Casso's saber with a static movement. The difference in strength was immediately apparent. His whole person was immediately sent flying to the wall, but it was not a big deal. On the other side, Casso's left-hand joint was kicked by Zhou Jie, and his whole person was sent flying. Even with the armor and energy protection, his left hand instantly lost its mobility for less than a second. This made him completely furious. "Very good, you're dead." Even Casso himself found it hard to imagine that he would actually say such a sentence in anger at this moment. Then he did something that Zhou Jie did not expect. Chapter 230. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Carson actually took off his shoes in anger. That's right. After Carson revealed an angry expression, he straightened his legs in the air and took off the black boots on his feet. In the next second, Zhou Jie, Luo Feng, and the rest were shocked, but this time it wasn't because of what happened to Carson's feet after taking off his shoes, but because the boots he took off actually fell to the ground at a speed that normal people couldn't see with their naked eyes. They firmly stuck onto the abnormally solid floor and produced a shock wave visible to the naked eye. What heavy shoes! This was what Luo Feng and the rest thought at that time. When Carson's pair of boots fell to the ground, it actually produced a situation that could only be caused by a 100-ton object landing at a certain height on planet Glorious War. Considering that when Carson took off his shoes, he was only 30 meters above the ground, Luo Feng and the rest judged that the pair of boots could possibly weigh a few hundred tons on planet Glorious War. Facing the movement caused by Carson's boots landing on the ground, Zhou Jie's pupils unavoidably shrank. Wearing such heavy shoes, Carson's movement speed was not inferior to his own. Now that he took off his shoes, how fast was his movement speed? Just thinking about it, Zhou Jie shuddered, because according to Zhou Jie's instantaneous estimation, the answer was extremely frightening. Pump! In the blink of an eye, Carson disappeared from his original position, without the premonition from before. Zhou Jie couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movement. Carson had already appeared in front of him, and a kick landed on his chest. Zhou Jie couldn't even raise his hand to block. Pump! Zhou Jie was kicked to the wall behind him, and before he could react, another kick landed on his waist, and his whole body flew out again. Boom! Pump! Quang! Zhou Jie was kicked a few times, and only felt intense pain all over his body. He completely lost control of his body, and if not for the damage reflection law of the crow's heart, he was afraid that he would have been kicked silly. Sure enough, a Lord-level expert with the title of praiseworthy must have his own terrifying points. It was in this instant that Zhou Jie finally understood the true terror of Casso's King of Bandits. It was his unparalleled movement speed, and coupled with his cultivation at the peak of the first level of the domain, it allowed him to be called the uncrowned king amongst the lords of the first level of the domain, and it was even to the extent that he was renowned throughout the unfettered starfield. But as an ultimate warrior, even if Zhou Jie's speed was completely unable to react, Zhou Jie's subconsciousness and battle reasoning. In less than a second after he was kicked, Zhou Jie fully controlled the Star 36 Thunderstar sword and spread it around him. The speed of the flying sword controlled by Zhou Jie was much faster than Zhou Jie's own speed, and it could also be close to Carson's current movement speed. In addition to the number of flying swords, as long as they could surround Zhou Jie and get close to him, then even if they couldn't hurt Carson, they would definitely be able to greatly limit his movement speed when attacking Zhou Jie. In this way, Zhou Jie would have a way to launch a counterattack again. But in fact, it was completely different for what Zhou Jie had expected. After the flying swords circled around him, Carson's movement speed actually didn't decrease significantly. Carson seemed to be dancing on the blade, always passing by the flying swords, cleverly avoiding collisions with all the flying swords. His movement speed was so fast that Zhou Jie's perception still couldn't capture it in time, which also led to Zhou Jie still being completely passive. At this moment, Zhou Jie couldn't help but secretly exclaim that Carson was indeed worthy of the title King of Robberies. The powerful ability that he was displaying at this moment was really suitable for stealing and killing, and belonged to the top category of passing through thousands of flowers without a single leaf touching the body. If it was said that Zhou Jie had more than 60% confidence when he decided to gather everyone to deal with Carson, then after the battle started, Zhou Jie's confidence dropped to 50%. Later, because he had an epiphany of the realm of stealing yin and yang, his confidence increased to 60%. But now, Zhou Jie's heart was somewhat cold. Carson was in an invincible position just by relying on his movement speed, and Zhou Jie himself wasn't a match for him. In this way, even if General and the other 5 people came out to help, they would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being defeated. As for the few more minutes of struggling, it was completely useless. When Zhou Jie decided to let Carson in, he, Luo Feng, and the others only had one way to survive. If they worked together to kill Carson, then they would win. If they failed, naturally, even their own lives would be out of their control. Punk! Carson smashed another whip kick on Zhou Jie's shoulder, and Zhou Jie took advantage of the momentum to fly downwards. However, he forcefully stabilized his body and once again controlled the 36-star Thunder Swords, sword control technique, defensive style. The 36 partial swords immediately gathered together to defend, and Carson immediately retreated, allowing the 36 partial swords to surround Zhou Jie, instantly forming a sword shield barrier. Carson was still moving at a terrifyingly high speed, much faster than Zhou Jie's 3,000 volts lightning. Then, he launched a series of rapid and short attacks at Zhou Jie's sword shield barrier. Every attack would cause a flying sword's trajectory to be interrupted and thrown away. However, under Zhou Jie's control, the flying swords quickly flew back and reformed the sword shield barrier. However, Carson's attack speed was too fast. Every time a sword was hit away, another sword would be hit away just as Zhou Jie summoned it back. This cycle repeated for less than 3 breaths, and Zhou Jie's sword shield barrier could not hold on and automatically collapsed. The moment the sword control technique's defensive style collapsed, Zhou Jie was already prepared. In an instant, he urged all his strength to use the explosive style of the sword control technique to directly attack Carson, who was approaching. However, Carson's movement speed was really too fast. Even though Zhou Jie's sword was facing Carson when he was controlling the sword, in the next 10,000th of a second, the two began to shift positions. In the end, the 36-star Thunder Swords and Carson completely missed each other. Carson once again flashed and appeared in front of Zhou Jie. When Zhou Jie was just about to react, a saber slashed at Zhou Jie's neck. Clang! Fortunately, the erected collar of the crow's heart blocked this saber. In the end, the power of this saber was transmitted to Zhou Jie, but it only made Zhou Jie fly out again. His neck was so painful that it felt like it was going to break, but it did not seriously injure him. After his movement speed increased, his attack speed also increased. But because of this, the power is also much weaker. Zhou Jie thought in an instant. And then he gritted his teeth and used the sword control technique's defensive style again. A few seconds later, Zhou Jie took the initiative to break the sword shield barrier and block Carson's continuous attacks first. Then he tried his best to pull away and use the sword control technique's defensive style again. Bang! Zhou Jie took the initiative to break the sword shield barrier for the second time and pulled away to use the sword control technique's defensive style again. Bang! Sword control techniques, defensive style. Bang! Sword control techniques, defensive style. Bang! When Luo Feng and the others saw that Zhou Jie was fighting with all his might against Ka Suo in such an unbearable manner, their faces turned pale and unsightly. At the beginning, Zhou Jie had displayed a battle prowess that left them flabbergasted, to the extent that he was evenly matched with Ka Suo. They had even happily thought that they might win, but who would have thought that in the blink of an eye? It would seem that they would lose for sure. In fact, Zhou Jie had a similar idea. At this moment, he had been relying on the defensive style of the sword controlling technique to defend himself. It was a deathbed struggle to the greatest extent. Judging from the current energy consumption and supply recovery, he could hold on for several hours in this way. However, Zhou Jie knew that although Carson's movement speed was very fast, the energy consumption of each attack was very small. He would only maintain his attacks for a longer time than his defense. Therefore, if this continued, they would still lose. As for asking the general and the others to come out and help, it was completely like a normal person grabbing a rope to struggle on a cliff and then using his fingers to wrap a straw rope. There was almost no effect. After all, the average strength of the general and the others was only at the standard of a normal Silver Patrol envoy. In front of Carson, they would only be tortured. However, even at this stage, Zhou Jie still did not want to give up. If they could defend for a few hours, then they would hold on for a few hours. As long as there was time, a solution could be thought of, and a miracle could happen. Outside the core gate of the base, the 4 Dark Coalition captains were waiting in front of the gate. They were all depressed from waiting. Carson had been in there for more than half an hour. Logically speaking, he should have finished off the people inside and then opened the gate to come out. However, he had not come out. Could it be that he had died inside? Of course, this was only the subconscious guess of the 4 of them. In fact, they did not believe that anything would happen to Carson. After all, he was an Overlord-level expert, and the Patrol Envoy Alliance did not have any Overlord-level experts. Therefore, it was impossible for any accidents to happen. However, it had been more than half an hour, and Carson still had not come out. Could it be that he had been locked inside? The 4 people from the Dark Coalition were thinking to themselves. Suddenly, they sensed a fluctuation coming from behind them. They hurriedly turned their heads to look. At some point in time, a middle-aged man in a white robe who looked rather refined was floating there. He did not emit any fluctuation from his body. He was so quiet that it made the 4 of them feel an inexplicable fear. The 4 of them were stunned for a second when they saw the white-robed man. Although they knew the man in front of them, they did not dare to believe that this person would appear here at this moment. Therefore, they were so frightened that their brains short-circuited for an instant. And when the 4 of them looked at each other in the next second and saw the stiff expressions on each other's faces, they were sure that they had not seen wrongly who the person who had suddenly appeared was. Zhuqiu Hong, the man in the lead of the 4, said in a frightened voice. Then he wanted to run for his life, but he found that his body felt as if it had sunk into the sea. Even moving a finger was met with great resistance, and he could not move his body at all. The white-robed man who had suddenly appeared was Zhuqiu Hong, who had been on the Xinjiang continent a few days ago. He immediately walked toward the core gate of the base. The expressions of the 4 9-star lords of the Dark Coalition changed drastically at the same time. Then, their bodies collapsed one by one, and they were silently annihilated in front of the gate. Chapter 231. In the core of the base, Zhou Jie and Casso were still clashing. Casso continuously attacked at high speed, while Zhou Jie continuously moved to defend. This situation had already lasted for more than half an hour, but neither side had made any changes. Clearly, Casso had decided to use this method to exhaust Zhou Jie to death, and Zhou Jie had no better choice. Luo Feng and the others were very worried at the beginning that Zhou Jie might not be able to defend. After all, Casso's attack and movement speed were too terrifying. Even a first-stage domain leader would not be able to withstand such a violent attack for too long. However, Zhou Jie's tenacity was beyond Luo Feng and the others' imagination. His continuous defense seemed to be mechanically inflexible, but in reality, it was all done after precise calculations and super-fast reactions. Every defense was not easy. Such a continuous and flawless defense could only be done by an AI robot with supercomputing power, and it was hard to imagine that it could be done by a single person. The key was that this was not a rehearsal, but a performance on the spot. However, Luo Feng and the others were not stupid. When Zhou Jie withstood Casso's attacks for more than a minute, they realized that Zhou Jie could only defend himself like this, and it was impossible for him to defeat Casso. Even so, at this moment, Luo Feng and the majority of the people were at ease and were mentally prepared. When you can't choose death, then choose how to die with more meaning. If you can't even choose the meaning of death, then there's no point in dying, and you can only face it. At this moment, Luo Feng suddenly thought. Vaguely, he felt the throbbing of his soul, and an inexplicable power flowed out from his bones. Then, Luo Feng felt like he was in a trance dream. A very short dream, so short that it passed in the blink of an eye, but he had a lot of enlightenment. His soul was incomparably clear at this moment, and everything around him became different because of this. When Luo Feng realized the changes in himself, he was stunned, but he knew what was the most important thing for him to do now. Rumble. The energy surging in the hall suddenly changed. Originally, it was centered around Zhou Jie and Luo Feng, but at this moment, the wind direction suddenly changed. Most of it was directed towards Luo Feng by the power of the rules. Junior brother, let me help you. Following which, Luo Feng let out a loud shout and flew up from below. His entire body was bathed in the dreamy light of the azure galaxy. An incomparably powerful force was rapidly rising within his body. In an instant, Ka Suo chose to stop attacking, and Zhou Jie also took the opportunity to retreat. Then Ka Suo and Zhou Jie's eyes fell on Luo Feng. How could something like this happen? Even someone as calm as Ka Suo couldn't remain calm at this moment. Forget about a weirdo like Zhou Jie. Now another one popped up. What was there to play with? On the other side, Zhou Jie couldn't hide the surprise on his face. He immediately said, "Senior brother, you've broken through?" In response, Luo Feng nodded at Zhou Jie, but didn't say anything. He turned to look at Ka Suo, wary of his attack. The surging energy of the universe still shrouded Luo Feng's entire body. He was transforming towards the Horde leader level. At this moment, although his strength was still far from Ka Suo's, with the energy instilled by the laws of the universe when he broke through, Luo Feng's energy was endless. In addition, Luo Feng's breakthrough caused his strength to skyrocket. He wouldn't be no match for Ka Suo. Therefore, when Luo Feng and Zhou Jie teamed up, they were confident that they could defeat Ka Suo. Zhou Jie and Luo Feng knew this, so they were somewhat excited. Ka Suo also understood this, but his expression was cold and ugly. But now that things had come to this, Ka Suo could only choose to fight. He still had absolute confidence in his own strength. He could completely take advantage of Luo Feng's unstable state to kill him and Zhou Jie. Even if he had to pay a price, he wouldn't hesitate. Kill. Therefore, after a short consideration, Ka Suo roared in his heart to cheer for himself and was about to attack Luo Feng. However, at this moment, there was a flash in front of him, and he realized that there was an additional person a few meters in front of him. Seeing the white-robed man suddenly appear in front of him, Ka Suo was stunned, and the expression on his face stiffened. After being stunned for about 2 seconds, Ka Suo asked unwillingly, "You? Why are you here?" "I just arrived," Zhuqiu Hong replied calmly, and then greeted, "Long time no see, Ka Suo." Hearing this, the corner of Ka Suo's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said with a cold expression, "I might as well not see you." Seeing this, Luo Feng and Zhou Jie, who were behind Zhuqiu Hong, were pleasantly surprised. Immediately after, they heaved a sigh of relief, and their bodies relaxed. After Zhuqiu Hong greeted them, he didn't pay any more attention to Ka Suo. Instead, he turned around to face Luo Feng and Zhou Jie with a slight smile on his face. He first looked at Luo Feng and said, "Congratulations, Luo Feng. You've finally taken this step." "Master, you came just in time," Luo Feng said with a smile, and then he asked, "How did you know that something happened here?" "It was Zhou Jie who contacted me 2 days ago." Zhuqiu Hong glanced at Zhou Jie when he heard the question and answered, "Master!" Zhou Jie shouted at this moment, and he was similarly unable to conceal his excitement. Luo Feng came to a sudden understanding when he heard this, and he immediately looked at Zhou Jie and said to Zhou Jie, "Junior brother, it's all thanks to you this time." Ka Suo looked at Zhuqiu Hong and the other two, who treated him as if he was nothing, and actually started chatting as if there was no one else around. Even though he was inwardly furious to the point of fuming, he could only endure it in the end because he knew that he already had no room to resist. In the end, due to Zhuqiu Hong's timely arrival, the Dark Alliance's attack on Planet Glory War completely failed. Not only was Ka Suo captured, but the 4 leading 9-star lords were also killed, and none of the warships that came were able to escape. The people on them were all captured by Zhuqiu Hong, Luo Feng, and the other 31 patrol envoys, while the warships became spoils of war and belonged to the Star Sword Alliance. The Dark Alliance suffered heavy losses. After the Dark Alliance's attack on Planet Glory War was controlled, Luo Feng had the staff hiding in the core control room of the base manage the base and take care of the base's situation. Then, he and Zhou Jie followed Zhuqiu Hong to a corner of the base. "Tell me what happened in the base before I came," Zhuqiu Hong said to Luo Feng and Zhou Jie. Thus, Luo Feng and Zhou Jie looked at each other and narrated the events from their own perspectives. After listening to Luo Feng and Zhou Jie's narration, to their surprise, Zhuqiu Hong did not show even a trace of surprise, as if everything was within his expectations. Zhuqiu Hong did not even show a trace of surprise when Luo Feng and Zhou Jie said that Luo Feng and Luo Feng were members of the Dark Alliance. In fact, Zhuqiu Hong did not know beforehand that Luo Feng and Luo Feng were spies. The reason why he did not show the slightest bit of surprise was mainly because, compared to the fact that the Dark Queen was his former lover, this was too pale and powerless. Thus, in the end, Zhuqiu Hong only nodded and said, "Yes, I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly, Zhou Jie. In just a few years, you've grown so much. I'm afraid that in another few hundred years, you might reach my current height." Upon hearing Zhuqiu Hong's words, Zhou Jie naturally had to decline and immediately said, "Master, you're too kind. The Lord level is a huge threshold, and if I'm not careful, I might not be able to cross it in a few hundred years, let alone cultivate to the 6th-layer domain." Zhuqiu Hong smiled faintly and shook his head in response, but he did not say anything else. "All right, after this, the Dark Alliance will no longer be the Dark Alliance of the past. It should be much more restrained than before, and this is a good thing. Let's go. Master will treat the 2 of you to a drink." Zhuqiu Hong suddenly said. Whether it was Zhou Jie or Luo Feng, who had known Zhuqiu Hong for several hundred years, they could not help but be stunned when they heard this, because Zhuqiu Hong's sudden behavior was very different from before. Luo Feng and Luo Feng both felt that something was strange, but they did not dare to ask about it, and could only agree with him. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Zhou Jie had been following Luo Feng to reorganize the patrol envoy base on Planet Glorious War. Due to the deaths of Luo Feng and Luo Feng's breakthrough and the deaths of Luo Feng and Luo Feng's breakthrough, 3 positions of the Golden Patrol envoy suddenly became vacant. At that time, Luo Feng had recommended Zhou Jie to take over his position in front of Zhuqiu Hong, but Zhou Jie had rejected him, believing that he was not suitable and was not interested. Zhuqiu Hong did not give an explanation on the spot, but instead told Luo Feng and Zhou Jie that he would discuss this matter and related matters with the leaders of the other forces before making a decision. Then, Zhuqiu Hong went for a meeting. On this day, Zhou Jie was simply sparring with Luo Feng in martial arts when Zhuqiu Hong appeared at the edge of the training ground at some point. After Zhou Jie defeated Luo Feng for the 9th time, Luo Feng stood up and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Junior brother, you're too terrifying. All right, let's stop here for today." After Luo Feng said this, he sensed the aura that Zhuqiu Hong released. The two of them immediately turned to look. "Master!" Zhou Jie and Luo Feng hurriedly shouted. With a move of their feet, they appeared before Zhuqiu Hong. Zhuqiu Hong smiled as he looked at Zhou Jie and Luo Feng. He said, "I have news to tell you. Regarding the 3 vacant positions of the Golden Patrol envoy, there are currently candidates." Then, Zhuqiu Hong looked at Luo Feng and continued, "Luo Feng, after you finish handing over your mission with the new Golden Patrol envoy, come to Xinjiang continent to look for me." Then, Zhuqiu Hong turned to Zhou Jie. "As for Zhou Jie, after considering your wishes, I've discussed with the leaders of the other forces and found you a new position. Your authority is higher than the Golden Patrol envoy and is equivalent to the deputy chief of the Patrol Envoy Alliance. However, you don't have to manage any affairs of the Patrol Envoy Alliance. What do you think? There's such a good thing?" Hearing Zhuqiu Hong's words, before Zhou Jie could say anything, Luo Feng smiled and said. He was obviously envious. Zhou Jie was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He smiled and said, "Thank you, master." Seeing this, Zhuqiu Hong smiled and nodded. Then, he threw a pure gold token to Zhou Jie. "This is the Sky Gold Patrol Envoy token. It has already verified your identity. With this token, you can enjoy the authority and resources of a lord. Most importantly, you don't have to do anything." The next chapter, Visitor from the Outer Realm, was the ending chapter of the early phase. It was also the first climax chapter. Chapter 232. At the end of the month that Zhou Jie was conferred the title of Sky Gold Patrol Envoy, the new Sky Gold Patrol Envoy, Gulin, arrived at Planet Glory War. After Luo Feng handed over all the matters to Gulin, he bid farewell to Zhou Jie and went to Star Sword Continent alone to meet Zhuqiu Hong. On that day, Zhou Jie did not have any social interaction and drank alone in his room. During this period of time, Luo Feng had been drinking with Zhou Jie with all kinds of good wine, causing Zhou Jie, who usually did not touch a drop of alcohol, to enjoy drinking. Especially when Luo Feng gave him a large batch of good wine. He really liked it. As he drank, Zhou Jie thought about many things in detail. Sometimes he thought about how he felt about battles, and sometimes he thought about life problems. There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but it was very relaxing. This lasted for nearly 2 hours. Zhou Jie finished 2 bottles of wine and circulated his energy to get rid of the tipsy feeling. He then got up, tidied up his room, packed his things, and left. Zhou Jie directly left Planet Glory War's Patrol Envoy base. With his current status as Sky Gold Patrol Envoy, no one dared question him when he went in and out of Planet Glory War. After all, even Gu Lin had to listen to Zhou Jie. After he boarded Kakashi, he let Kakashi out. "Kakashi, some things have happened recently. I'll tell you about it first. After that, I don't have much to do in the future, so you can help me make plans." Zhou Jie said to Kakashi, who had just come out. Kakashi, who was biting a red fruit, nodded his head with a woo-woo sound. Thus, Zhou Jie briefly told Kakashi about his recent matters on Planet Glory War. "I'm now considered an idle person, but I just came out of the Six Path Pagoda not long ago. There's still many things I need to consolidate outside. I don't plan to enter the Six Paths realm for the time being. Do you think there's anything I can do besides cultivate?" The reason Zhou Jie suddenly asked Kakashi about this was because he had been relatively relaxed on Planet Glory War. In addition, he was now a 9-star lord, so he could no longer bury his head in cultivation all day long. At this time, he finally understood the significance of the patrol envoy's existence. It was actually a kind of cultivation. It could help a 9-star lord to become a horde lord. It could not only increase his knowledge, but also temper himself. Thus, at this moment, Zhou Jie was a Sky Gold Patrol envoy. He did not need to care about anything. He did not know what to do in his free time other than cultivating. Therefore, Zhou asked Kakashi to see if he had any good suggestions. After listening to Zhou Jie's words, Kakashi's eyes widened. He swallowed the remaining half of the fruit and said excitedly, "Wow, Jocko, you're doing better and better." Zhou Jie rolled his eyes slightly. "So, do you have any suggestions?" Hearing Zhou Jie's question, Kakashi rolled his eyes and replied, "Jocko, you can travel around the Wantless Sea Star region. You can cultivate as you play. That way, you can cultivate and have fun at the same time." Zhou Jie heard this and fell into deep thought. Then he saw Kakashi looking at him with his pair of really cute eyes. He immediately understood Kakashi's real intention. He curled his lips slightly, but still agreed. "Okay, then we'll do as you say. You can pilot the ship. Let me know when we arrive. I'm going to cultivate first. Oh yeah, long live Jocko." When Kakashi saw Zhou Jie agree so simply, he immediately jumped 3 feet high in excitement and shouted at the same time. Zhou Jie could not help but smile when he saw this. He thought that Kakashi was really cute most of the time. For a long time after that, Zhou Jie and Kakashi traveled to many planets with life. Most of the time, they were on the ship. During this time, Zhou Jie would cultivate. When they arrived at a planet, he would spend an entire day with Kakashi to eat the planet's delicacies and sightsee. At the same time, he could also learn about the local relationships. Occasionally, when they encountered a crisis on a planet, Zhou Jie would also lend a hand. All of this caused Zhou Jie's state of mind to slowly change. On the 7th year of traveling around the Wantless Sea Star region, Zhou Jie settled down on a planet. He ordered a large number of materials for the research of array formations and began to study some array formations that he had been thinking about for a long time. From time to time, he would also enter the 6 Paths Pagoda to ask Zhou Moji some questions. This caused his attainment in array formations to improve steadily. It was not until 4 years later that he reached a bottleneck that he and Kakashi left the planet that they temporarily settled down on. 9 years later, Zhou Jie cultivated to the 5th transformation of the Star Realm. His physical strength and toughness soared once again, and his strength soared as well. On the 29th year of Zhou Jie and Zhou Moji's travels, Veronica finally returned from the secret realm that he had been training in. Due to the opportunity he had, his strength had undergone a tremendous change, just as cultivation alone had reached the peak of the 6-star Lord realm. This was originally a dazzling achievement for a genius. However, when Veronica learned that Zhou Jie had returned from the Sky Ocean secret realm decades ago and had already become a 9-star lord, Veronica was immediately shocked and chose to cultivate in seclusion. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed since Zhou Jie began his travels in the Wantless Sea Star region. 500 years was a very long time for Zhou Jie, and it was the same for those of his generation. During these 500 years, apart from constantly traveling the Wantless Sea Star region and increasing his knowledge, Zhou Jie was also as diligent as ever when it came to cultivation. At least 3/4 of the 500 years were spent cultivating. Fortunately, he had so much time to relax, which allowed him to unknowingly cultivate peacefully for 500 years. During these 500 years, many things had happened in the Wantless Sea Star region that were more or less related to Zhou Jie. For example, Veronica had replaced Gulin as the new Golden Patrol Inspector. Lu Haoran had become the Deputy Temple Master of the Temple of the Stars, and Luo Feng had stepped into the 2nd layer of the Lord's domain in one fell swoop. During this period, Zhou Jie had also received several missions to help the Alliance of Patrol Inspectors eliminate some evil forces in the interstellar space. He also secretly visited many important planets of the five top forces, more or less creating some influence. Zhou Jie's name gradually spread to the ears of high-level Star Lords and even Lord-level experts and became known to them. It was also worth mentioning that after the death of the Dark Queen, the Dark Alliance quickly fell apart and split into several factions, each of which acted independently. Two of the major factions were destroyed one after another. From then on, the remaining forces of the Dark Alliance could only stay in a corner, and there were very few things that were worthy of the attention of the top forces. At the end of the 500 years, Zhuo Qiuhong also summoned Zhou Jie once and asked Zhou Jie if he wanted to go to the Lord-level secret realm to train in order to seek a breakthrough. If it were a few hundred years ago, Zhou Jie might have gladly agreed. However, at that time, Zhou Jie's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and the various aspects of the six paths he had learned were also close to the limit he could reach at that time. At this time, Zhou Jie was very clear that the life and death experience might allow him to break through, but the probability was too small. He, who was used to wandering and traveling in the interstellar space, finally rejected Zhuo Qiuhong's suggestion and told him his idea to continue traveling in the interstellar space, and he was confident that he could break through to the Lord level within 100 years. Originally, even a genius like Zhuo Qiuhong didn't have absolute confidence in breaking through when he faced the threshold of the Lord level. However, Zhou Jie cultivated the six paths, and his foundation was far more solid than anyone in the unfettered sea star field. Naturally, he was confident that he could break through to the Lord level, and he could even try at that time. However, because Zhou Jie still wanted to perfectly break through to the Lord level, he endured it again and again. He believed that when the time came, the Lord level would naturally be achieved, and that time would be enough to brew for another 100 years. Thus, after 500 years of traveling in the interstellar space, Zhou Jie continued such a life. At the same time, in a distant star field, run, Sulfuri was running for his life on a pitch-black mountain range. He was over 10,000 kilometers tall, and a single foot could trample an ocean. However, at this moment, every step he took seemed incomparably light. His feet alternated at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to see with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he could cover tens of thousands of kilometers. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the pitch-black sky, tens of thousands of kilometers behind Sulfuri, a white-haired man wielding a sword was flying at high speed, chasing after Sulfuri. This white-haired man's body was also as large as a mountain, and a terrifying energy aura flowed all over his body. A blazing white vertical eye on his forehead constantly released powerful white thunderbolts, constantly dispersing the black mist around him. Sulfuri was very fast, but the white-haired man was even faster. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to Sulfuri, who was less than 1,000 kilometers behind him. Sulfuri sensed the white-haired man's terrifying aura, and his entire face twisted in fright. "No, I don't want to die. I don't deserve to die." Sulfuri screamed madly in his heart. He had just obtained a treasure and had hopes of breaking through. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would encounter the white-haired man behind him who wanted to kill him and steal his treasure? He was really unwilling to accept this. Whoosh! When the distance between them was less than 800 kilometers, the white-haired man suddenly drew his sword. The sword light was like a sea of moonlight pouring down from the sky, gentle and magnificent. Sulfuri did his best to block the white-haired man's sword technique, but he was unable to completely block it. The sword chi cut through his massive body, creating several terrifying lacerations. Moreover, the sword chi contained the laws, so even with his powerful life force, he was unable to heal his wounds. "Your Majesty, spare me, spare me. I'll give you the treasure, but please spare my life." Sulfuri knew that there was no chance of escape now, and he had yet to break through, so he was no match for an emperor. Thus, he could only beg for mercy. "Vile creature, how many of my fellow humans have you eaten? Now you're begging for mercy?" It's too late. The white-haired man coldly responded to Sulfuri's begging. At this moment, he had already arrived in the sky behind Sulfuri, and he slashed out with his sword again. The sword light illuminated the entire dark sky. Damn it, no. Sulfuri was helpless. He could only do his best to resist the white-haired man's sword chi, but his body was injured again. Dark black blood flowed from his body like a flood, splashing onto the pitch-black ground and emitting heavy thuds. Chapter 233. Boom! Slash! The white-haired man struck again and again, occasionally using the vertical eye on his forehead to explode with lightning. Sulfuri ran to resist the white-haired man's attacks. Soon, his body was tattered, and his aura was weakened by more than half. But Sulfuri didn't beg for mercy. At this moment, he didn't have any other thoughts other than despair and wanting to escape. Ha ha! Sulfuri gasped for breath with great difficulty. He felt that the life force he was so proud of was about to be exhausted. At most, in a few more breaths, he would die under the white-haired man's sword. Sulfuri was unwilling. Before he fell, he wasn't willing to give up running for his life. He wanted to live on. It was unknown whether or not Sulfuri's obsession had reached the heavens, but when he took a step out of the pitch-black earth and entered a pure white space, the white-haired man's sword energy actually tore apart the space in front of him, tearing open a moderately large spatial crack. Sulfuri was running so fast that he just happened to crash into it. The spatial rift healed very quickly. It healed almost as soon as Sulfuri squeezed into it. Even more than half of Sulfuri's body was pinched outside the rift by the power of space, but his head and most of his upper body still disappeared into the spatial rift. The white-haired man chased in front of the spatial rift and was also stunned for a moment. Soon after, he reacted and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He actually escaped just like that. But spatial crevices are extremely dangerous. Those below the Immortal Emperor realm can lose their lives at any time. This monster is already so heavily injured, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he'll die in the spatial crevice. Forget it, forget it. In the end, the white-haired man muttered to himself. He casually collected Sulfuri's body and left. Earthstar, an ordinary planet of life at the edge of the Wanhai star field. It had a diameter of about 13,000 kilometers and was classified as a B-class planet. The star system it was located in was extremely rare. Moreover, there was a special cosmic geographical structure nearby, causing it to always be in a closed state. In other words, the residents of Earth star didn't know about the existence of extraterrestrial life. The dominant life form of Earthstar was similar to a standard human body. It was just that there was a powerful mutation in their genes. Ordinary people who didn't cultivate but had superpowers were very likely. On average, 1 in a few million people, and Earthstar's population was about 7 billion. The Central Ocean was the largest ocean on Earthstar. It surrounded the largest and most developed continent on Earthstar, the Central Continent. Hangzhou was a famous city along the coast of the Central Continent. It was famous for its tourism and fishing industry. On the vast sea, 2 fishing boats met. Hey Piccolo, what a coincidence! Lint was putting away the fishing net when he saw his acquaintance, Piccolo, standing on the fishing boat. He immediately greeted him with a smile. Hey Linte, how's your harvest today? Piccolo asked with a smile as he stopped less than 10 meters away from Lin T's fishing boat. Lin Te asked, and just as he was about to answer, not much. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of light in the sky from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. Oh hell, what is that? Without waiting for Lint to express his surprise, Piccolo, who had discovered the light a second earlier, pointed to the distant horizon beside Lint and shouted. When Lin Te saw the light, he was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, his expression changed dramatically. He turned his head and shouted at Piccolo, "Run! It seems like a meteorite is coming toward us." Piccolo also noticed this at this time. Hearing this, he also cursed loudly and started the fishing boat again. But it was too late. At the same time, in the control room of a military base in Country M of the Central Continent, a group of people surrounded a large screen and observed the scene of the light falling into the Central Continent through satellites. Fortunately, it shouldn't cause too much of an impact. Among the people in front of the screen, a blond man wearing glasses breathed a sigh of relief and said, the leader of the group, a tall man in a military uniform, had an ugly expression on his face. He turned around and said, now, can anyone give me a reasonable explanation? Why wasn't this unknown object detected in advance before it entered the atmosphere? Hearing this obvious question from the man in the military uniform, the rest of the people looked at each other. For a moment, their expressions were a little awkward, and no one said a word. Seeing this, the man in the military uniform looked at a skinny middle-aged man wearing glasses and asked, Inspector Ivan, can you give me an explanation? Ivan was asked alone, so he had no choice but to say helplessly, this. Marshal, I'm also very curious. There's no problem with all the satellites, but there was no warning in advance at a preset safe distance. It's as if this unknown object suddenly appeared from a place not far from the atmosphere. You mean it appeared out of thin air, teleportation, or space jump? The marshal was obviously not very satisfied with Ivan's answer. There was a hint of mockery in his words. In this regard, Ivan was a little speechless. He could only lower his head and say, Marshal, I'll definitely investigate this situation. Please give me some time. When the marshal heard this, his gaze swept over everyone present, and then he said, get to the bottom of this matter and what that unknown object is. Salvage it before the other countries do, and study it. Yes, Marshal. Everyone responded immediately. That night, the 8 helicopters and 2 Marine battleships sent by the United States military appeared near the area where the unknown object had fallen. Due to the powerful shock waves and tsunamis caused by the fall of the unknown object, the nearby coastal cities were affected to a certain extent. There were no fishermen or commercial ships in the nearby sea. After the 2 Marine battleships arrived, a submarine was released from the bottom of one of the battleships. It hovered under the battleship for about a minute. Submarine number 1 inspection complete. Prepare to dive. Please give your orders. After the submarine's crew member Aquino finished inspecting the submarine's condition, he asked for instructions through the walkie-talkie. Roger, begin diving. The headquarters approved the order. Roger, submarine number 1, begin diving. Aquino immediately responded and began diving. Not long after, Aquino's submarine number 1 began diving to the bottom of the sea and moved towards the estimated target area. Submarine number 2, inspection complete. Prepare to dive. Please give your orders. Soon, on the second submarine, the submarine's crew member Silas also requested to dive. After receiving the order, submarine number 2 began moving towards the other half of the estimated target area. Submarine number 1 was the first to reach the bottom of the sea. At a depth of more than 8,000 meters, Aquino began to peek at the rocky terrain at the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was pitch black. Aquino could only rely on the submarine's powerful light to see a certain distance ahead of him. Therefore, Aquino believed that it would take a very long time to find the unknown object that had fallen to the bottom of the sea. Even if it was confirmed to be within the estimated target area, it would take at least half a day to find it if they were unlucky. However, after Aquino steered the submarine near the bottom of the sea for about 10 minutes, he saw a faint red glow at the bottom of the sea. In absolute darkness, even a trace of light would be extremely dazzling. Therefore, Aquino was very sensitive to the red glow that was different from the submarine's incandescent light. This gave Aquino a huge shock. He quickly reported this to the headquarters. At the same time, he turned the submarine's direction and moved closer to the source of the red glow. In less than 2 minutes, Aquino's submarine circled around an underwater mountain range and saw the source of the red glow. It was an incomparably huge dark red rift. This rift was extremely strange. According to Aquino's vision, it was not an ordinary underwater magma rift. In fact, there were no magma rifts at the bottom of the sea that were in a static state. It was not even at the bottom of the sea. Instead, it was a spatial rift near the bottom of the sea. It was extremely huge. It It was roughly oval in shape and had a length and width of several thousand meters. Aquino was deeply shocked by this scene. When he regained his senses, he could not help but swallow his saliva. He immediately reported this to the headquarters. "What did you say? A huge rift that emits red glow? And it doesn't touch the bottom of the sea? Diver Aquino, are your eyes playing tricks on you?" When the headquarters heard Aquino's report, the commander of the headquarters asked a series of questions. Aquino was helpless. He could only reiterate and emphasize that what he saw was not a problem and was real. Hearing Aquino's affirmation, the commander of the headquarters was silent for a moment. Then he replied, "Diver Aquino, please take a picture and send it over. Also, send a strengthened coordinate signal. We will send submarine number 2 to your location." Late at night, America's military base. The marshal was reading confidential documents in his office. Suddenly, the landline on his desk rang. The marshal raised his eyebrows slightly. He recalled the incident of the unidentified object falling this morning and quickly reached for the phone. "Marshal, is it convenient for you to come to the conference room now? We have a major discovery regarding the incident of the unidentified object falling." It was Elvin's voice on the other end of the phone. "I'll be right there," the marshal replied and quickly hung up the phone. He put on his coat and walked out of the office. When he arrived at the conference room, the marshal saw that all the relevant personnel were present. All of them looked nervous or anxious. He immediately walked to the head of the table and asked what happened. Elvin was the first to answer. "Marshal, it's like this. Please take a look at the picture." When the marshal heard this, he lowered his head to look at the conference table. The table was connected to an electronic screen. A picture immediately appeared on it. It was a huge, dark red, oval-shaped rift that seemed to be floating on the upper part of the sea. "General, our submarines haven't found the falling, unidentified objects so far, but they found a space crack in the area of the sea where the unidentified object fell," Elvin said. Chapter 234. The marshal frowned, but he still listened to Elvin's explanation. After close inspection and weapon testing by the submarine crew, it is basically confirmed that this is a spatial rift. Although it sounds unscientific, it does not exist in the same dimension as the sea. What's more amazing is that the two do not affect each other. When the submarine's weapons hit the surface of the spatial rift, they were bounced back. It seems that there's a magical force protecting the surface of the rift. For the time being, we can't be sure that the appearance of this spatial rift is related to the fall of the unknown object. Elvin finished speaking in one breath and looked at the marshal, waiting for him to speak. The marshal was silent for 2 seconds. He still asked Elvin in disbelief, "Are you sure this is a spatial rift?" Elvin was a little embarrassed by the question. He turned his head and looked at the white-haired old man beside him. It was Chulier, a special academician of the military research base. Chulier noticed that Elvin was looking at him for help. He immediately said to the marshal, "Marshal, according to the photos and the simulation data, I agree with Officer Elvin's statement. This is indeed a spatial rift that exists in another dimension. As for why it appeared and why there's a repulsive force on the surface, I don't know for the time being. I don't have the relevant tests and data." At this point, the marshal slowly stirred his tongue in his mouth and nodded. Finally, he raised his head and said, "Well, then this is a strange phenomenon. Immediately send people to seal off the sea area. Do not let other countries discover the existence of this spatial rift. You can arrange for the relevant investigation and research. If there is anything you need, ask me. If there is no problem, I will immediately approve it." Tomorrow morning, the marshal added. Everyone in the conference room immediately agreed. This was a dark red space, divided into many areas by the invisible law of space. These areas were mainly side by side in the space, leaving a very wide road in the middle. There was no spatial division in it. In the many spaces on both sides of the road, there was a terrifying creature imprisoned in each space. There was a fire-breathing monster that was thousands of miles long with a pair of wings. There was a frost python that was thousands of miles long. There was a strange bird that was as big as a star and looked like a phoenix with 6 legs. These huge monsters were separated by the law of space, and their bodies were bound. Therefore, they could only move about in their own areas, and most of the time they were in a state of deep sleep. Sulfuri felt that his body was in a terrible state, but he was even more thankful that he was able to leave the spatial mezzanine through the wormhole at the very last moment, luckily preserving the last fragment of his body. Later, when these fragments streaked across the Earth's atmosphere, some of them were burned away. Finally, Sulfuri chose the fragment with the most energy among the fragments to become his new body. Through this, he transformed back to his original appearance, only that his body had shrunk to a height of only 3 meters. Due to the previous series of injuries, Sulfuri's strength was left with less than 1/millionth of its original strength. However, out of caution, Sulfuri had no choice but to absorb all the energy from the fragments that appeared after its body was separated. It used it to release a treasure that it had obtained in the ruins, the beast trapping record. After that, Frisia entered the space in the beast trapping record. However, after that, he could not even close the beast trapping record. He could only spread it out near the bottom of the sea, becoming the dark red space rift that the submarine crew saw later. Fortunately, without a special activation method, outsiders could not enter the beast trapping record. Therefore, Frisia was not worried that others would find the beast trapping record and enter it. After recuperating for a few hours in the beast trapping record, Sulfuri decided to find a way to understand the life planet he had fallen to. He saw the architecture and civilization on the planet before he fell, so he knew that there was life on the planet, and it was not primitive. He was now in urgent need to go out to hunt and absorb the large amount of energy needed to restore his body. However, he was too weak now. Sulfuri, who had just escaped death, did not dare to go out to hunt directly. He needed to understand the level of life on the planet, the level of civilization, and so on before he decided on his next plan. What should I do? Sulfuri thought about how to investigate the civilization on the planet, but he could not think of a good idea at the moment. Once again, Sulfuri's gaze swept across the terrifying monsters imprisoned at the side. They were all life forms that were not inferior to him at his peak. Currently, he was only bound to the beast trap record and had not completed the process of recognizing him as its master. Moreover, even if it recognized him as its master, with his current remaining strength, he still could not control any of the monsters. If he tried to command them now, the result would only be Sulfuri himself becoming food in their mouths. There's no other way. This is the only way. If it's a little aggrieved, then so be it. In the end, Sulfuri decided to use the most helpless method. 3 days after the incident of the unknown object falling, in the marshal's office, the marshal was on the phone with Elvin. So far, we still haven't found the fallen unknown object, but unless that unknown object can move, it should be impossible for it not to be found. After all, according to the images at the time, that unknown object was quite large, so we can suspect that the discovery of the spatial rift is related to that fallen unknown object. However, since we still can't break through the repulsive force on the spatial rift surface, we don't know what's inside the spatial rift. In addition, the monitoring system for the spatial rift has basically been set up. It should be up and running in half a day. Elvin reported to the marshal on the other end of the phone. Good. Hurry up and complete the monitoring system. Closely monitor the situation of the spatial rift. Also, expand the search area and continue to look for the fallen unknown object for 7 days. After listening to the report, the marshal instructed Elvin, now that he had given the authority to investigate the fallen unknown object to Elvin and a few others. Elvin could directly manage the relevant personnel, and the marshal only needed to instruct Elvin and the others. Yes, Marshal. Elvin immediately responded. Then, the marshal hung up the phone, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. That night, in a small town in Wenyu City, a small city along the coast of Huanzhou continent. It was already very late, and the time was close to midnight. Jia, who had been insisting on going to bed before midnight, turned off his computer and browsed the web. He looked at the computer screen for a few seconds and finally turned it off reluctantly. Jiha put the computer on the table next to the bed and began to take off his clothes. He was about to go to bed when he suddenly remembered that he still hadn't collected the clothes he had been drying for a few days. According to the weather forecast, it was going to rain heavily tomorrow morning. So, Jiha lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and went to the balcony door behind the bed. He unlocked the door, pushed the door open, and walked out. Jiha walked to the clothes he was going to collect. He raised his hand and was about to pick up the clothespin when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow turning into the town not far away. Jiha subconsciously turned his head to look at the dark shadow. With the help of the lights at the intersection, he could distinguish the outline of the dark shadow. He immediately widened his tired eyes and immediately squatted down. That is, after squatting down, Jiha suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He couldn't help but go to the balcony. He grabbed the wall of the balcony with both hands and slowly raised his head so that his eyes were just above the height of the wall. He looked at the dark shadow. Because the dark shadow was facing away from the light at the intersection, Jiha couldn't see the front of the dark shadow. He could only see its outline. After staring at the dark shadow for a few seconds, Jiha finally couldn't help but tremble. It turned out that the dark shadow that Jiha saw was about 2.5 meters tall. Its body looked like a strong man, but there were fan-shaped bulges on both sides of its arms. Its head wasn't the shape of a human head at all. It was a huge oval head that looked like a fish's head. Moreover, the dark shadow's 2 lower limbs were like a frog's. Its knees were bent to the sides, and its legs were spread apart as it walked. It looked very strange. Although Jiha was scared, he still hadn't seen the dark shadow's face, so he planned to continue watching. When the dark shadow walked to the next street lamp, he would be able to see the dark shadow's appearance clearly. The intersection was only 70 meters away from the apartment where Jiha was. Jiha's apartment was on the 3rd floor, so it was about 10 meters off the ground. At this moment, the dark shadow was approaching the first street lamp at the intersection. It was less than 50 meters away from Jiha. As the dark shadow monster got closer and closer, Jiha was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. He still squatted down and leaned against the balcony wall, only revealing his eyes to watch the dark shadow's movements. Finally, the dark shadow revealed itself under the streetlight. It was a monster with an ugly fish face and a huge deformed fish head. Its body was dark green and covered with scales. Its limbs were long, and its palms and feet were all webbed. When Jiha saw the fish-headed monster's full appearance, he was so scared that he gasped. Just as he was about to back away, he suddenly saw the fish-headed monster look up at him. The next day, Winyu City's TV station's new news broadcast about the fish-headed monster's appearance on the night bridge and the murder of a passerby on the streets of West Town. Jiha was sitting in front of the TV. When he saw the news, he couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. So what I saw yesterday was true. There really is a fish-headed monster, and it saw me yesterday. Jiha thought about how he looked into the fish-headed monster's eyes last night and couldn't help but shiver again. He was worried that the monster would come after him. It shouldn't. After all, it didn't come after me last night. Jiha comforted himself. He swallowed his saliva and suddenly couldn't continue. Chapter 235. It took the marshal and the others a day to find out about the appearance of the fish-headed monster. The marshal immediately held a meeting on this matter. At present, the fish-headed monster is still being captured. I have just ordered a full-scale search, so we should be able to find it soon. Just a few days after the unidentified object fell, a fish-headed monster appeared in a nearby coastal city. We have to suspect that there is a connection between the two, but the unidentified object is much bigger than the fish-headed monster, the marshal said at the meeting. Could it be that the fish-headed monster is an alien? It came here in a spaceship, and the unidentified object that fell was its spaceship? Evan hypothesized. The marshal was silent for a second, then nodded and said, "It's possible. At present, we don't know the intelligence of the fish-headed monster. Maybe it's a highly intelligent life form. Anyway, I have ordered a capture. Let's wait for the results." About another day later, The fish-headed monster was successfully intercepted by a team of commissioners sent by the military in the sewers of a small town in Fish City. However, the fish-headed monster was not easily subdued. Instead, it attacked the commissioners who wanted to capture it alive. The fish-headed monster was so strong that several commissioners couldn't completely restrain it with a special net. Also, the powerful electric shock device didn't work. The fish-headed monster's skin seemed to be insulated. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, 4 of the 16 commissioners died on the spot. In the end, the other commissioners had no choice but to fire their guns and hit the fish-headed monster. Only then did they successfully complete the capture. Unexpectedly, the fish-headed monster, which seemed to have a tenacious vitality, failed to receive medical treatment after it was injured and lost less than a quarter of its blood. It died in the process of being secretly sent to the American military base. In the Research Institute of the American military base, Churiel was studying the blood sample of the fish-headed monster when the door of the laboratory was pushed open. There was a passageway outside the door of the laboratory, which was guarded by special personnel and required password. Not many people could freely enter and leave the laboratory. The marshal walked in, wearing his daily fur coat. After turning around 2 rows of shelves full of test tubes and other items, he saw the fish-headed monster's body on the autopsy table in the center of the laboratory. The fish-headed monster's body had been sent to Churiel with the marshal's permission for more than 4 hours. Churiel had already performed a preliminary autopsy on the fish-headed monster's body and was now studying its blood sample. "Marshal, you're here." Seeing that it was the marshal, Churiel took off his special research glasses and greeted him. "How's the situation?" The marshal walked to the dissection table and looked at the fish-headed monster's corpse. Churiel shook his head slightly and replied with a frown, "It's very strange. Marshal, I've dissected the brain of this fish-headed monster and found that its brain structure is abnormally simple. In other words, its intelligence is very low and might even be equivalent to that of a wild beast. There's no way it can pilot a spaceship or something like that. Therefore, this fish-headed monster might not be directly related to the unidentified object that fell. But what?" The marshal frowned and turned to Churiel. "But what?" Therefore, Churiel continued, "Although the brain structure of this fish-headed monster is simple, according to my simulation, there doesn't seem to be any creature on Earth that has a brain structure that is close to it. This is very strange. After all, even the brains of advanced Homo sapiens like us can find a brain structure that matches it. Also, from the blood of this fish-headed monster, it seems to have been born not long ago. It's still in its infancy. What did you say?" When the marshal heard this, his eyes couldn't help but widen as he asked with a face full of shock. Churiel saw this and took a deep breath, but he still calmed himself down and explained, "Yes, according to the results of the blood mirror test I invented, the blood cells of this monster are almost all relatively new. If a creature has been born for a long time, the metabolism of its blood cells will gradually be out of sync, and some blood cells will obviously age compared to others. However, this fish-headed monster, I took blood samples from 4 different parts of its body, and almost all of its blood cells are new. Not a single one of its blood cells has aged." After listening to Churiel's explanation, the marshal was stunned for a moment before he slowly asked, "So what you're saying is that this monster has a parent body?" "Yes, but it's also possible that the parent body is already dead, or maybe this is a species that hasn't been discovered on Earth before." While Churiel was speaking, the marshal sighed. "Do you think it's so coincidental?" The marshal sighed and asked. Churiel was speechless for a moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, the comprehensive monitoring devices and systems for the space crack on the seabed were set up, but the relevant personnel didn't find any abnormalities in the space crack from beginning to end. In addition, Churiel also conducted in-depth research on the body of the fish-headed monster in all aspects, from its blood, hair, flesh, brain, DNA, and a series of materials. He wrote a related research report of tens of thousands of words and handed a copy to the marshal. The original copy was directly sealed in the archive database. On this day, The marshal was in a meeting with the relevant personnel in the conference room. According to the research results of academician Schulier, this fish-headed monster is indeed new, and there is a possibility that it was artificially created. But I asked Elvin to collect all the surveillance videos of the fish-headed monster's possible routes and found the place where the fish-headed monster might have first appeared. It was in the area near the sea, or even in the sea. Therefore, if the fish-headed monster was artificially created, it might have come from the biochemical laboratories of other countries. Of course, you know that the possibility of this is not high. The closest country to us is Japan. Unless this monster came here by plane, it was thrown into the sea when it was still an egg, and it just happened to drift here. The marshal was talking about this when suddenly Elvin's phone rang. The marshal stopped talking and motioned for Elvin to pick up the phone. Elvin picked up the phone and answered the call. The anxious voice of the monitoring room guard came from the other end. "Sir, there are life signs in the space crack. It shows that 2 life forms have come out of the space crack." Elvin turned on the speaker, so everyone in the conference room heard the news. For a moment, the room fell into a state of shock. After a while, the meeting was adjourned. The marshal took a group of people to the control room. The special screen showed that 2 red dots were moving quickly toward the sea, gradually leaving the monitoring range. "Marshal, the 3-dimensional outline of these 2 life forms has been described. They look like xenomorphs." A staff member walked up to the marshal and presented a newly printed picture to him and said. The marshal and the others couldn't help but look at the printout. There were 2 strange creatures depicted in black and white lines. One of them looked like a lizard, but it had a long, thick and thorny tail, a humanoid head, and a diamond-shaped face. The other was completely humanoid, but there were all kinds of bumps on the surface of its body. Its head was very large, and its eye sockets were deep. "Quick, send people to intercept these 2 creatures. They are probably the same as the fish-headed monster. In that case, the fish-headed monster may have also come out of this space crack. It's just that at that time, the monitoring device hadn't been built yet, so it wasn't discovered by us." The marshal immediately ordered after looking at the printed picture and realizing the situation. Hearing this, Sark, who was in charge of military affairs, said, "Marshal, we may not be able to intercept them in time. There is only 1 warship stationed there, and there are only 22 people in total. Immediately send people there and figure out a way to intercept them. If we can't, then we'll talk about it." The marshal directly refuted Sark's words. "Yes, Marshal." Sark could hear the seriousness of the matter from the marshal's tone. He immediately responded and ran off to do the task. A few hours later, the marshal received a call from Elvin in his office. "Marshal, the interception failed. The 2 creatures are no longer traceable." The marshal was silent for a moment, then said, "Follow up and follow up. Send out espers and capture these 2 creatures alive as soon as possible." It was late at night again. Jihi was browsing the Otaku website, as usual. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from the roof. Jihi took off his headphones and looked up at the roof. The apartment he lived in had a total of 3 floors. In other words, he lived on the top floor, and above the roof was the roof. Crash! There was the sound of the roof tiles being flipped. This time, Jihi was completely sure that there was something on the roof. He quickly closed the web page on his computer and continued to listen to the sound on the roof. Crash! This was the sound of the roof tiles being bumped. It was softer than the previous crash sound. It sounded like a creature was walking on the roof. Jihi thought that it couldn't be a cat. No matter how big a cat was, it would at most gently move the roof tiles. There was no way it could make such a loud sound. Could it be that someone was on the roof? Jihi thought that there might be a thief on the roof. But it was the middle of the night, and most of the residents in the apartment were asleep. He didn't want to knock on someone's door. So, he scratched his head and decided to play a song on his phone to scare the thief. However, when Jihi picked up his phone and was about to open the music app, he suddenly heard the sound of something heavy falling on the balcony. Jiha was stunned. It was as if a person weighing more than 200 kilograms had jumped from his roof to his balcony. The movement made him feel that the bed under him trembled a little. Then, There was a dead silence. He sat stiffly on the bed. He felt that his tongue was tied. He remembered the fish-headed monster he saw a few nights ago and suddenly had a bad feeling. Bang! Chapter 236. The next day, the afternoon news in Fish City reported that aliens had attacked residents of an apartment and passers-by who were out for their morning exercise. A total of 7 people were killed, and many witnesses saw the aliens. The marshal received news about the 2 aliens 2 hours before the afternoon news in Fish City was broadcasted. He immediately called for an emergency meeting on this matter. At the beginning of the meeting, the marshal showed a few videos on the big screen behind him. He then said, "These are the videos of the 2 aliens captured by the local cameras. Take a look first. According to the video, I'm certain that these 2 aliens are the ones that came out of the spatial rift at the bottom of the sea not long ago. They look exactly the same." The video shown by the marshal was mainly about the 2 aliens walking near the intersection at night, and the humanoid alien killing a passerby. The humanoid alien looked like a zombie covered in crocodile skin. It was 5 meters tall and had extremely strong limbs. The passerby was jogging on the street at 5:30 in the morning and encountered the humanoid alien. The humanoid alien pounced on the passerby, smashed his head, and killed him. Another xenomorph that looked like a lizard with a thick, scaly tail attacked a 3-story apartment building at night and killed 6 people living there. However, the video did not mention this. It only showed the xenomorph crawling on the street and climbing up the wall next to the street. After watching the video, Evan and the others frowned to varying degrees. Seeing this, the marshal said, "This time, I've sent people with superpowers. I believe that they can capture these 2 aliens alive. They may come from another dimension. The spatial rift still exists, and we have to be vigilant about what may happen in the near future. For this reason, we need to first study these aliens that enter our planet through the spatial rift and formulate a plan to deal with them first." Academician Churia. The marshal then turned to Churiel and said, "When we catch these 2 xenomorphs, I'll have to trouble you to conduct your research on them. I'll have Sark send someone to help you. Once the results of the xenomorphs are out, I'll need everyone here to discuss the plan with me. You can think about it first. The purpose of this meeting is to inform you of this in advance." Evan and the others nodded and said, "Understood." Then the marshal said to Sack, "General Sack, let the Espers search the abandoned factory and other places in the city. I think this time the aliens might be hiding there. After all, with the size of these 2 aliens, at least the humanoid alien can't be hiding in the sewers." "Yes, Marshal." Sack immediately complied. "That's the end of the meeting," the marshal said and walked out of the meeting room. That afternoon, the 2 Espers, Kevin and Modi, who were on the mission to capture the aliens alive, received a message from the base headquarters. They were ordered to go to the abandoned factories and towns to look for aliens. The 2 immediately gave up on searching the sewers and returned to the surface. "Seriously, why didn't I think it earlier? I was so stupid that I spent more than an hour searching in the sewers." Kevin, who was wearing a high-tech combat suit and using a special infrared detection watch, had already searched the sewers that were as large as 2 towns. Not long ago, he received a notice to crawl out of the sewers and complained. On the other hand, Modi was in a similar situation as Kevin. Based on the precedent of the fish-headed monster hiding in the sewers last time, he also spent nearly an hour searching in the sewers. When he returned to the surface, he felt like an idiot. The infrared detection of the combat suit could directly show the infrared simulation of life forms within a radius of about 70 meters or determine the location of life forms within a radius of 200 meters. However, it couldn't detect up or down. Therefore, if the aliens were hiding on the surface, Kevin and Modi wouldn't be able to find them no matter how hard they searched. After changing the target location, Kevin and Modi contacted each other and determined their respective areas of responsibility. Then, they began to search for the places where the aliens might be hiding and began to search one by one. About 20 minutes later, Kevin found the lizard alien in an abandoned house at the edge of the town. It was curled up in the innermost corner of the house, motionless. Kevin only saw the lizard alien through the wall of the house with the infrared detection watch, but he couldn't help but feel nervous. The house was at the end of a street in the town. Although there were few passers-by here, and there were only 2 or 3 houses within 20 meters of the house, Kevin was still worried that the alien would be exposed or hurt the innocent. As a superpower user, Kevin's superpower was the control of fire. However, he didn't think that this would be a threat to the alien. He wanted to capture the alien alive mainly because of his superhuman reflexes brought about by his super strong mental power and the combat suit on his body. This made him stronger than 10 special operations personnel. Therefore, he was sent to deal with a single alien alone. Come on, baby. After a burst of self-encouragement, Kevin finally chose to make his move. Swoosh! Kevin flew to the roof of the house. From a hole in the roof, he shot the electric net on his wrist at the lizard alien in the corner of the house. The lizard alien was awakened when Kevin went to the roof, but it didn't have time to avoid the electric net shot by Kevin. The electric net fell directly on its body, and the 12 corners were nailed to the wall and the ground. The lizard alien was about to break free, but the electric net released tens of thousands of volts of super high voltage, forming a super strong current that shocked it. However, the lizard xenomorph scales were insulators, so the electric current's damage to it was greatly reduced. It was only stunned for a moment before it let out a roar and swung its tail, easily tearing the electric net to the side. Then it pounced at Kevin on the roof like a bolt of lightning. Kevin was already prepared for this. He immediately retreated. At the same time, he swung his left hand, and a special rope was shot forward from the combat suit device in front of his elbow. It just happened to wrap around the lizard alien's body that jumped out of the hole in the roof. However, the rope didn't bind the alien's limbs, so it didn't have any effect on its movements. The alien landed on the roof and then pounced on Kevin. At the same time, it whipped its tail as fast as lightning. Kevin had already pulled out the long sword on his back. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and blocked the alien's tail whip with his sword. Bang! Kevin's sword and the tail whip collided, causing Kevin's whole body to involuntarily move to the side of the roof. Fortunately, he pulled with his left hand and used the rope to pull the alien. He quickly stabilized his center of gravity and used the edge of the roof to bounce back and directly flew to the top of the alien's head. The lizard alien's strongest point was its tail. At this moment, facing Kevin's attempt to get close to it again, the tail whip was like the wind and blocked in front of Kevin in a flash. Bang! Kevin's sword was knocked away again, but this time, he was even calmer. After touching the edge of the roof, he leaned sideways and twisted to avoid the alien's tail whip again. His left hand also threw out a rope, and this time, it accurately wrapped around one of the alien's front legs. The alien's tail whip attacked again, but Kevin rolled sideways and steadily dodged it. He raised his hand and shot out the electric net installed on the right arm of the combat suit. The alien's tail whip tore open the electric net again, but Kevin took the opportunity to fly around the alien and wrap the rope in his hands around the alien's tail. The lizard alien rioted and wanted to rush at Kevin. However, after the edge of the electric net was embedded around the roof, that part of the roof was already unable to bear the weight. At this moment, the lizard alien exerted its strength, and its whole body involuntarily fell into the house. Kevin was pulled tight by the rope and involuntarily followed, but his reaction was fast enough. With a push from the roof, he pounced on the alien. Taking advantage of the fact that the alien could not resist when it fell to the ground, he began to wrap the lizard alien's tail and hind legs with the rope in his hands at an astonishing speed. After the lizard alien landed, it began to resist, but its most powerful tail whip was now tied to its hind legs by Kevin's rope, so the threat was greatly reduced. After a fierce struggle, Kevin finally subdued the lizard alien. On the other side, Modi also found the humanoid alien in the corner of a ruined factory. Modi used his specially equipped pistol, Black Eagle, to sneak attack the humanoid alien's left knee. The power of the dark shadow shot was enough to split an adult bull in half from the middle. It hit the xenomorph's knee. Even though the xenomorph scales were as hard as iron, blood still splattered everywhere. The part below the knee that was hit was not separated from the thigh. This gave Modi a fright. He thought to himself, this xenomorph is really a monster. After the humanoid alien was attacked, it naturally noticed Modi and immediately pounced on him with a roar. However, after its leg was injured, it was far from being Modi's opponent. Modi tied it up with the same rope and electric net and subdued it. After injecting the alien with a high-strength muscle relaxant, Kevin and Modi each dragged the alien away from the side of the crowd and called the relevant personnel to bring the alien back to the base. The marshal and the others received the news in advance that the aliens had been successfully captured alive. They were all very excited, especially Churiel and the marshal. Before the aliens arrived, they were already waiting in the laboratory. But what the marshal did not expect was that when the two aliens were sent to the laboratory and Churiel did a preliminary scan of the two aliens, he found that they were both dead. What's going on? Didn't they say that they captured them alive? The marshal was angry on the spot, thinking that he had been deceived. Churiel was relatively calmer. He asked the marshal to calm down and then carefully examined the wounds on the two aliens. This is strange. They should have been captured alive. Churiel said to the marshal after the inspection, his brows furrowed. Then how did they die? The marshal was also very surprised. And how are you so sure? It's very simple. I saw that none of the wounds on the two aliens were fatal. And judging from the blood on the humanoid alien's knee, it died less than half an hour ago. Churiel replied. Chapter 237. They died less than half an hour ago. What do you mean? The marshal was surprised to hear Churiel's words, and he immediately asked. However, Killier said, Marshal, I need to know their cause of death before I can make any inferences. How long will it take? The marshal frowned and asked impatiently. Very soon. Marshal, you can wait here for the results. I think I'll have the results in a few minutes, Killier said as he walked to the side and turned on some equipment. All right, I'll wait for your results. Seeing this, the marshal stood to the side and said. About 6 minutes later, Killier turned around in front of the main computer in the laboratory with a puzzled and incredulous look on his face. The marshal was a little surprised when he saw this. He quickly walked over and asked, Academician Killier, did you find the cause of death? Churiel nodded and said, I think I found it. The marshal frowned and was about to ask why, but Killier continued, It's strange. These two aliens seem to have died from excessive fatigue. Excessive fatigue? The marshal had obviously never heard of this kind of death before, so his reaction was slightly exaggerated. Killier nodded and said, Yes, these two aliens didn't have any fatal injuries, and there were no toxins or other lethal substances in their blood. However, their brains were obviously in a state of high stress before they died, and there were still symptoms of cerebral cortex after death. Therefore, I think they died from continuous high brain stimulation, which led to brain fatigue and shock, which led to their deaths. But I'm curious about one thing. Their brain structure isn't that complicated, so they shouldn't have such strong brain capacity. How could they die from excessive brain exertion? And this situation is clearly the result of them wanting to commit suicide. After Churiel finished speaking his thoughts, he seemed to be thinking about something with his brows furrowed tightly. The marshal was a little speechless. He opened his mouth for a while and finally asked, What do you plan to do next? In response, Churiel sighed softly and shook his head. What can we do? Marshal, I think you should give me 2 days. I will finish examining these two xenomorph corpses. If I find anything, I will report it to you. Thank you for your hard work. I'll take my leave first. The marshal nodded and left the laboratory. Churiel looked back at the two alien corpses on the dissection table. After thinking for half a minute, he finally started to move. While Churiel was studying the alien's body for 2 days, the marshal and the others also began to prepare a plan to deal with the space crack. Finally, they approved the first proposal and immediately began to implement it. The main content of the first plan was to develop a few weapons and equipment that were previously thought to be useless for specific espers to use, as well as upgrade the esper's combat uniform. In addition, The Marshal also submitted a special proposal to the United Nations, asking all the countries in the world to strengthen their preparedness against the alien monsters. Many countries had asked about this, but the Marshal, on behalf of America, still did not explain the existence of the space crack. He only warned the countries to prepare for a rainy day based on the recent appearance of the fish-headed monster and the two aliens. However, during these 2 days, there was no change in the space crack, and the aliens did not appear again. On the second night, after Churiel began to study the 2 alien corpses, the Marshal was handling documents in his office, as usual. Suddenly, he received a phone call. "Marshal, the results of the research on the corpses are all out. I have made a major discovery. If it's convenient for you, please come to the laboratory now." Churiel said on the other end of the phone. The Marshal was very excited. He immediately agreed, hung up the phone, and left the office. When the Marshal arrived at Churiel's laboratory, Churiel was sitting at his desk, sorting out some manuscripts. "Academician Churiel, what major discovery did you make?" The Marshal walked behind Churiel and asked. Churiel had already turned around. When he heard the question, he replied, "Marshal, I carefully studied the corpses of these 2 aliens. The method I used was similar to the method I used on the fish-headed monster. I found that these 2 aliens were essentially the same as the fish-headed monster, so I couldn't get any more information. But in the end, I compared the DNA of the fish-headed monster and the 2 aliens, and I found something incredible. It's also something that scared me the most," Churiel said. He took off his special glasses, raised his hand, and rubbed the acupuncture points between his eyes. Then, he put on the glasses that he usually wore. "Scared you? That doesn't sound good. What exactly is it?" The Marshal saw this and could not help but ask. Churiel then said, "DNA. I found that the DNA of the 3 aliens is almost exactly the same. It's just that the structure is different. This means that they were artificially created. They're not natives of another world like we thought." The Marshal heard Churiel's words and was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately said, "What the hell? What the hell? Are you saying that on the other side of the space crack, someone wants to invade our planet?" The Marshal came back to his senses and asked Churiel, "I agree, but it's hard to say whether the people on the other side of the space crack are people or not." Churiel replied. When the Marshal heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "Then let's call them aliens." "But I'm not in the mood to joke right now." "Marshal, I'm not in the mood either," Churiel said. Then, he picked up the documents on the side table and handed them to the Marshal. "The research materials are all here. Marshal, you can take them back and read them slowly. I need to go back and rest for a while." The Marshal was speechless. After the Marshal went back, he finished reading Churiel's research report on the alien corpse party that night. After that, he could not sleep for the whole night. The next morning, he called for another meeting and gave a speech on the research report. After that, the plan to deal with the space crack began to be prepared even more intensively. New plans were constantly proposed, but only a few of them were actually implemented. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months had passed. What surprised the Marshal and the others was that the space crack had not done anything for such a long time. The Marshal and the others could not help but wonder if it was necessary for them to prepare so intensively. Fortunately, the Marshal and the others soon learned about the necessity of preparation at noon on this day. The Marshal was drinking tea in his office. Because the space crack had not caused any more incidents, he had been living quite comfortably for the past few days. But suddenly, the Marshal received a call from his mobile phone. He could not help but be surprised. Usually, unless it was an extremely important matter, people like Elvin and the others would only call him in the office. His mobile phone was usually only called by his family and friends. However, he had very few family and friends, and because of his work, they rarely called him. "Marshal, something bad has happened." As soon as the Marshal picked up the phone, he heard Elvin panting on the other end. Hearing this, the Marshal could not help but frown. At the same time, he heard Elvin continue to say, "The space crack. A monster has appeared from the space crack. It is moving through the sea and is approaching the nearest coastal city." Monster? The Marshal was stunned when he heard this term. Then he was puzzled. "It's a very large monster. Its body is more than 35 meters long. Elvin heard this and hurriedly added. This time, the marshal was also shocked. He immediately said to Elvin, "I'll come over now. Also, tell Zach to quickly start the response plan." "Yes, sir," Elvin replied. Then, the marshal hung up the phone. After a short while, the marshal came to the central control room. All the people inside were standing in front of the central big screen, looking very nervous. "How's it going?" the marshal asked the moment he entered. At this moment, Elvin had already turned around. He hurriedly moved forward and said to the marshal, "We've already locked on a monster through the satellite. It's moving towards Scala City at the speed of 180 nautical miles per hour. It's estimated that it will arrive at Scala City in less than 2 hours. Let me see." Hearing this, the marshal fixed his eyes on the central big screen in front of him. A red that was moving on the map of the sea. The red that was enlarged on one side. It was a 3D model of a monster. The monster's body was like a mole, but it had no tail. Its limbs were thick and short compared to its body size. Its fingers were webbed, and its head was very small. Moreover, it had a mouth part that was similar to an insect's. It was truly a marvel. However, the marshal and the others didn't have the mood to complain about this monster at this moment. After all, such a huge monster would cause unimaginable destruction on the land. It would definitely cause a catastrophe. They had to deal with it as soon as possible. "Zach, have you started the action?" The marshal turned to Zach, who had just entered the room, and asked him. As Zach had just run all the way here, he was still a bit out of breath. Hearing the question, he immediately replied, reporting, "Marshal, we've started the third plan. We've dispatched J-16 fighters and Thunderfish 3 submarines. Land missiles are also ready. They will be launched soon. Tell the tanks to prepare as well. Lure this monster to the shallow sea area and kill it there. Don't let it escape." Hearing this, the marshal nodded before adding an order. "Yes, sir. I will pass the order right now." Zach hurriedly replied. After entering the room for less than 10 seconds, he had left the room. "Oh, we've waited for more than 2 months. I thought it would be fine, but now we have a big one." The marshal turned around and looked at the central big screen as he couldn't help saying. Chapter 238. Soon, the monster surfaced in the shallow waters near Scala City and continued to approach the streets along the coast of Scala City. At the same time, the fighter jets, submarines, and tanks dispatched by the military of America were ready along the coast. The warships had arrived 5 minutes earlier and were hovering in the sky. "Everyone get ready. Act according to the plan. Try to catch the monster S1 alive." The marshal gave the order in the control room of the base. All the fighters who participated in dealing with the monster could hear his words through the walkie-talkie. S1 was the code name given to the first monster by the marshal and the others. Ever since they found out that the previous xenomorph was a replica, they had predicted that more xenomorph monsters would come. However, they didn't expect to see an extra-large one this time, so they named it S1. They believed that there would be S2, S3, S4. Of course, it would be best if there weren't any. After receiving the marshal's order, the first thing the 8 J-16s began to approach S1. S1 noticed that the J-16s had slowed down as they approached the shore. Closely after that, the 8 fighter jets flew over 500 m away from S1 and shot 2 armor-piercing missiles which contained high-concentration nerve paralysis toxin towards S1. No matter how fast S1 was, it could not be faster than the missiles. The 16 armor-piercing missiles hit its body and made puff sounds before exploding. S1 scales were very hard, even stronger than ordinary steel. However, in front of the armor-piercing missiles, it was like a piece of paper easily pierced through. However, its skin and flesh were also very tough. The deepest of the 16 armor-piercing missiles was only able to penetrate less than a meter into its body before exploding. On the back of S1's huge body, a large number of bloody holes were blasted open. S1 uttered a muffled roar like that of a lion and tiger. Closely after that, it sank into the sea. However, S1 was currently in the shallow waters and the depth of the seabed was no more than 200 meters. Therefore, there was limited space for it to hide underwater. Soon, it was locked on by the 6 submarines waiting nearby, and they quickly surrounded it. Phew, it's easier to deal with than I imagined. In the control room of the base, AI-1, who was beside the Marshal, saw that S-1 was injured and dived into the sea. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. The Marshal took a deep breath and said to Elvin, "Don't forget that this is only the first large monster. Just one is enough for us to make such a big fuss. In the future, if there are 7, 8, or even dozens of them, we might not be able to rely on the first plan to solve the problem." After being reprimanded by the Marshal, Elvin couldn't help but feel awkward. Then, he nodded and said, "Yes, Marshal." The most important thing now is to capture this monster alive and figure out the best way to deal with it. You are very smart, Inspector Elvin. Hearing this, the Marshal didn't look at Elvin. He looked at the screen and nodded. The S-1 entered the shallow waters and was quickly attacked by the submarine's torpedo missiles. A total of 12 missiles landed on the sides of the S-1. The S-1 was in so much pain that it trembled and rolled in the water. Blue, sticky blood dyed a large part of the water blue. The target monster's resistance has been greatly reduced. We are about to capture it alive. The captain of the submarine team reported to the Marshal and the others at HQ. After receiving confirmation, they immediately began to capture the S-1. Even though the S-1 had been hit by the nerve paralysis missiles and suffered many wounds, its resistance was far beyond the expectations of the 6 submarine team members. The S-1 nimbly evaded their ropes in the water several times. When it finally managed to shake off the ropes of the submarine couldn't pull it at all. Instead, it was swayed by the S-1. In the end, after more than an hour of arduous struggle, the submarine team successfully captured the severely injured S-1 and secretly sent it to a designated location in the sea. Then, it was taken back to HQ by a plane. On the same day, the S-1's body was delivered to the base's experimental plaza. The Marshal and a group of important personnel followed Chulier into the plaza to conduct in-depth research on the S-1. "It's alive this time," Chulier exclaimed excitedly after examining the S-1's vital signs. But then, Chulier became a little nervous. "But it's still dying. Maybe it will die in half an hour. And I'm not ready yet. This is the first time I'm dealing with such a big monster." The Marshal put his hand on his forehead. He felt that Chulier was too excited and didn't know what to do. So, he reminded him, "Academician Chulier, please start your research on this monster as soon as possible." Yes. Let's start. Maybe I still need some equipment. Let's talk about it later." Chulier was still a little incoherent, but he was already close to the S-1 to begin his research. That night, a group of people led by Chulier first tested the S-1's brain activity. Unfortunately, the S-1 died less than a minute after the machine was connected. Chulier had no choice but to collect various samples from the S-1's body. After that, he conducted a DNA test. The results were both surprising and expected. The S-1's genes were exactly the same as those of the previous 3 xenomorph monsters. It had also been replicated. This is terrible. This means that their biotechnology level is at least a few decades ahead of ours. Maybe even more. Chulier said to the Marshal and the others on the spot. The next day, the Marshal received an invitation from the President. He also learned in advance that the leaders of various countries were interested in negotiating with him. This was, of course, within the Marshal's expectations. After all, he was the one who made the S-1 appear in the eyes of ordinary people. Although the shallow sea area was thousands of meters away from the shore and very few people had seen it, the S-1 was so large that someone had seen and recorded it. However, the Marshal did not expect the news to spread so quickly. In less than 24 hours, the other leaders of various countries knew about it. Obviously, the Marshal did not intend to hide the existence of the space crack and the series of events it had caused. The appearance of the S-1 made him feel the possibility of a world crisis. This was not something that the M country alone could resist. They needed the help of other countries around the world. In the following month, The Marshal first submitted a proposal about the space crack incident to the president of his country and discussed with him how to deal with it. After that, he began to negotiate with the leaders of various countries. He told them about the space crack and asked them to send people to investigate it on the spot. Naturally, all the countries were very interested in the space crack, not to mention that it was related to the future of the world. Therefore, they quickly sent commissioners to the M country to confirm the existence of the space crack. When all the countries knew about the space crack and related events, many countries asked the M country to blow it up. However, the Marshal came forward and said that there was nothing he could do. He also said that if any country wanted to try to blow up the space crack, they could come forward to discuss and try. Naturally, there were still some countries that sent people over. They even provided nuclear bombs and other weapons and requested to test it out. Of course, due to the great harm caused by the explosion of a nuclear bomb, the Marshal and the others had to go through many calculations and simulations before they dared to approve such an attempt. Later, although these countries came to try to blow up the space crack as they wished, they failed without exception. The space crack was as good as new. When the leaders of all the countries learned about this, they immediately proposed to the M country to establish a worldwide defense organization to deal with the space crack incident. The Marshal, on behalf of the M country, also wanted such a joint request from all the countries. Therefore, in the middle of the second month after the death of S1, the World Joint Defense Department was officially established. The headquarters was directly in the military base where the Marshal was. This was the result of the Marshal's own efforts and also the willingness of all the countries. Because this space crack was the closest to the M country naturally had to bear the greatest losses and risks. In order to let the M country be the vanguard, the other countries naturally tried their best to meet the M country's requirements. On the 19th day after the establishment of the World Joint Defense Department, the space crack was detected again. Another giant monster broke away from it and swam toward the sea. The Marshal's base of the Defense Department immediately received the test feedback. The Marshal and the others immediately gathered in the main control room. "Marshal, the battle plan has been prepared. Please give your orders." In the main control room, Sark asked the Marshal for instructions. With the first experience and the preparation he had made during this period of time, the Marshal did not seem to panic this time. After checking the size and shape of the monster S2, he said to Sark, "Let's carry out the original plan first." Then the Marshal said, "As for the Mecha Warrior plan, I will report it to the Defense Committee after this. Maybe it will be approved. At least let's try to produce one mecha first." "That's great, Marshal." Sark, who was about to leave, could not help but be excited when he heard the Marshal's words. The Mecha Warrior plan was proposed by him, and it had been reviewed by Killier. It had a certain degree of feasibility and was the general direction of future weapon development. "All right, now, let's get rid of this monster from me first," the Marshal said. "Yes, Marshal," Sark answered excitedly and left. At this time, Killier stared at the Godzilla-like monster S2 on the screen and suddenly said, "The monster this time is not at the same level as the last one." "Well, I can see that it's a lot bigger," Ivan said, seemingly disapproving of the Marshal's words. Chapter 239. I've optimized the detection system. It can estimate the weight of the monster and then calculate its destructive power, or rather, its threat level, Churiel said. He then went to the console on the main screen and began to operate it. "I've calculated the weight of monster S1 from last time. The error between the calculation and the system's detection is within 3%. S1 foot weighs about 2,500 tons. This monster..." "Let me see," Churiel said as he operated the console. Soon, an enlarged 3D model of Monster S2 appeared on the screen, and a blue light gradually filled the model. When the blue light finished filling the model, a string of numbers and letters appeared on the side. 4796T. "Oh, it's almost twice as heavy. Let's classify it as the second weight. Let's use the 2,500 tons of the first monster as the first weight." Churiel said as he looked at the numbers and letters that appeared on the screen. The general and the others did not say anything. They were more concerned about whether the monster could be destroyed. As for capturing it alive, they had no intention of doing so for the time being. This time, Monsters 2 did not go to the nearest city, Slat City. Instead, it kept shifting its angle slightly along the way, causing the general and the others to be unable to determine the landing destination of S2. However, when S2 got closer and closer to the shore, the HQ was able to determine the approximate landing destination. After the general gave the order, the messenger was responsible for relaying the message to the communicator. Target S2, Striped Fish City. The HQ will notify you of the target's movements at all times. Please reply if you receive it. More than 20 minutes later, the J-16 and the submarine arrived in the shallow sea area and above, in front of Striped Fish City. As for S2, it arrived in the shallow sea area in front of Striped Fish City. However, this time, after S2 emerged from the sea, it immediately dived into the sea when it saw the J-16 team. Has it become smarter? The general saw this scene through the live broadcast on the screen and couldn't help but rub his chin as he muttered. He then gave the order to the messenger. The submarine received the order and immediately began to surround S2. With their previous combat experience, they did not panic much. After locking on to the target, they methodically closed the encirclement. After S2 dived into the water, it didn't swim towards the shore. Instead, it wandered around aimlessly. The 6 submarines shrunk the encirclement to a diameter of about 1 kilometer and stopped approaching the patrolling S2. They were prepared to launch torpedoes and missiles to injure S2 so that the subsequent capture would be quicker and easier. But at this moment, S2 suddenly swam towards the nearest submarine at an extremely high speed. It opened its huge mouth, and after a short moment of condensing, it spat out a red flame shockwave. The submariner who was attacked by the S2 immediately cursed out loud. He pressed the launch button and quickly turned the ship around to avoid the S2's attack. Unfortunately, the red flame shockwave shot out by the S2 was simply too fast. The distance of less than 300 meters was covered in an instant. In the end, the red flame shockwave did not manage to completely evade the attack. The red flame shockwave hit the rear of the submarine, instantly damaging the propulsion control module of the submarine. SH*T. Submarine number 3 is calling headquarters. I've been attacked by S2. It spat out what seems to be a high-pressure flame stream. My submarine has lost its propulsion. After receiving the system notification that the propulsion control module had been damaged, the submariner immediately contacted headquarters and reported the situation. At the same time, the first round of 12 torpedoes exploded on S2. Most of the scales on the surface of S2 were blasted off, but they did not cause any serious damage. Under the shocked gazes of the other 5 submarines, S2 leapt towards submarine number 3, which had lost its propulsion system. It opened its huge mouth and bit off the tip of the submarine. What the hell? The submariner of submarine number 3 saw the nano-reinforced glass screen in front of him turn black. Then he heard the terrifying sound of metal being squeezed from above and below him. He immediately realized the situation he was in. When the people on the marshal's side heard the report from the submariner of submarine number 3, their faces changed. The marshal immediately ordered the submariner of submarine number 1 to send a video link to the other side so that they could see the situation through the submariner's submariner. However, when the submariner of submarine number 1 did so, and the video link was successfully connected, the first thing the marshal and the others saw was that submarine number 3 was being bitten by S2. Not long after, the cockpit at the front of the submarine was bitten open and seawater poured in. The submariner of submarine number 3 had no choice but to use an emergency escape capsule to eject out of the submarine. However, S2 noticed the floating sack and rushed over to swallow it into its mouth. The remaining 5 submariner were enraged. They fired all the weapons they had at S2. Just as they were about to fight S2 to the death, they received an urgent order from the marshal. They were to evacuate as soon as their weapons were used up. It had to be said that the marshal's order was correct. S2 was much stronger and smarter than S1. It was even able to preemptively destroy submarine number 3. It was obvious that the remaining 5 submariner were not enough to kill S2. Therefore, it was more important to run for their lives. All 5 submariners' firepower landed on S2. Even though it was bleeding, judging from its speed, it was clear that it was not seriously injured. Soon, it took the initiative to chase after another submarine. Fortunately, the 5 submariner had already started to evacuate at full speed. Their speed was much faster than S2. In the end, they all escaped from danger. After that, the Marshal initiated the second plan that he had prepared beforehand. He airdropped hundreds of specially modified cruise missiles to bombard S2. After the first round of bombardment, S2 was covered in wounds, but it was still alive. It approached the coastline and chose to climb onto the coastal road. However, the AJ-16s quickly concentrated their firepower and shot down the heavily injured and dying S2 on the shore. At this time, S2 still had 1 foot in the sea and half of its body on the shore, blocking the coastal road. That afternoon, the Marshal held a meeting to discuss the matter of killing S2. When SAC reported the number of casualties and military expenditure, everyone agreed that it was too costly. After all, the weapons they used to deal with S2 were first-rate weapons. The production cost and difficulty were much higher than normal weapons. S2 was just the beginning. In other words, we need to start the mech research program. This was proposed by General SAC, and I heard that Academician Courier supported it. So, Academician Courier, I just want to know, with our current level of technology, how confident are we in creating the super mech warriors mentioned in the program? The Marshal asked Courier after he was done with his explanation. Courier pondered for a moment before replying, I think there's at least a 50% chance of success. The key lies in connecting the core technology of the pilot. Although I've studied it before, I've never really tested it successfully, so I'm now 100% sure. However, I'm not the only one with wisdom in this world, so I believe we can create a mecha warrior together. Very well, then I'll leave it to you. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. The Marshal said with satisfaction. After that day, the production of the mech warrior officially started. The Marshal acted first and reported later because his proposal was only approved 1 day after the production of the mech warrior started. He also received the first batch of funding. Another 7 days later, the mech warrior's body parts were beginning to take shape. The basic weapons were also in the testing phase. On this day, Churiel came to the Marshal and had a brief conversation with him. Marshal, I was wrong. There's a big problem with the core technology of the mech warrior. I can't find a way to solve it. It may cause the mech warrior to be uncontrollable. Churiel said to the Marshal. What? Academician Churiel, do you know what you're saying? Are you saying that you want to stop this plan? The Marshal was shocked and couldn't help but ask. Fortunately, Churiel did not mean it that way. He quickly said, Oh, no. Marshal, I know that this project must succeed. So, I came to tell you that even though I can't create the mech warrior, I have an old friend who can. The Marshal frowned. Who is it? You want me to invite him here? No, Churiel replied. My old friend. His name is Rick. If you ask me, he may be the smartest person in the entire Milky Way. If he doesn't want to come, even if you send an army, you may not be able to kidnap him. So, I need to meet him in person, even though I don't like him. Damn it, that old man. The Marshal was stunned by Churiel's words. He could not help but ask, Oh, it sounds like your friend is really amazing, but you don't seem to have a good relationship with him? It's hard to say. Maybe it's because I'm jealous of him from the bottom of my heart. However, he does have a strange temper. Whether or not we can get him to help us is another matter altogether. Churiel shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'll arrange for you to see him. How long will you be gone? The Marshal asked. I'll leave now. I should be back in a day. There's no time to lose. Churiel said hurriedly. Okay, I'll arrange it for you. The Marshal had no choice but to agree. A few hours later, Churiel took a private jet and flew to the westernmost part of the United States. near a small town called Iwalk. Monster Rick, damn it, I finally have to face you again. Churiel muttered to himself when he stepped off the jet. His voice was full of sighs. Chapter 240. On one side of Iwalk was a city, while the other side was surrounded by mountains. The scenery was beautiful, and the sky was blue. Walking on a street of the town, Churiel recalled everything that had happened here. He used to live here for a period of time in order to compete with Rick. Now that he thought about it, he felt that he was too young and naive at that time. Soon, Churiel saw the open back garage door of a house at the crossroads. He immediately became nervous and slowed down his pace involuntarily. In fact, there were no cars parked in the garage. In fact, it did not look like a garage at all. Instead, it looked more like a messy storage room, or seeing that there were a lot of test tubes and instruments inside, it could barely be considered a laboratory. A tall and thin old man with white stubble and gray hair like a chicken's nest was fiddling with something in the garage. He looked a little excited. Churiel stopped at the gate of the garage and took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. After that, he made up his mind and strode forward to the pedestrian walkway opposite the gate of the garage. The gray-haired old man sensed that the light at the door dimmed. He immediately turned around and was stunned when he saw Churiel standing at the door. When he came back to his senses, the gray-haired old man put his hand on his forehead as if he had seen something terrible. He said, "Oh, damn it, I must be seeing things." Seeing this, Churiel opened his mouth slightly before mustering the courage to speak. "Hey, Rick, long time no see." The gray-haired old man, Rick, looked at Churiel in surprise, but he quickly turned to the wall in front of him and said, "Oh, I must be hallucinating. That piece of shit Churiel just greeted me." Churiel heard Rick talking to himself and sighed slightly. He then said, "Rick, listen to me, my old friend. I have to admit that I was wrong in the past, but no matter what, we are still friends. It's just that our relationship has been strained. But now, I need your help. I thought about it for a long time before I came. I think we can still be good friends. What do you think?" Hearing Churiel's words, Rick looked straight at him with a crooked mouth and a weird expression as if he was thinking, "Well, I knew you wouldn't come to me for no reason. You only came to me when you were in trouble. Which bitch were you fooling around with for the past few decades?" Rick suddenly said in a disdainful tone. Then he took out a small silver bottle from the pocket of his white lab coat and poured it into his mouth. Hearing Rick's sloppy and careless vulgarities, Churiel didn't get angry at all. Instead, he looked calm as if he was already used to it. "Think whatever you want, Rick. I came to you this time to save the world and all mankind. I beg you to help me," Churiel said again in a very humble manner. Rick glanced at Churiel and inexplicably sneered. "Oh, save the world and mankind? You still like to talk nonsense. But I don't want to help at all. Even if this planet is destroyed, I will still be free and unfettered." If someone else said this, Churiel would undoubtedly treat them as a fool or a lunatic. But when it came from Rick, he didn't get angry at all. He just said in a pleading tone again, "Rick, I know you are still angry with me, but this time you really should put aside everything in the past and choose to save the world. Believe me, what I said is true. I think you should know about the monsters in the Central and Pacific Ocean. Those little reptiles? Of course I know, but if you say that this will destroy the world, you must be joking with me." Rick still seemed to be disdainful of this, and at the same time, he drank another mouthful of wine from the silver pot. When Churiel heard this, he began to feel excited. He knew that this was a sign that Rick had relented. "Listen, my old friend, this matter is not as simple as you think. The reason why those monsters escaped from the bottom of the Central and Pacific Ocean is because a space crack appeared there. We suspect that this is the beginning of a war with a foreign civilization. Without your help, perhaps the world will really be destroyed. At that time, your grandson, your only relative in this world, Modi, will also die, and he is not married yet," Churiel said at this time. It seemed that he was trying his best to persuade Rick. When Rick heard Churiel's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he said with a somewhat annoyed look, "Damn it, that idiot Modi. How could I have such a grandson? But since he helped me in my experiments before, I still have to save him, Rick said as he smashed the thing he had just fiddled with on the table with a punch. He drank the wine, turned around, and walked to the door on the other side of the garage that led to the inner room. "Wait for me there. I need to pack my things," Rick finally said without looking back. He opened the door and walked into the inner room. "I'll wait for you, old friend," Churiel said excitedly. He was so happy that he had successfully persuaded Rick to help him. About 10 minutes later, when Churiel stood at the door of the garage, he suddenly felt a slight vibration under his feet. Then, he seemed to have sensed something. He took a few steps back and looked up. A flying saucer-shaped spaceship that looked like a UFO slowly rose from the inside of the house to a height of about 20 meters. Then, it suddenly pressed down on Churiel. He was so scared that he could not help but take 2 steps back. The flying saucer hovered in front of Churiel, and an entrance opened on one side. Rick's voice came from inside. "Come up, you rookie." That night, Churiel returned to the headquarters base in Rick's flying saucer and quickly took Rick to see the marshal. As a result, Rick's arrogance made the marshal somewhat annoyed. Fortunately, Churiel persuaded the marshal in time and hurriedly said goodbye to him. He took Rick to do something about the manufacturing of mecha warriors. On the way here, Churiel explained the current situation of the space rift to Rick and where he needed his help in manufacturing mecha warriors. However, after Churiel took Rick to see the manufacturing of mecha warriors, Rick directly complained. He condensed his complaints into one sentence, and that was, "You guys are simply making garbage." Not only was Churiel not angry about this, he even kindly asked Rick to upgrade the mecha warrior. He didn't expect Rick to agree so readily. But after that, "Okay, I'm a little drunk. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up tomorrow morning." After that, Rick fell asleep in the mecha warrior research room. Churiel didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this, but there was nothing he could do. He could only do as Rick said and let him sleep tonight. Then, only a day later, Rick completed the connecting drive core of the mecha warrior and gave a report on the parts of the mecha warrior that needed to be improved and upgraded. He asked Churiel to have someone modify it one by one. After another 16 days, the first mecha warrior was successfully manufactured and passed the preliminary pilot test. The next problem was how to control the mecha warrior and make it able to fight monsters. With regard to this problem, Churiel, through simulation calculations, came to the conclusion that the mecha warrior needed to be controlled by a combination of artificial intelligence and a person. He also discussed this with Rick, but Rick directly scolded him for being too naive. The operation of the mecha warrior through artificial intelligence calculation would greatly increase the energy consumption and lack flexibility. The best way to pilot it was for a person with strong enough mental strength to directly control the mecha warrior through the connecting drive core designed by him. This way, the person's entire perception would be connected to the mecha warrior. This way, the mecha warrior's power could be maximized, and at the same time, unnecessary energy consumption, delay of artificial intelligence response, and the possibility of interference would occur. However, when testing the mecha warrior, Churiel found that it required a lot more mental strength than ordinary people to operate a mecha alone. Even an ordinary Esper would find it difficult to operate a mecha alone. In response to this situation, Churiel had to work on improving the pilot system so that 2 people with a high mental connection could operate a mecha warrior together. Soon, the price of the 2-person pilot system was changed, and the Espers Kevin and Modi became the first pair to pilot the mecha warrior. However, there was a problem of spiritual conflict when 2 people piloting a mech warrior. Not just any 2 people with superpowers could operate a mech and maximize the power of the mech warrior combat version. Kevin and Modi were considered old buddies. After some time of piloting and familiarizing themselves with each other, the 2 of them were able to maximize the power of the mech warrior to about 80 to 90%. This made Churiel, the marshal, and the others very happy. In the end, the first mecha warrior was named Caddy, and its existence was officially announced to the world. Less than half a month later, a bioenergy signal was detected at the space crack again. What's the level of the monster this time? The marshal rushed to the monitoring room and asked. Reporting to the marshal, it's still the second level. The staff in charge of monitoring replied. At this time, Sark and the others also arrived. Marshal, I've ordered the preparation of the first response plan. Next, should we start the first response plan or let the mecha warrior go out? Sark asked the marshal as soon as he came in. Of course we'll let the mecha warrior go out. We'll see how it works. The marshal replied. Just as Zack was about to respond, the monitoring staff's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, reporting to the marshal, the space crack has detected the appearance of another monster. Chapter 241. The monitor's words caused everyone's expression to change. Then, everyone's gazes gathered on the marshal at the same time. So, it's the two of them now? All right, Zack, activate Plan 1. Work with the mechs and try to kill the S3 and S4 separately. The marshal said to Zack after a short moment of thought. Zack took the order and left. The marshal continued to sit in the main control room with Churia and the others as they began to analyze the two monsters. The S3 looked like a scorpion with a double-hooked tail and an estimated weight of 4,769 tons. The S4 looked like an ape with extremely large hands and an estimated weight of 4,980 tons. The above information was sent to the caddy's cockpit and was read by Modi and Kevin, who had just entered the cockpit through their information glasses. That's pretty big. There are two of them this time. Modi muttered, this is so exciting. So what if there are two of them? I can't wait to crush them with the caddy. Kevin said with an unruly look on his face. 2 hours later, the caddy was carried to the designated area by 2 super helicopters. There was still about an hour before the two monsters would arrive at the coast. However, since the exact landing location of the monsters still needed to be confirmed, the caddy still needed to be on standby within the designated area. Once the two monsters were almost certain of a landing location, the caddy would have to hurry over. An hour later, the caddy intercepted the S3 in the shallow waters near the beach outside Ian City. The behemoth with 2 hooked tails looked rather small compared to the 108-meter-tall caddy, but it still fought the caddy fearlessly. In the end, the caddy relied on its superior tonnage and super powerful weapons to firmly press the S3 into the sea and give it a good beating. Its hard shell was smashed into pieces, and finally, the plasma cannon blasted the S3's brain, killing it completely. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. Haha, that was too easy. Kevin laughed in the cockpit after killing the S3. There's still one left. It's currently being attacked. Let's hurry over. Modi said. More than 10 minutes later, the caddy arrived at the S4's location. There were 4 J-16 fighter jets hovering in the air, and the S4 was injured and had dived into the sea. 6 submarines were fighting against the S4, but they had used up all their weapons and ammunition. They could only rely on themselves to lure the monsters, and they were in great danger. After the caddy arrived, it quickly detected the S4's location and entered the water to fight it. In the end, the caddy used the Dragon Emperor's shuriken to cut the S4 into 8 pieces and killed it at the bottom of the sea. The marshal and the others watched the battle through the cameras installed on caddy and could not help but feel excited. The strength of the mecha warriors was far beyond what they had expected. With this, dealing with the monsters would be a piece of cake. There would be no need for them to go through so much trouble and muster so many people as they had before. That night, the news of the caddy easily killing the two monsters was reported by TV stations all over the world. Everyone knew that the monsters were nothing to worry about, so they were relieved. However, most of the coastal residents had still migrated, and the corresponding underground shelters were still being built. In the conference room of the main base, the general was having another meeting. This time, there were 3 more people in the meeting: Rick, Modi, and Kevin. Modi didn't know that Rick had come to the base. When they met during the meeting, Modi excitedly went up to Rick and hugged him. Then Rick pushed Modi away. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Oh, Modi, I thought you had forgotten about this damned old man." "Of course not. I'm just..." I'm just a little busy, so I'm sorry, Grandpa. Modi scratched his head embarrassedly. I don't mind, Rick said carelessly, and then took his seat with Modi. After a while, the general began the meeting. First, it was about praising the Mecha Warrior's performance against the monster. Then, the general mentioned, however, I believe that everyone has also seen that this time, 2 monsters have appeared. In a situation where there's only one Mecha Warrior, we still need to send out additional military forces to restrain the monsters. Moreover, we can completely foresee that in the future, there may be 3, 4, or even more monsters appearing at once. Considering the situation, we need to produce more Mecha Warriors. At the same time, we need to recruit more people with superpowers to pilot them. Under these circumstances, we need to strengthen our cooperation with other countries and have them provide us with superpowers. Only then will we have enough people to pilot the Mecha Warriors. At this point, the general finished talking about the main points of the meeting. Next, he asked for everyone's opinions and related work, such as the materials needed to build more Mecha Warriors. A few days later, the proposal to produce more Mecha Warriors was passed by the World Joint Defense Committee. Various countries sent out corresponding resources to support America's construction of Mecha Warriors. However, there were some disputes among the dozens of committee members, that is, the heads of various countries, about the final ownership and preservation of these Mecha Warriors. After all, America produced Mecha Warriors to deal with the monster invasion. However, if more than a dozen mechas were produced and stored in America and controlled by them, then when the monster invasion was resolved in the future, wouldn't America's Mecha Warriors be monopolized by one country? In this regard, after the committee's discussion, it was decided that 1/3 of the Mecha Warriors produced would be preserved and used by America. The remaining 2/3 would be preserved and used by other countries. At critical times, they would unconditionally support America's action against the monster invasion. 9 days later, the resources sent by various countries and the second batch of funds were settled. Churia and Rick had already started to build the second Mecha Warrior. At the same time, the corresponding assembly line had also begun to take shape. Another 12 days later, the second Mecha Warrior was successfully produced. After being tested by 2 superpowered people, there was not much of a problem. However, the spiritual connection between the 2 superpowered people was not as high as Modi's, so the combat power of the Mecha Warrior was obviously a level lower than Kevin's. Fortunately, it was more than enough to deal with second-tier monsters. Soon, 2 months had passed since the last appearance of the 2 Mecha Warriors. The third Mecha Warrior was also completed and passed the driving test. Less than 2 days later, the Space Rift finally detected life energy fluctuations. A new Mecha Warrior had finally appeared. This time, 2 Mecha Warriors still appeared. They were named S5 and S6 in order. This time, Kevin did not participate in the battle. Instead, the second and third Mecha Warriors that were completed went to battle. In the end, they also successfully killed the 2 Mecha Warriors. After that, the Mecha Warriors continued to be produced. The Mecha Warriors that appeared in the previous 2 months had become 2 Mecha Warriors a month. This continued for 6 months. A total of 15 Mecha Warriors were completed and the production target had been reached. But the next month, when the Mecha Warriors appeared, 2 third-tier Mecha Warriors came out of the Space Rift. Each of them weighed more than 6,000 tons. These 2 unprecedented third-tier Mecha Warriors went to 2 coastal cities. The base sent Kevin and the Eternal Ocean Warrior to deal with them respectively. What shocked everyone was that Kevin successfully killed S-19. However, the Eternal Ocean Warrior was worried about the fishing boats near the battle site and made a mistake in the battle. In the end, the Eternal Ocean Warrior was ambushed by S-20 from the bottom of the sea. The Eternal Ocean Warrior's cockpit was destroyed and the 2 Mecha Warriors on board died. The Eternal Ocean Warrior was also destroyed by S-20. After that, the Marshal and the others held a special meeting to discuss the destruction of the Eternal Ocean Warrior. The final conclusion was that the 2 Mecha Warriors on board the Eternal Ocean Warrior did not have enough spiritual connection and could not react in time. The final decision was to further strengthen the mecha warrior's combat ability and spiritual connection. At the same time, they began to pay attention to the recruitment of more outstanding mecha warriors. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed since the appearance of the first mecha warrior. The people of Earthstar had also been fighting with the mecha warriors from the Space Rift for 6 years. During these 6 years, the people of Earthstar tried to destroy the Space Rift twice but failed. The Space Rift continued to produce mecha warriors once a month. However, in the second year, the number of mecha warriors that appeared each time increased to 3 mecha warriors. In the third year, it increased to 4 mecha warriors. They were all third-tier mecha warriors with an average weight of 7,000 tons. What was worse was that in the fourth year, 5 mecha warriors appeared for the first time. One of them was a fourth-tier mecha warrior that weighed 8,300 tons. Fortunately, among the mecha warriors, there were several outstanding mecha warriors. Shi Zhao from Country M, Li Chenglong from Country Z, Maurice from Country F, and Okahiro from Country R. These people were outstanding because they were all super mecha warriors and had extremely strong spiritual power. They could pilot a mecha warrior alone and display the power of the mecha warrior to a level that the other 2 mecha warriors could not achieve even if they worked together. In the fourth year, the first fourth-tier mecha warrior that appeared was killed by Li Chenglong's Tianlong mecha warrior. The mecha warrior did not even have a chance to land. In the fifth year, 3 fourth-tier mecha warriors began to appear in the Space Rift at one time. The number of mecha warriors decreased, but the quality of the mecha warriors increased by more than 1 star. In the face of a fourth-tier mecha warrior, except for the 4 mecha warriors who could pilot a mecha warrior alone, the other mecha warriors did not have the confidence to win. Even if they won, the mecha warrior would often be damaged. At the end of the 6th year, only 6 mecha warriors from the first batch of 15 mecha warriors were left in combat. Due to the lack of resources, the second batch of mecha warriors was only made up for the loss of the first batch of mecha warriors. Chapter 242. The threat of the monsters was getting bigger and bigger, and the people on the earth were getting more and more uneasy. They were afraid that one day a monster tide would appear and the human army wouldn't be able to resist it, and their civilization would be destroyed. However, just as the marshal and the others were worried about this and were waiting for what kind of lineup the monsters would come out in the first month of the 7th year, the monsters were late for the first time. Not only did they not appear on the day they were supposed to appear, even after 2 days had passed, there was still no movement from the space crack. In the conference room of the headquarters, what do you think about the monsters being late this time? After all the members of the conference sat down, the general stood at the head of the table and asked. His face was serious and calm. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became very oppressive, and for a while, no one answered. The room was silent for 3 seconds. Seeing that no one answered his question, the general had no choice but to continue. Well, actually, I think you all have the same idea as me. There are only 2 possibilities for the current situation. One is that we have one, and the alien civilization on the other side of the space crack has surrendered. Of course, this possibility is more like a fart. Then the second possibility is that this is like the calm before the storm. Maybe not long after this, hundreds of giant monsters will appear from the space crack and bring a devastating disaster to the world, and we will all be dead. In addition to these 2 possibilities, does anyone have a third possibility? After the general finished his own point of view, he asked again. At this time, Rick took a sip of wine and said somewhat drunkenly, well, maybe they're the same as us, and they don't have the resources to make the monsters, so they need to wait for a while. Burp, maybe they just gave up. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Rick. However, I think we should prepare for the worst and activate the ultimate defense plan in advance. The marshal glanced at Rick, rolled his eyes imperceptibly, and said. Hearing this, Chulier also said, well, since the ultimate defense plan is out, we will need to use it. I agree. I don't disagree. General Sack also said. Seeing this, the rest of the people also expressed their agreement. Then that's it, let's move. Meeting adjourned. The general said with a sharp look in his eyes. After the launch of the ultimate defense plan, various countries began to respond. America built defensive fortresses and high defensive walls along the coastline of the Central Ocean, and the military forces of various countries flew over to support and deploy. Superpowers from various countries began to gather and set up action teams. During this period, Rick successfully created a Hell-level Mecha Warrior simulation training ground and gave it to all the superpowers to use. However, regarding the simulation training ground for Mecha Warriors, there were previously two types, normal and hard. Only those who scored 65 points in the hard simulation would have the right to enter the Hell simulation training grounds. As for the minimum qualification to pilot a Mecha Warrior, that was a normal simulation score of 60 points. This type of person could become a substitute, and the majority of the espers who piloted Mecha Warriors at this stage had a normal simulation score of 80 points and above. For example, Modi and Kevin were considered as relatively strong pilots. Both of them had passed the hard-level simulation with a score of 75 and 77 respectively. Only when the two of them piloted the mech together with such a score would they be able to fight against a fourth-tier monster in actual combat. Furthermore, it would be extremely difficult to kill it. The Hell simulation training grounds were more than twice as difficult as the hard simulation, but the simulation training effects were also very obvious. Those who were qualified to enter the Hell simulation training grounds all improved. 7 months after the launch of the Ultimate Defense Plan, the deployment of the plan was basically completed, but there was still no movement from the space rift. The monsters did not appear for 7 consecutive months, and the normal citizens on Earth gradually relaxed. The threat of the monsters was thrown to the back of their minds, but the Marshal and the others were still as tense as ever. The superpower drivers continued to train every day, and their average individual combat ability steadily increased. Their team combat ability was also beginning to show results, and the general and the others' worries finally came to an end. On one day of the 8th month after the space rift stopped appearing, the sky in the coastal waters of the central continent was extremely dark. A long brewing storm was about to arrive, and the supervisor at the HQ suddenly heard the special alarm sound. His face immediately changed, and he looked at the central main screen. Then the supervisor's face changed from the initial panic to shock, and then to panic. The general's office was already equipped with an alarm. As soon as the space rift appeared, he knew. He immediately put down the document in his hand, got up and flew out of the office, and ran to the main monitoring room. Not long after, Chulier and the others followed the general and arrived in less than half a minute. The general had already asked the supervisor about the situation this time, and the supervisor was answering, "There are no monsters this time, but there are a lot of alien monsters. There are a lot of them. How many?" The general also saw the red dots on the screen increasing and couldn't help but ask, his face a little pale. At present, there are 191, 192, 93, and it's still increasing. The supervisor's face was also ugly, and his voice was a little shaky. Chulier and the others also had ugly expressions. They stared at the red dots on the central big screen, and their thoughts were very chaotic. Fortunately, after a few seconds, while the general was still thinking of a solution, the red dots on the screen suddenly stopped increasing. "General, the number of aliens has stopped increasing. A total of 200 aliens have appeared." The supervisor immediately reported, "Lock on their whereabouts and send it to the screen in the conference room." The general first said to the supervisor, then turned to Chulier and the others, and said, "Come with me to the conference room. We'll make a battle plan." Conference room. Although there are no monsters this time, if 200 aliens are allowed to land, it will inevitably cause a huge social upheaval. The number of mecha soldiers is too large, and it's not realistic to deal with these aliens. We still have to rely on the military and espers. In addition, we have to kill these aliens in the sea. Of course, as you can see, these aliens are not in groups. They are scattered into more than 20 groups. The possibility of killing all of them is not high, but we have to try our best to kill them in the sea. This way, their threat will be minimized. What do you all think about this? The general finally asked everyone. After glancing around, his eyes jumped back and forth between Rick and Chulier. Rick felt the general's gaze, took a sip of wine, burped, and said indifferently, "Don't look at me. I'm already tired. If this world is going to be destroyed, then let it be. Live in the present and enjoy the present. Hooray." The general and the others were used to Rick's drunken behavior and words. Since Rick said that he had no way, they directly ignored him. Chulier quickly said, "We can try to use a super large net to catch these aliens, as long as we can determine the general location of their landing." "Is there any other way?" the general asked. "Not yet," Chulier replied. "Then let's do that. Also, activate the first plan. Act immediately," the general ordered, and the meeting ended. A few hours later, the 200 aliens that were originally moving separately suddenly gathered together in the center of the group. This attracted the attention of the general and the others. At the same time, they also notified the troops stationed along the coast to pay attention to this point and change the location of the battle in time. About half an hour later, the 200 aliens gathered in an area of the sea within a radius of 20 miles. Then, under the gaze of the general and the other relevant personnel, the red dots that showed their location all disappeared in a second. The general was shocked and asked, "What's going on? Is the satellite malfunctioning?" However, the relevant personnel immediately checked the status of the satellite and replied, reporting to the general, "There is no problem with the positioning satellite. There are two possibilities for this situation. One is that these aliens moved to an extremely deep place in the sea within a second just now, and the other is that the aliens emitted interference waves that blocked the positioning satellite's positioning lock." The *eminent. The general heard and immediately cursed. The coastal area of America, Tokyo City, one of the most developed coastal cities in America, was also a major economic pillar city. The coastal situation of Tokyo City was relatively special. There was a large depression in the coastal area of the city that formed a natural harbor, Tokyo Port. It was also the largest harbor in the world. Ever since the invasion of the monsters, Tokyo Port had become much more desolate. A huge sea dam was built at the entrance of the port as a line of defense against the invasion of the monsters. There was also a special military fortress built here. The only time the monsters invaded Tokyo Port, the monsters were quickly dealt with. Therefore, the residents of Tokyo City were still stable in the city. Tokyo City was as prosperous as it was 6 or 7 years ago. However, on this night, more than 200 aliens climbed over the sea dam of Tokyo Port and forcibly landed at the port of Tokyo Port. The local military forces stationed there immediately surrounded and annihilated them. However, these aliens were much stronger than the fish-headed monsters, lizard aliens, and humanoid aliens. They were practically omnipotent. The local military forces attacked with reckless firepower. They only had time to kill nearly half of the aliens before the remaining aliens closed in on them. In the end, they abandoned their armor and suffered heavy casualties. Following that, the remaining 100-plus xenomorphs split up and began to invade the entire city of Tokyo. The citizens of Tokyo, who had just received the order to hide in the underground shelters, were slaughtered by the xenomorphs before they could do so. Wherever the xenomorphs went, there would be a bloodbath. Overnight, Tokyo City was like the end of the world. Chapter 243. In the vast universe, Cage suddenly appeared. In the control room of the spaceship, "Jocko, we have encountered a strange space field. The space jump has been forced to stop. At most, we can only fly at sublight speed." Kakashi quickly found out about the sudden decrease in speed of Cage and informed Zhou Jie, who was meditating. Zhou Jie suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a mesmerizing brilliance, as if they contained the sea of stars. It was breathtaking. However, this state only lasted for less than a second. Zhou Jie's eyes returned to clarity. The current Zhou Jie looked much more gentle than before. He was no longer so cold and sharp. Space field? Do you know what caused it? Jogajia looked at Kakashi after opening his eyes and asked. In response, Kakashi immediately operated the control panel and replied, "Let me see." After about 10 seconds, Kakashi frowned and said as if talking to himself, "Strange. I can't find a source, and I haven't detected any black or white holes." Seeing this, Jogajia could only say, "It's fine if you can't find it. If you can't, then go around it. Maybe it's an undiscovered universe secret realm. Just mark the location. I'll send someone to investigate it later. Oh, I'll see if I can go around it. The source of this field can't be determined, so I don't know if I could go around it." Kakashi replied. Earthstar, Country M, Yodo City. Originally, it was time for the citizens of Yodo to have dinner and start a beautiful nightlife. However, it was ruined by the arrival of more than 100 aliens. A large number of Yodo citizens couldn't evacuate in time and could only hide in their homes, shopping centers, trade buildings, and other high-rise buildings or basements. This was because at first, the aliens mainly rampaged through the streets and attacked the people on the streets. However, when the people on the street either hid, fled, or died, the aliens began to slow down their invasion and entered the buildings to begin a new round of hunting. When the marshal found out that all 200 aliens had invaded Tokyo City, he was so anxious that his head was in a mess. He quickly ordered the military forces near Tokyo City to assist Tokyo City in eliminating the aliens. But in less than 20 minutes, the Tokyo military told him that the 200 xenomorphs were much more terrifying than the fish-headed monsters. When their weapons fortress was about to fall, the marshal gave another order. Ordinary combat personnel near Tokyo will stop providing assistance. Only special combat personnel will head over. Try your best to contain the killing and destruction of the aliens. Espers will head over as soon as possible. At the end of the second hour after the aliens invaded Tokyo, the first Esper squad closest to Tokyo had arrived at the city. This Esper squad was called Dawn of the Eternal Night. It was one of the top 3 Esper squads, consisting of 3 men and 1 woman. The captain was Adams, nicknamed Black Emperor. The vice-captain was Loki, nicknamed Archangel. The member was Izawa, nicknamed Berserker. The member was Yako, nicknamed Sniper Queen. The 4 members of Dawn of Eternal Night drove 2 superpowered motorcycles and passed through 6 cities in less than an hour and a half before entering the city of Yodo. Soon they saw many buildings with flames and thick smoke rising from many floors. Obviously, they had suffered great damage from the aliens. The 2 superbikes stopped at the border of Tokyo City. The 4 of them got off the bikes one after another. I heard that it's a very strong super alien. I wonder how it compares to those monsters. I hope it won't be too boring. Adams said after he got off the bike. At the same time, he equipped himself with a weapon. Vice Captain Loki heard this and pulled out his long sword from his waist. He looked at part of his face that was reflected on the surface of the sword and said coldly, "We've killed more than a dozen monsters. I'm afraid that more than 100 aliens won't be enough for the 4 of us. You guys like to show off in front of me. Why don't we compete to see who can kill more later?" At this time, Sniper Queen Yako said. Her tone was a little contemptuous. Coupled with her devilish face with eyeshadow, it was easy for men to have a competitive spirit toward her. Then it's settled. Izawa took over Yako's words and agreed. Adams saw this and couldn't help but look at Yako. He grinned and said, "I accept the challenge, but this is like a bet. Why don't we bet something? What do you plan to do if you lose?" "Whatever you want." In this regard, Yako still had an indifferent or disdainful expression. Then, she ignored the other 3 men and rushed out like a cheetah, starting her own operation. Did you hear that? If we win, we can do whatever we want," Adams said with a lewd smile. Then, he fulfilled his role as the captain. "Then let's move. One by one, follow me." In the Eugen building in Yodo City, an 8-foot-long alien that looked like a crocodile but had 4 thick legs was wreaking havoc. It could spit out flames and produce explosive power. Its scales were so thick that even armor-piercing bullets couldn't penetrate them. Therefore, ordinary people couldn't pose a threat to it. The people in the building were desperately escaping to the higher floors. Several elevators were crowded with people, and no one was willing to go out. This crocodile alien had climbed to the 9th floor of the building and had already killed dozens of people. At this moment, it was constantly climbing up. Suddenly, a small rocket penetrated the side wall of the corridor and almost hit the crocodile alien, causing it to roar in pain. Its face, which was relatively weak in defense, was badly mutilated. Moreover, the rocket exploded through a floor, and the crocodile alien fell to the corridor of the next floor. Loki, who was wearing a black combat suit, happened to arrive in front of the crocodile alien. He frowned on the spot and drew his sword to kill it without saying a word. Adams was less than 10 meters behind Loki. When he saw this, he felt that it was a pity that he didn't see the crocodile alien first. He thought that with Loki's strength, it would be easy to kill the crocodile alien at this moment. If he wanted to kill it, it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, he might not be able to kill it, so he didn't make a move. In fact, it was just as Adams had thought. Loki's attack was extremely fast, accurate, and ruthless. In addition, the crocodile alien that had just been blown up was not completely awake. White blade cut into its scales like cutting mud. In just a few breaths, Loki had cut into the crocodile alien's brain and successfully killed it. On the roof of a building on one side of the Eugen building, Mijinko observed the death of the crocodile alien through the infrared mirror of the rocket launcher. She immediately set off for the next target. The equipment of the team members was interconnected, and they could locate each other. Therefore, Mijinko didn't have to worry that the others wouldn't be able to find her or support her. An ape-like 8-armed alien was wreaking havoc in a villa. Relying on its senses, it sensed the few people who were still hiding in the villa. With the mood of a cat catching a mouse, it found these people one by one and slaughtered them. Just as the 8-armed alien opened the door of a storage cabinet and roared at the man hiding inside, the wall behind it was blasted through by a rocket. The violent air wave even caused the 8-armed alien to take a few steps back. Less than 2 seconds after the explosion, Adams appeared from the gap in the wall. Holding a heavy plasma energy gun, he crazily fired at the 8-armed alien. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, I'll shoot you to pieces." Adams roared excitedly, and the 8-armed alien also roared under his attack. It wanted to pounce on him, but just as it took a step forward against the power of the plasma energy gun, it was shot in the head and died on the spot. "Hey, 8-armed reptile, you're so unlucky." The accuracy of this gun isn't easy to control. After killing the 8-armed alien, Adams didn't forget to mock it. Then he glanced at Loki, who was a step late, and grinned at him. In response, Loki turned around and left expressionlessly. Although he rarely expressed anything, he still chose to win against Yazuko's provocation before this battle. It was related to his dignity as a man. When Yazuko saw that the second alien was also killed, she wasn't angry at all. This time, when Adams entered the villa, she rushed to the next target after firing the rocket. Berserker Izawa followed Yazuko and had already killed an alien they encountered on the street. At this moment, in the eyes of the 4 members of the Dawn of Eternal Night team, the operation to kill the alien this time was much easier than driving the mecha to fight the monsters. An alien that had a worm-like body but walked upright on 2 legs was chasing a boy on the street. It emitted an extremely sharp sound wave. The boy immediately covered his ears with both hands and fell to the ground in extreme pain. However, just as the alien worm was about to suck the boy's brain, a black crescent-shaped motorcycle. The main body of the motorcycle was connected to a crescent-shaped shield from the rear to the front. The tires could be retracted, and it could fly close to the ground at high speed, sped past. Adams, who was sitting on the motorcycle, quickly shot the alien worm with his pulse gun. A few blue bloody holes exploded on the alien worm, his body on the spot. It emitted an even more terrifying and sharp sound, causing Adams to feel a splitting headache in an instant. "Damn it," Adams cursed inwardly. Fortunately, his superpower was object control, so he could naturally control the air. He immediately cut off the sound, slowed down, and turned the motorcycle around. He shot the alien worm a few more times until it was completely dead. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed since Adams's team arrived. Adams chose to drive the superbike along the street to kill the xenomorphs, while Loki continued to search for the xenomorphs in the buildings to kill. Yuzuko and Izawa also killed on their own, but they were relatively close to each other. Just like that, as Adam's team killed, the aliens died at an average rate of 1 per minute. Adam's team became braver as they killed. Chapter 244. Jocko, I found a planet. It looks like a planet with life. Kakashi suddenly said in the control cabin of the Kaji. Zhou was drinking and thinking about something related to cultivation. Hearing this, he woke up and turned to Kakashi and asked, "Are we still in the Space Force field?" Kakashi hesitated for a moment and answered, "We just got rid of it, but it seems like we entered the center of the Space Force field air." Oh, Zhou was a little surprised and asked, "You mean that the planet is in the Space Force field? Are there other planets around it?" "Yes, there are no other planets," Kakashi replied. Zhou was suddenly interested and said to Kakashi, "Then let's go to that planet and have a look. We must have accidentally found a new planet with life." "Okay, Jocko," Kakashi replied straightforwardly. Then he adjusted Kaji's flight direction and flew toward Earth in the distance. Tokyo City, Tokyo Tower. The Tokyo Tower was 369 meters tall and was the tallest landmark in Tokyo. Standing at the top of the Tokyo Tower, one could almost overlook the entire city of Tokyo. Below the middle section of Tokyo Tower were all kinds of commercial shops. Many Tokyo citizens chose to hide in these shops after the alien invasion. But at this moment, the 300-meter-tall Tokyo Tower was on fire. Obviously, it had been invaded by the aliens. What was even more frightening was that the Tokyo Tower, which originally had more than 2,000 people hiding in it, was now completely silent. Not a single person could be seen entering or leaving the Tokyo Tower. On the rooftop of the Tokyo Tower, there were dozens of human corpses. Most of them were badly mutilated and unrecognizable. On the edge of the rooftop, there were 3 unusual aliens. The first one was a Birdman alien. It had a human body and a bird's head, and its body was more than 4 meters long. At the end of its upright humanoid legs were 2 basin-sized red claws that resembled eagle claws. Its body was covered in red scales and fur, and it had a pair of wings on its back. Combined, it was much taller than its height. At this time, it was crossing its arms in front of its chest, looking into the distance, its eyes flashing with a cold light. The second was a white fox alien. It had the head of a white fox, and its mouth was filled with extremely sharp teeth. Its body was similar to a human's, and its body was covered in white fur. It had 3 tails behind its thighs, and its arms were long and slender. Its fingernails were sharp and slender, and they were more than half a foot, 16 centimeters, long. The last one was standing between the two. For the time being, he was called the short old alien because he looked almost like a human. He was less than 1 meters tall and looked short and fat. He was wearing a dark yellow robe. The corners of his mouth were open to both sides, and there was a smile on his face that seemed to be frozen. It made people feel a kind of indescribable evil that went deep into their souls. This short, old alien trio had been standing on the top floor of the Tokyo Tower for more than 10 minutes. It felt like an emperor and a general were standing on a high place overlooking their country. Suddenly, this short old man, referred to as short old man from here on out, caught a glimpse of a road on the edge of Tokyo. 2 superbikes were speeding in. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth opened even wider. The 2 superbikes that had just entered Tokyo were the second Esper team to arrive. They were called Wild Lions, and were also composed of 3 men and 1 woman. This team was slightly inferior to Eternal Night's Dawn. In fact, it was composed of 2 old men and 2 newbies. Generally, only the old men had titles, nicknames. The captain and vice captain of Wild Lions were respectively 7 Steps Killing God, Yu Yin, and Indestructible Body, Huang Gang. The other 2 members were newbies who had just joined the team for more than half a year. The man was called Joji, and the woman was called Renmika. Both of them had only passed the normal level test. One of them scored 72 points, while the other scored 73 points. The four of them, Wild Lion, drove their motorcycles along one of the main streets of Tokyo. Their speed wasn't too fast, and they only covered a distance of 5,000 meters in about 3 minutes. Along the way, they encountered two xenomorphs that were within their shooting range, but they were easily taken care of by them. That's all there is to it. Much easier to deal with than monsters. On one of the superbikes, Huang Gang said proudly. Rin Mika was sitting behind him, holding a pulse gun half the size of her. She was ready to shoot any xenomorphs they encountered at any time. On the Tokyo Tower, the short old man was still standing in the same place. Except for occasionally turning his neck, his body did not move. However, the Birdman alien and White Fox alien, who were originally standing on either side of him, were nowhere to be seen. A few minutes ago, at the headquarters of the American military base, the exclusive alarm sounded again, and the supervisor in charge of monitoring was shocked. He looked at the big screen in the center with some disbelief. The dark blue space crack was displayed on the screen, and a big red had already emerged from it. Based on his long-term experience, even if the system had not yet displayed the scanning data of the monster, the supervisor could judge from the size of the red that it was a 5th-class monster. A monster actually came. The supervisor couldn't help but mutter. His two colleagues beside him also came over, their faces full of shock. But as soon as the supervisor finished muttering, he and the two colleagues behind him widened their eyes. On the screen, two more red dots of the same size as the first appeared at the same time, and this was not the end. Immediately after, a 4th red dot, a 5th red dot, a 6th red dot. When the general and the others rushed to the central control room, a total of 10 red dots had already run out of the space crack. Everyone who had just entered the central control room and saw the 10 red dots had the same reaction, and that was inexplicable shock. Especially among the 10 red dots, there was one red that was particularly huge. Reporting to the general, the biggest red dot shows that the monster is the 7th-class monster. After the supervisor summarized all the data of the 10 monsters in front of his computer screen, he answered the general with a pale face. 7th-class monster? Although the general was prepared, when he heard this magnitude, he couldn't help but be surprised and almost couldn't stand still. As if thinking that the general was questioning, the supervisor immediately added, "Yes, and the estimated weight is 19,200 tons. Very close to the 8th-class monster." The general heard this and paused for a while, then said, "Put the scan data of this monster on the big screen." The supervisor did as he was told, and a 3-dimensional model of the 7th-class monster suddenly appeared on the central screen. This was a humanoid monster with a height of more than 188 meters. It looked extremely strong, like a bull orc with a bull nose and 2 spiral ascending style horns. General, these 10 monsters chose 10 directions to act alone, and the target of this 7th-class monster is Yodo City. Just as the general and the others were watching the big screen, the supervisor reported again. Hearing this, the marshal was momentarily speechless. Thus, he chose to close his eyes and tried his best to clear his chaotic thoughts. About 10 seconds later, the marshal abruptly opened his eyes and said, "Who knows? This might be the last battle. Then let's do whatever it takes." In Yodo City, Adams, who was driving a superpowered motorcycle, suddenly received an emergency notification. He quickly slowed down and raised his hand to look at the communication bracelet. The extremely small text displayed on it was automatically enlarged under the electronic glasses he wore, making it easier for him to read quickly. The notification was as follows: "I'm the general. A few minutes ago, 10 monsters appeared from the space crack. 9 of them are 5th-class monsters, and 1 of them is 7th-class monsters. The monsters are currently distributed to various coastal areas. Among them, the 7th-class monster, which we temporarily call the Bull Demon King, is targeted at Yodo City. Therefore, I've decided that the two teams that have arrived in Yodo City will deal with the alien first. After that, I'll send people to send 4 mechas to fight against the Bull Demon King. The rest of the teams will stop going to Yodo City and come back to pilot the mechas and prepare to fight against the other 9 monsters in various areas. After reading this notification, Adams's arrogant smile in the original version also stiffened, and then he muttered to himself with a gloomy face, 10 monsters and a 7th class monster. Mad, is this really the end of the world? At the same time, the members of the Esper teams all over the world also received the message sent by the general. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of oppression, like a heavy boulder pressing down on everyone's hearts. The slaughter in Yodo City continued. The alien continued to slaughter the citizens of Yodo, and the members of the 2 Esper teams also became more and more ruthless in their hunt for the alien. A bloody feast like the end of the world was gradually approaching its climax. Boom! A giant mantis-like xenomorph descended from the 6th floor of a commercial building. Following closely behind was Loki, who was holding the white blade. His superpower was super speed, and he could even borrow strength in the air. Therefore, he jumped down from a building that was more than 20 meters high, and before he landed, he suddenly slowed down and slashed the mantis-like xenomorph's head, killing it perfectly. Then, he rolled along the mantis-like xenomorph's back to the ground, unharmed. But at this moment, Loki seemed to have sensed something. He got up and looked at the sky behind him. He saw that in the sky, a few hundred meters diagonally away from him, a bird-headed alien with a human body flapped its huge wings and swooped down towards a person on the ground. And the person being attacked by the Birdman alien was the berserker Izawa, who had also just killed the alien. Izawa had just killed a snake-like alien and was about to catch his breath when he suddenly felt a sound above his head. He did not hesitate to roll away on the spot. The next second, the ground where Izawa had just been standing on exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 245. Izawa looked up and saw that it was a 4-meter-tall birdman who made the crater in the ground. This birdman had a pair of wings on its back. At this moment, its wingspan was more than 8 meters. It was amazing. Even among all the xenomorphs that Izawa and the others had seen, this xenomorph's appearance was the best. What made Izawa even more surprised was that this birdman was looking down at him with an arrogant expression. His 2 claws stepped on the broken concrete floor, and he looked quite arrogant. Loki, who was far away, didn't immediately rush up to help because he felt that since this birdman xenomorph had already met Izawa, it wouldn't be good for him to snatch it. But out of curiosity, he decided to watch the battle for a while. Izawa was angered by the birdman's contemptuous expression. He somersaulted to the ground, stood up, and pulled out his weapon from behind his back. It was a strangely shaped gray short axe. It was a product of modern technology and not a cold weapon. Whoosh! Izawa pounced like a cheetah, and the short axe in his hand doubled in length. Finally, Izawa lowered his body and chopped at the birdman, a slower body. But Loki, who was 100 meters away, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The birdman's speed was so fast that he couldn't even see it flap its wings. When Izawa's axe was about to hit, the birdman disappeared. When Izawa's axe fell, he also saw that the place where the axe fell was empty. He immediately changed the direction of his axe and suddenly retreated to the side. But when Izawa stabilized himself and looked up, he found that the birdman was hovering less than 5 meters above him. Its arms were crossed in front of its chest, and it was looking at him with the same arrogant and contemptuous expression. Its expression was as if it was mocking Izawa. Izawa couldn't help but get angrier, but he also became more vigilant. He felt that this xenomorph in front of him was unusual because only this birdman gave him pressure and showed an expression that only humans would have. This meant that its intelligence was also very high. You think you're so great just because you can fly? Oof. Many thoughts flashed through Izawa's mind. Then he took out his plasma energy gun and pulled the trigger at the birdman. What Izawa didn't expect was that the birdman didn't even try to dodge. Izawa's spear hit him right in the stomach. But the next second, Izawa's eyes widened. This shot that was powerful enough to pierce through a 1-meter-thick steel plate only left a black spot on the Birdman's abdomen. It was nothing more than a flesh wound. Loki was far away and couldn't see the situation clearly, but when he saw that Izawa's shot hit the Birdman and the Birdman didn't even move in the air, he knew what had happened. His face changed, and he frowned. At this moment, Birdman shifted his gaze slightly and chose to look in Loki's direction. Loki happened to meet his gaze. In an instant, an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. Loki felt pressure for no reason, which made him feel at a loss for a moment. But soon, Loki's expression returned to indifference. Then, he muttered to himself, "Alien boss? I've already been discovered by it. Looks like this is the only way." On the other side, the Birdman saw that Loki began to talk to his watch, so he ignored Loki and turned to look at Izawa. At this time, Izawa didn't believe it and fired another shot at the Birdman. This time, the target was the Birdman's eyes. Unfortunately, his aim wasn't good enough. He only shot the Birdman's face and only left a black spot. The Birdman seemed to be angered by Izawa's second shot. He suddenly flapped his wings and flashed to Izawa's side. Then, he turned around and waved his wings at Izawa. Izawa hurriedly dodged, but the edge of the wings still swept his hands in front of his chest. His whole body flew backward like a bullet. This time, the Birdman seemed to want to kill him. After sending Izawa flying with his wings, he hurriedly chased after him and attacked with his thick claws. Izawa was viciously slammed into the ground. Luckily, he was wearing a special black combat suit. The thin material of the suit was filled with a mystical liquid that allowed the combat suit to increase the wearer's strength and speed. It also had inconceivable resistance and anti-piercing properties. That was why Izawa wasn't injured at all when he was sent flying. After he landed on the ground, he quickly stabilized himself and changed the direction of his roll, narrowly dodging the Birdman's claws once again. The Birdman was also angry at the failure of another attack. He immediately followed up with another attack. At this time, Izawa activated his full superpower. His superpower was giant form. He could transform into a giant, and his strength would be greatly increased. And even without transforming, his strength was much greater than the world's king of fighters. After transforming, Izawa's speed was far inferior to that of the Birdman. Facing another attack from the Birdman, he could only use the strength in his hands to block with his axe. Pong! Like a collision of gold and iron, Izawa's strength after transforming was still inferior to that of the Birdman. He couldn't help but roll back, leaving cracks on the ground along the way. The Birdman still wanted to pursue, but at this time, Loki had already arrived from 100 meters away and attacked the Birdman from the side. Loki's superpower super speed allowed him to soar into the air. When he landed, he was like a bolt of lightning. White blade whistled through the air, but the whistling sound was slower than the speed of the blade. The Birdman heard the whistling sound and tried to dodge, but it was too late. White blade ruthlessly slashed at his back. The Birdman's back that couldn't even be penetrated by a plasma energy gun was cut open by the white blade. Brown blood quickly seeped out from the wound. Then, the Birdman flapped his wings and attacked behind him. But Loki's speed was like a ghost. After a slash, he disappeared in a flash, causing the Birdman to hit nothing. The Birdman felt the injury on his back and couldn't help but be angered. He flapped his wings and flew more than 30 meters into the air. At such a height, Loki didn't dare to chase after him. He could only land on the ground and fight by Izawa's side. Be careful. This xenomorph isn't easy to deal with. Izawa immediately reminded him. I saw everything. Loki said indifferently. His expression didn't change at all. It's coming. Then, Izawa saw the Birdman swoop down. Its figure was so fast that it was a blur. Almost as soon as he said this, the Birdman appeared in front of him. However, Izawa still reacted in time. He chose to lengthen his weapon's short axe and directly attack the Birdman with a thrust. Loki's speed wasn't much slower than the Birdman's. He immediately dodged to the side and shot towards the Birdman again. White blade went straight for its head. The next second, pump, Loki was flapped by the Birdman's wing and was sent flying. Izawa's axe didn't even touch the Birdman. The Birdman turned around and rushed towards Loki again. Izawa instantly understood the Birdman's thoughts. It didn't care about him at all, so it decided to kill Loki, who was the greater threat to it first. "You're underestimating me." Izawa was furious. He took out another bladed gun that had a cutting effect and madly shot at the Birdman. But even the cutting bullets didn't hurt the Birdman at all. Its body was unimaginably strong. So for a moment, Loki became the only one facing the Birdman, who was enraged. Although he was fast, the Birdman soon caught up to him without any resistance. He could only desperately dodge. In terms of strength, neither of them could compare to Izawa. Even Izawa's strength was inferior to the Birdman. How could he possibly fight it head-on? So other than dodging, Loki had no other choice. Izawa went up to help several times, but the Birdman didn't even look at him. It only cared about attacking Loki crazily. He couldn't get involved at all. Just like that, after more than a minute, black liquid flowed out of Loki's combat suit, and he lost his original defense and enhancement effect. This caused him to instantly fall into a situation where he could die at any time. He could only roll on the ground several times in a row to avoid the fatal attacks of the Birdman. However, just as Loki was in danger, Adams drove a superbike over from the side and crashed straight into the Birdman. The Birdman quickly stopped rushing towards Loki and flew back. Loki was temporarily saved. Adams drove for a distance before slowing down and turning back. He parked the car by the side of the road and jumped in front of Loki with a large-diameter short barrel in his hand. He looked up at the Birdman, who was less than 10 meters away. The Birdman looked at Adams. His eyes were full of contempt, just like when he looked at Izawa. Adams grinned when he saw this. He raised the bladed gun in his hand and fired at the Birdman. Boom! It was as if the world was trembling. The Birdman, who chose not to dodge, seemed to be hit by the entire atmosphere. After trembling for a moment, it slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit on the ground. Not only that, near the place where the Birdman fell, a circle of the road with a diameter of about 6 meters caved in. Adams was shocked when he saw that the Birdman was shot by the sky shotgun, but his body didn't even break. He quickly pulled the trigger again and fired another shot. Boom! This time, the power of the shot directly affected the ground, causing the ground to burst open and sink another half a meter deeper. The Birdman also let out a mournful cry, and his unbelievably strong body cracked open. Brown blood crazily seeped out his body, looking extremely terrifying. He's not dead yet. Adams was surprised and fired another shot. Boom! This time, the Birdman finally completely disintegrated, and his entire huge body was crushed into pieces and crushed into the deep pit. He's dead now. This alien can really resist. It's too abnormal. Adams saw that the Birdman had collapsed into pieces and finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, Chapter 246. Seeing this, Loki also secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and his tensed nerves also relaxed. At this time, Adams turned around, and there was still a relaxed and proud smile on his face. Seeing Loki in a sorry state, the smile on his face could not help but widen. Adams was about to say something when he suddenly saw Loki's expression change, as if he was about to exclaim something. The next moment, Adams' body trembled, and the sky shock spear in his hand flew out until it was more than 10 meters away, and it slid on the ground for another 5 or 6 meters. Be careful behind you. Loki's warning only just came out at this time, but Adams had already been swept up in the air by a tentacle made of sticky flesh and blood. The tentacle crazily squeezed his body, causing Adams' expression to change drastically, and his face instantly flushed red. And this tentacle made of flesh and blood was the Birdman, that had just been turned into a pile of rotten meat by the Sky Shock Spear. Such an unbelievable scene could not help but shock Loki, Izawa, and Mijinko, who had also rushed over to provide support and aimed a gun from the roof 100 meters away. After about half a second of shock, Loki rushed to the Sky Shock Spear that had fallen in the distance, picked it up, and aimed at the Birdman that had already turned into a pile of flesh and blood but was still squirming. However, just as Loki flew 2 steps forward and was about to pull the trigger in the Sky Shock Spear's shooting range, he found that the Sky Shock Spear had just fallen and knocked off 3 superpowered batteries. At this moment, it was not enough to fire another shot. Batteries! Loki hurriedly began to look for batteries. On the other side, Adams, who was wrapped up by the tentacle, had already tried his best to activate his superpower object control to resist the strangulation of the tentacle. However, the tentacle's strength was too great. Even an adult elephant would be turned into meat paste in an instant. If it were not for the super strong resistance of the combat suit, Adams would have been dead long ago. Mad. Hurry up and kill it for me. Izawa, what are you doing? Hurry up and shoot. Adams desperately resisted the pressure of the tentacle and roared with a blood-red face. Izawa, who was at a loss, immediately pulled out his plasma energy gun and shot at the tentacle that was wrapping around Adams. However, the power and range of the plasma gun were insufficient. Izawa fired 5 shots in a row, but he still wasn't able to break the tentacle. Every time the energy from the plasma gun damaged a part of the tentacle, the large amount of flesh and blood in the deep pit would wriggle and mend the tentacle and repair it. It's not working, Adams. Can you still hold on? Loki is looking for the battery for the Sky Shotgun. He will be able to save you soon. Izawa saw this and didn't do anything useless. He only shouted to Adams. Tell him to hurry up. I'm going to fight him to the death. Adams responded with a ferocious look on his face. He was obviously trying his best to resist the pressure of the tentacles. Then, Izawa hurriedly ran to help Loki find the batteries for the Sky Shotgun. However, at this moment, Loki, who had found 2 batteries, did not have time to find the third one. After reinstalling the batteries, he came to a position a few meters away from the deep pit and raised his hand to shoot. Boom! Loki's shot was afraid of hurting Adams, so he could only hit the flesh and blood in the deep pit. After this spear strike, not only did the tentacle not release Adams, it even burst out with an even more powerful pressure, causing Adams to feel that he couldn't resist it for a moment. His body felt as if it was about to be crushed. Ugh! Hurry up and keep shooting. Adams shouted in pain, and Loki had already fired the second shot. Boom! But the tentacle still didn't let go. The third shot. Boom! The fourth shot. Boom! The fifth shot. Boom! Just as Loki was about to fire the 6th shot, the tentacle suddenly turned into mud and fell to the ground. Adams also fell to the ground. But at this time, Loki and Izawa looked at Adams with some shock, but neither of them walked towards him. It turned out that at this moment, Adams's face was ferocious, his eyes were wide open, and a lot of blood was flowing out his mouth and nose. The middle part of his body had been twisted and deformed by the pressure, and a lot of black liquid seeped out of the collar of the combat suit, indicating that the combat suit had failed, and also indirectly indicating Adams's death. The scene was dead silent. Loki and Izawa stared blankly at Adams's body, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. After about a few seconds, Loki and Izawa heard a slight bouncing sound behind them. The two of them turned around and looked. More than 10 meters away, a little old man wearing a yellow robe and less than 5 meters tall was skipping towards them. And a few minutes ago, the captain of the Lions of the Wilderness team, Yulian, encountered the White Fox alien. Like the Birdman, the strength of the White Fox was also beyond ordinary aliens. It moved like a ghost, and Yulian was no match for it at all. The gun in his hand could not hit the opponent at all, and in the end, he could only rely on his superpower to control metal sand to defend himself. Not long after, he was beaten to the point where he could not resist and could only roll on the ground. However, when Yulian realized that the White Fox was no match for him, He pressed the SOS button on his bracelet and informed his team to come and support him. Not long after, the vice captain, Huang Gang, and Renmika arrived almost at the same time. Renmika used a long chain to fly. Her superpower was mental intrusion, which could interfere with other people's thoughts and affect other people's dreams. Huang Gang was known as the indestructible body. He could transform his body into scales, which made him invulnerable to weapons, water, fire, and lightning. He had 2 fist-sized hammers at his waist, called Mjolnir. They were made of special meteorite materials and could trigger a strong electric current. When Renmika arrived, she shot out her chain in an attempt to entangle the white fox, but the white fox was too fast, so she naturally did not succeed. Then, Renmika used her superpower to infect the soul of the white fox, but what shocked her was that the soul of the white fox was very strange. If a normal person's soul was like a mist mixed with liquid to Renmika's senses, then the soul of the white fox was like a solid rock that she could not move at all. This was the first time Renmika encountered such a situation, because she had already dealt with an alien before, and her superpower was still able to affect it. However, it was ineffective against the white fox, and she finally understood why the captain asked for help. At this time, Huang Gang had also entered the battle. His twin hammers danced with electric currents in an attempt to seal the white fox's teleportation space. This was effective, and the white fox was forced to retreat a distance and did not attack Yulian again. However, in the next second, the white fox flew toward Huang Gang, and its sharp claws went straight for his throat. Huang Gang sensed it and immediately used his superpower to transform. His body was covered with hard scales, and he valiantly swung his twin hammers to fight the white fox. At the same time, Yulian recovered and quickly went to help Huang Gang with his accumulated anger, fighting the white fox in a chaotic battle. When Zhou Ji received Yulian's signal for help, he was fighting with an alien, so he did not rush over immediately. When Zhou Ji was about to reach Yulian's location, he suddenly heard a beep from his bracelet. Zhou Ji could not help but frown, and he tapped on the screen of his bracelet. The bracelet's female voice immediately reported, "Your teammate Huang Gang is suspected to be dead." This shocked Zhou Ji on the spot, and he quickly rushed toward the target. When he was about to flip over a flat building and reach Yulian's location, the bracelet beeped again, and this time there were 2 beeps. Zhou Ji was stunned, but his feet still moved, and he unconsciously jumped off the roof of the flat building he was on. Zhou Ji landed on the 5-story flat building in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the bracelet's female voice sounded again. "Your teammate Yulian is suspected to be dead. Your teammate Renmika is suspected to be dead." Zhou Ji raised his head, and his expression was full of shock and disbelief. When he heard the bracelet's broadcast, he also saw the white fox more than 20 meters away and 3 scattered corpses. The combat suits on the corpses allowed Zhou Ji to immediately confirm the identities of the 3 dead. At that moment, Zhou Ji was scared out of his wits, and his heart was trembling, and the white fox was looking at him. Gulp! Zhou Ji swallowed his saliva, and he looked at the white fox, not far away, whose white fur was dyed with blood, and one of its eyes was a bloody hole. For a moment, he even forgot to run away, and only panic and helplessness remained. Almost in the next second, many images flashed through Zhou Ji's mind, and they were all about himself and his 3 teammates. As the newbies of the team, he and Renmika's superpower was to resonate with objects with their minds, and thus shatter them. This was a very powerful superpower, but because the strength of the superpower was too low, it appeared particularly weak. Therefore, his strength could be considered to be at the bottom of the team. Needless to say, Yulian and Huang Gang, as veterans, they took great care of Zhou Ji, and Yulian even gave Zhou Ji the only Sky Shock Spear in each team for him to use. Renmika also took great care of Zhou Ji, causing him to always treat her like an older sister, and, at the same time, it was inevitable that he would secretly have feelings for her. At that moment, The death of Yu Lian and the other two was undoubtedly a huge blow to Zhou Ji. After the shock, Zhou Ji became both shocked and angry, and tears seemed to gush out of his eyes for no reason. He saw the white fox suddenly rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. However, Zhou Ji did not dodge. The moment the white fox moved, he roared crazily and took out the Sky Shock Spear. At the same time, Zhou Ji's superpower was activated. Unprecedented, Zhou Ji's superpower increased by more than 10 times at that moment, and his consciousness directly resonated with the white fox's brain through one of its damaged eyes. Pong! The white fox rushed in front of Zhou Ji, and suddenly its head exploded and its entire body stopped moving. At the same time, its body slammed into Zhou Ji, and Zhou Ji used his strength to push it away. Then, Zhou Ji continued to roar, and like a madman, he fired continuously at the white fox. Boom, 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 boom. Under the terrifying power of the Sky Shock Spear, the white fox quickly turned into minced meat, and it couldn't be more dead. However, Zhou Ji was still firing, and only stopped when the Sky Shock Spear, his energy was left with only enough for one shot. Chapter 247. Kakashi slowly approached the Earth's atmosphere, but the satellites launched by the Earth citizens couldn't detect Kakashi's Kaji at all. Inside Kaji, Kakashi had already begun to use his smart brain to hack into the Earth's network and understand the Earth's language and culture. After a while, Kakashi said to Zhou Jia, "Done. Jocko, this planet's civilization level is average, between a B-class and C-class planet. Let's go down and eat something delicious." Zhou Jia frowned slightly and asked, "Is there anything special about it?" Hearing this, Kakashi hesitated for a second before answering, "Nothing. Let's go eat first, Jocko." Okay. Zhou Jia was also helpless about Kakashi's routine every time he went to a planet, so he could only agree. In Yodo City, the aliens were still wreaking havoc, and the only person left in the two Esper teams was Zhou Ji. When Adams was the first to die, the general's side found out through the detection of his bracelet. After that, the contact specialist in charge of contacting Espers quickly sent messages to the other members of the Dawn of Eternal Night team to inquire about the situation, and also notified the general and Zack. But due to the appearance of the short old man, the remaining 3 members of the Dawn of Eternal Night team were quickly killed, and they couldn't reply to the contact specialist at all. A few minutes later, Yu Lian and the other 2 also died one by one. This made the contact specialist very shocked, and he hurriedly informed the general and Zack. Because of this, the general and the others quickly rushed to the contact specialist. After asking about the specific situation, the general found out that Zhou Ji was still alive, so he contacted Zhou Ji. After Zhou Ji killed the white fox, he developed an extreme fear of the xenomorph. He was afraid that there would be another xenomorph as strong as the white fox among the xenomorph. If he encountered one, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, he did not continue to kill the xenomorph. Instead, he found a house to hide in, trembling and crying. After a while, Zhou Ji's bracelet vibrated, and he hurriedly stopped crying. He looked at the screen and saw that it was an emergency call from the headquarters. He immediately adjusted his breathing and picked up the call using voice. "Team member Zhou Ji, are you all right?" The marshal's magnetic voice sounded from the other end. Zhou Ji was very familiar with this voice. I'm still alive, but I'm the only one left in my team." Zhou Ji tried his best to suppress his trembling voice as he replied. The marshal replied, "I already know. To be precise, you're the only Esper left in Tokyo. Dawn of Evernight had already been wiped out before your squad. Now, tell me what happened to you." "Xenomorph. My team encountered a very strong xenomorph. The captain and the others were all dead. I only arrived later. The xenomorph was injured, so I killed it with the Sky Shotgun." Zhou Ji panted a little as he answered hurriedly. He was still trying to suppress the fear in his heart. Hearing this, The marshal was silent for a few seconds before continuing. Well, if you're the only one left, the 7th-ranked monster Bull Demon King is about to reach Tokyo. You can't pilot a mech to deal with it alone, so retreat to a safe place first. I'll send someone to pick you up. Okay, Zhou Ji replied. Then the marshal ended the call. Zhou Ji stayed in the same place for a while. He felt that the surroundings were increasingly unsafe, so he decided to retreat to the outskirts of Tokyo first. As for encountering xenomorph on the way, he would still kill them. He thought that his luck wouldn't be so bad as to encounter another xenomorph as powerful as the White Fox. But who knows? At the same time, at the top of Tokyo Tower, the short old man stood there again and continued to overlook the entire Tokyo city. The remaining 80-plus xenomorph were still slaughtering. They were using blood to welcome the arrival of the king. More than an hour later, outside the Tokyo port, the sea dam, used to block the invasion of monsters, was suddenly knocked by something, and it made a sound that shook the sky and the sea. Then, the sound became louder, and the sea dam also broke with a loud bang. Almost half of its length directly collapsed and smashed into the port, setting off monstrous waves. A monster with a height of more than 100 meters with a human body and a bull's head stepped over the collapsed sea dam and calmly entered the port, walking toward the Tokyo port. Not long after, Zhou Ji heard a faint vibration. He quickly poked his head out from behind the building and looked in the direction of Tokyo port. Zhou Ji's position at the moment was at the edge of Tokyo City, closer to Tokyo port. It was less than 2 kilometers away from Tokyo port in a straight line. The earth was shaking slightly. This made Zhou Ji think of something, so he was eager to see what he wanted to see. Soon, Zhou Ji got what he wanted. He saw a huge head and upper body moving on the top of a tall building 1,000 meters away. That head was the head of the Bull Demon King. With every step it took, it exhaled from its nostrils like the eruption of a steam engine. A pair of scarlet eyes flashed with a terrifying light, making Zhou Ji feel as if his heart had stopped for a moment. At the top of Tokyo Tower, the short old man looked at the appearance of the Bull Demon King, and the smile on his face became more and more terrifying. Not long after the short old man saw the Bull Demon King, the remaining xenomorphs in Yodo City seemed to have received some kind of call. They began to devour human corpses in a frenzy until their stomachs were full. Not long after, more than 80 aliens ran from all over the city to the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King finally stood at a place more than 3 kilometers away from the main street of Tokyo City. Looking at the aliens gathering towards it, it slowly extended a hand to the ground. Seeing the Bull Demon King stop moving, Zhou Ji was a little curious about what it wanted to do. He quickly went to the top of a 50-meter-tall building and continued to look at the Bull Demon King. Then Zhou Ji saw many aliens climbing up the right arm of the Bull Demon King that was extended to the ground. What made Zhou Ji feel horrified was that when the aliens climbed to the elbow joint of the Bull Demon King, they suddenly began to soften like mud and then gradually merged into the Bull Demon King's arm. Such a scene was really shocking. Zhou Ji could not even believe his eyes. But after blinking a few times, he still saw the aliens climbing up the Bull Demon King's arm dauntlessly. Then, they were gradually assimilated by the Bull Demon King arm, and the Bull Demon King arm became more and more swollen, becoming a size larger than its left arm. What is it doing? It can even swallow. At this moment, Zhou Ji could not think of anything other than shock. Looking at the Bull Demon King's huge body and such strange ability, he could not help but wonder if there was any mecha that could go against it. He even felt that even if their team and the Eternal Night team were still there, they would still not be a match for the Bull Demon King with firm mecha piloting. Is this the end of the world? Zhou Ji suddenly thought. Then, thinking of the deaths of his teammates, he only felt helpless and hopeless. However, at this moment, Zhou Ji's wristband vibrated. He quickly looked at it and found that it was a message from headquarters, informing him that reinforcements had arrived. Reinforcements have arrived? Where are they? Zhou Ji was surprised and happy at the same time. He quickly got up and looked around, but there was still something in front of him, so he did not expose himself. Joji looked around for a few seconds and did not see any reinforcements. But he also knew that Tokyo was so big that it was normal to not see any reinforcements for a while, so he did not panic. Soon, his wristband indicated that he had been locked on by his companion's wristband. This required the support of headquarters computer, so Joji immediately realized that this was the work of reinforcements. After a few seconds, Joji's guess was confirmed because a clear male voice sounded from the wristband. Team member Joji, I'm Okihiro, a special agent from headquarters. I'm here to support you. Are you okay now? When Joji heard that it was Okihiro, he immediately became excited. He quickly replied, Senior Okihiro, I didn't expect it to be you. I'm pretty good now. I'm near the Bull Demon King. I saw that it was swallowing the xenomorphs with its right arm. Wait, the Bull Demon King's right arm is changing. It has swallowed all the xenomorphs. Change? What change? Okihiro asked, his voice sounding very calm. Joji asked. He looked at the Bull Demon King's right arm that had swallowed the xenomorphs in the distance. It was squirming crazily toward its right arm, and it slowly extended forward on its right arm, gradually turning into the shape of an axe. Joji could not help but be shocked. It has condensed the xenomorphs it swallowed into an axe. Joji looked at it for a few seconds and replied to Okihiro. You mean those xenomorphs have turned into the Bull Demon King's weapon? Okihiro was obviously surprised by this. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes, it's almost finished. It's an axe. Joji looked at the Bull Demon King's every move and gulped. Got it. I'm coming over now, Okihiro said and ended the call. After the call ended, Joji was so excited that he could not help but laugh. Okihiro. It was actually Okihiro. This was something that Joji did not expect. He was so surprised that his despair was swept away. Okihiro, this was a legendary figure, and also Joji's idol. Previously, Joji was flustered when he saw the might of the Bull Demon King and thought that no one would be able to defeat it. However, when he knew that Okihiro was here, such thoughts were instantly dispelled. He instantly regained his confidence and confidence. This was because Okihiro was one of the 4 people who could pilot a mech alone. He was also the only one who had scored 100 points in 3 tests. That's right, 300 points in the mech simulation test. The basic level, hard level, and the latest purgatory level were all passed with full marks. Chapter 248. Earthstar, Country Z, Dawn City. In Dawn City's largest international chain restaurant, Delicious Taste, Joji and Kakashi were already seated. Kakashi called the waiter to start ordering. This, and this, give me 2 servings of each. Kakashi took the menu and pointed it out to the waiter. Then, the waiter looked at Kakashi's thin and small body in shock. Then, he looked at Joji. Although he was considered strong, he didn't have a very strong body. He swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, Are you sure you want so much? We pay first after ordering, then serve the dishes. Joji ignored him. Anyway, Kakashi could eat more than him, so he wouldn't order much. It was just that every time he ordered, the waiter would be shocked. Yes, what's there to be surprised about? This is considered little. Isn't it just paying first? I have plenty of money. Kakashi said this with his young voice and face. If it wasn't for the fact that this wasn't the first time Joji saw him, he would definitely roll his eyes. Okay, I'll calculate the bill for you now. The waiter saw this and could only bow and smile. A few minutes later, the dishes Kakashi ordered were served. Joji and Joji started eating. 1 bite for Joji, 3 bites for Kakashi. The people at the neighboring table looked askance, but Joji was already used to it and ate very calmly. Not far away, the television embedded in the pillar was originally broadcasting a variety show. Suddenly, the screen changed to an emergency announcement. Citizens of Dawn City, please take note. A 5th-class monster is heading towards Dawn City. Citizens, please enter the underground shelter in advance. I repeat, This sudden announcement made Kakashi, who was gorging himself, freeze. Zhou Jie frowned and looked at the announcement on the television screen. Then, he turned to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi, what's going on? There are monsters on this planet?" "Ah, this I don't know. What monster?" Kakashi's expression was very unnatural as he replied. Zhou Jie saw through it at a glance. He immediately put on a straight face and said, "Tell me the truth." Seeing this, Kakashi could only pout and put down his knife and fork. He replied with a face full of resentment. "Okay, but Jocko, let's talk while we eat. There's no hurry to go after we finish eating." "Say it," Zhou Jie said impatiently. "Oh, so Kakashi Chicken Out started telling Zhou Jie about the monster invasion a few years ago. When Kakashi was almost done, Zhou Jie suddenly stood up. Seeing this, Kakashi hurriedly wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhou Jie. "You can continue to eat. I'll deal with the nearby monster first. I'll be back in a while." After the Bull Demon King forged his weapon with the xenomorph, he began to destroy the surrounding buildings. When he found people hiding in them, he would reach out and devour them, finally assimilating them into his own body. Zhou Ji had been observing the Bull Demon King's every move. He quickly discovered the terrifying ability of the Bull Demon King to devour humans and immediately told Okihiro about it. When Okihiro heard the news, he had already seen the Bull Demon King from afar. He immediately rushed towards the Bull Demon King at full speed. Zhou Ji was leaping from one building to another to keep up with the Bull Demon King's movements. Soon, he caught sight of a 150-meter-tall silver mech warrior heading straight for the Bull Demon King. The Ares Vajra is said to be the most powerful mecha. In the hands of Okihiro, it is like a tiger that has grown wings. When Zhou Ji saw the war god Vajra, he immediately muttered to himself excitedly, to the point that he completely forgot his fear. Roar! Seeing the Ares Vajra, the Bull Demon King couldn't help but let out a low growl with a hint of deterrence and disdain. The god of war Vajra, on the other hand, continued to walk toward the Bull Demon King. Each step covered 100 meters. In less than 3 breaths, the distance between the two of them was less than 100 meters. The battle was about to begin. Swoosh! The Ares Vajra's Ares shurikens popped out from both hands and directly pierced towards the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King roared again and raised the short axe in his hand to meet the attack. To Zhou Ji's surprise, the short axe of the Bull Demon King, which could be said to be a fusion of the xenomorph, actually produced sparks when it collided with the Ares Vajra's shurikens. It was as if the axe was made of metal instead of the xenomorph's flesh. The Bull Demon King was extremely strong. The strength of the axe was so great that even the Ares Vajra, which was known for its strength, couldn't resist it at all. The Bull Demon King was forced to take 2 steps back, and his sword was knocked askew. It seemed that because the Bull Demon King had gained the upper hand in the first move, the Bull Demon King didn't take the Ares Vajra seriously anymore. He immediately swaggered forward and swung his axe without any fancy moves. Okihiro was still as calm as ever. After stabilizing the Ares Vajra, he lowered his body and leaned forward. He raised his left arm to block the attack, and the shuriken in his right hand was raised backward to accumulate strength. Finally, he stabbed out with all his strength. Boom! Undoubtedly, Okihiro's reaction was swift and accurate. Unfortunately, Bull Demon King's strength was too great. Even though Ares Vajra used all his strength to block the axe, he was still shaken by the impact. The shuriken in his right hand lost its accuracy and momentum. In the end, he only managed to leave a shallow wound on Bull Demon King's chest. Bang! Then, the Ares Vajra was pushed back by the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King took advantage of the momentum to jump back and increase the distance between them. The Bull Demon King was shocked and angry by the Ares Vajra's second move. He looked at the long and narrow wound on his chest with his scarlet eyes, and then his eyes fell on the Ares Vajra. At the same time, the wound on the Bull Demon King's chest healed in the blink of an eye. Okihiro's eyes were still calm when he saw this. He didn't even blink, which meant that he didn't care about the situation at all. Shake, shake, shake! The Bull Demon King stepped forward and charged at the Ares Vajra again. The earth trembled. The Ares Vajra waited until the Bull Demon King was 50 meters away from it before he made his move. Ares cross strike. Boom! The Bull Demon King lost its balance after being kicked by the Ares Vajra. Then, the Bull Demon King blocked the hatchet with his two swords and stabbed into the Bull Demon King's chest. The Bull Demon King's body was unimaginably tough. The Ares Vajra's two swords only managed to pierce 4 or 5 meters into the Bull Demon King's chest. After that, the Bull Demon King was unable to move an inch. But Okihiro wasn't willing to give up just like that. He used all his strength to push the Ares Vajra's power to the limit. Warning! Warning! The mech is overloaded. Please use your spiritual power with caution. The system's voice sounded in Okihiro's control room. The reason why the system had warned the pilot to be careful with their spiritual power was because for most espers, even if 2 people were piloting the mech, it would still be difficult for them to push the mech's performance to the limit by using their spiritual power in a self-destructive manner. But for Okihiro, it was a piece of cake. It had long since become a common occurrence. Activate the elbow injector, Okihiro ordered, but he knew it was too late. The 2 swords were only about 5 meters deep into the Bull Demon King's chest. That was nothing compared to the 60-meter thick chest of the Bull Demon King. But the Bull Demon King had already stabilized himself. He swung his hatchet at the Ares Vajra's head. Okihiro had no choice but to control the Ares Vajra to kick the Bull Demon King to the side. At the same time, the Bull Demon King rolled to the side. At this moment, the elbow ejector was activated. The Ares Vajra stood up and charged forward. With the ejector's propulsion, the Ares Vajra's sword was extremely fast, and its strength was maximized. The sword went straight for Bull Demon King's face. But to Okihiro's surprise, the Bull Demon King gave up on defending himself and swung his hatchet at the Ares Vajra's shoulder. It seemed that the Bull Demon King wanted to hurt both of them, but Okihiro didn't want to do that. So he chose to kneel down and jump forward to avoid the Bull Demon King's attack. But the sword in his right hand still managed to pierce the Bull Demon King's abdomen with the help of the injector. As the Ares Vajra knelt down, a deep wound appeared on the Bull Demon King's abdomen. Seeing this, Joji's blood was boiling. He couldn't help but cheer in his heart. Awesome. As expected of Okihiro Senpai, a man like God. He is so strong, Joji said excitedly when he saw the Bull Demon King's abdomen. Just as Joji said, Okihiro's strength was undeniable. Even though on the surface, Ares Vajra's performance wasn't all that impressive, only those who had piloted a mech before would know how difficult it was to control a mech and execute a set of moves. Especially when Joji and Huanggang were piloting a mech together, they would need at least twice the amount of time compared to Okihiro to complete the set of moves. The gap between them was unimaginable to Joji. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that someone could pilot a mech warrior as fast as a real fighter. Not to mention, Okihiro could easily pilot a mech to 100% of the mech's strength and speed. His piloting skills were unparalleled. On the other side, the battle between the god of war Vajra and the Bull Demon King was still going on. The wound on the Bull Demon King's abdomen was still nothing for the enormous Bull Demon King, and the wound soon healed and stopped bleeding. Chapter 249. However, the continuous injuries pushed the Bull Demon King into a state of extreme fury. Waving its short axe, it approached the Ares King Kong and launched an attack without any pattern. Okihiro chose to be cautious. He observed the Bull Demon King's moves by dodging. Soon, he discovered that although the Bull Demon King's attack speed and strength were increased, its moves and footwork were very crude. As long as he did not choose to fight the Bull Demon King head-on, it was only a matter of time before he defeated the Bull Demon King. After dodging for more than 10 seconds, Okihiro had more or less figured out the Bull Demon King's attack pattern. He immediately began his counterattack. The Aries King Kong lunged sideways and twisted its body to perform a high side kick. Note, this is the French high side kick, which is also known as the whip kick. Bam! The kick landed squarely on Bull Demon King's lower jaw. The powerful impact caused Bull Demon King's body to lean back uncontrollably. He staggered backward and directly fell onto a tall building before stopping his retreat. However, Bull Demon King was still a little dizzy from the heavy blow to his head. He had yet to recover his strength. The Aries King Kong took the opportunity to pursue and perform the Aries Cross Slash again. After the stab, it retreated and dodged the counterattack of Bull Demon King. God of War Vajra once again moved to the side, condemning revolving sword. The Bull Demon King was wounded again and was at a loss for what to do. The Aries King Kong lunged forward and grabbed the Bull Demon King's right hand. Then he twisted his body, bent his back, straightened his legs, and threw the Bull Demon King over his shoulder. Boom! The Bull Demon King was completely dumbfounded by the throw. From then on, the Aries King Kong was unable to fight back. Zhouji became more and more excited as he watched from afar. He almost jumped for joy. Forward elbow slash, backward elbow slash, roundhouse kick. Oh my god, it's so cool. When Zhouji saw the war god Vajra using all kinds of difficult attacks and easily beating the Bull Demon King, he couldn't help but be excited to the extreme. He couldn't help but praise. Although the Bull Demon King could not fight back at all under the attack of the god of war Vajra, and was covered in wounds in just a few minutes, and he had even been blasted by the plasma energy cannon several times, he was still alive and was still putting up a strong resistance. As a result, Okihiro did not let up on the battle and continued to fight with a steady attack and defense, not giving the Bull Demon King any chance to counterattack. What's going on? It can even resist the plasma energy cannon. This is too unbelievable. Even if it's a 5th-class monster, 5 shots to the head or the body would be enough to kill it. This 7th-class monster is too scary. Zhouji exclaimed in surprise when he saw that the god of war Vajra had struck the Bull Demon King more than 50 times, but the Bull Demon King was still alive. At the same time, he admired Okihiro even more. Another minute passed. The Bull Demon King had fallen to the ground for the umpteenth time, but this time it could not stand up again. Both of its legs were in tatters, and its life was about to come to an end. Is he finally going to die? Great! Senior Okihiro has won. That's so awesome. Seeing that, Zhouji was still very excited. At the same time, he wondered if he should ask Okihiro for an autograph when he could see his idol in a while. Dum, dum, dum. The sound of the plasma energy cannon rang out once more. 7 consecutive shots landed on the Bull Demon King's head and chest. Finally, the Bull Demon King's life was taken. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the Bull Demon King was completely down. Looking at the flat battlefield created by the battle between the god of war Vajra and the Bull Demon King, Zhouji couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he felt that he could die without regrets after witnessing such a battle in his life. Okihiro checked whether the Bull Demon King was still alive or not. After confirming that there were no signs of life, he was still worried. He controlled the god of war Vajra to shoot out a blue flame from its palm and burn the Bull Demon King on the spot. After doing all this, Okihiro was about to pilot the god of war Vajra to meet Zhouji, but when he turned around, the god of war Vajra suddenly stopped in mid-turn. Then, the god of war Vajra turned around and looked at the top of a tall building not far away. There was a tiny yellow dot there. Even with Okihiro's eyesight, he had to use the mecha system to enlarge the image to see it clearly. It was the short old man in the yellow robe. He still had that eerie and evil smile on his face, as if it had never changed. At this moment, he was looking at the god of war Vajra. When Okihiro looked at him, the short old man and Okihiro looked at each other directly. Due to the fact that the short old man had dwarfism, other than his height, he looked no different from an ordinary human. Therefore, when Okihiro saw him clearly, he thought that he was a human. However, when the mecha system scanned him, the results that Okihiro received shocked him to the core. The result of the mecha system's infrared scan showed that the short old man only had a small infrared image in the middle of his spine. The rest of his body was dark blue. There was no infrared reaction that a living being should have. This made Okihiro realize that there was something strange about this short old man. However, he could not determine his identity. He looked like a human, and even if he was a xenomorph, he did not match the characteristics of a xenomorph. After all, every xenomorph looked like it had the ability to kill people. However, this short old man did not seem to have that ability. On the other hand, Joji saw that the god of war Vajra suddenly froze on the spot and looked in a direction. He could not help but look in the same direction. What is that? Joji was about 400 to 500 meters away from the short old man. He could also only see a yellow dot. After thinking for a while, Joji took out the penetrating gun and aimed at the short old man with its eyepiece. Is he a human? No, he looks very strange. Joji could not help but mutter to himself after seeing the short old man clearly through the eyepiece. At this time, the god of war Vajra had already taken a few steps towards the short old man. When the distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters, the god of war Vajra stopped and asked, "Upstairs, who are you? Please tell me where you are from, or I will arrest you." However, the moment the god of war Vajra asked this question, the smile on the short old man's face suddenly turned into a twisted expression of anger. That horrifying and exaggerated expression made Joji's face change drastically. He was so scared that his hand that was holding the gun trembled. "Stupid humans, how dare you stand in the way of God's rule? You all deserve to die." Suddenly, the short old man roared. His voice rumbled, as if the heavens were showing its power. This time, not only was Joji stunned, but even Okihiro, who had been facing the bull demon king without batting an eyelid, was also shocked. In the blink of an eye, almost as soon as the short old man's rumbling voice disappeared, Okihiro controlled the god of war Vajra to attack. Without any fancy moves, the god of war Vajra slapped the short old man directly, intending to destroy the entire top floor of the skyscraper. However, the short old man moved so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. In the blink of an eye, he had already jumped to the middle of the skyscraper. Then he stepped on the vertical surface of the skyscraper and finally landed on the street. The short old man's speed made Okihiro's pupils contract slightly. Then he frowned slightly. Then he controlled the god of war Vajra to step on the ground. Although the god of war Vajra was very fast, it was still a huge mech. Although it moved fast, it was not agile enough. The short old man still dodged it easily. This time, Okihiro was a little angry. So he stopped piloting the mech and jumped out of the cockpit of the god of war Vajra. He slid all the way to the ground. As soon as Okihiro landed, the short old man appeared in front of him. He was about 20 meters away from him. The exaggerated anger on his face turned into a terrifying, evil smile. Okihiro's face was solemn. A dark purple samurai sword appeared in his hand. This was also a famous cold weapon. It was known as the divine weapon in the world of weaponry. It was called the Tensho Jutsu, and its owners were all top-notch masters. At this time, since Okihiro and the short old man had moved to the ground, he could no longer see them. So, he slid down the side of the skyscraper and approached Okihiro's position. "Who the hell are you?" Okihiro confronted the short old man. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he asked again, I am the god of this world. You humans have made too many mistakes and have caused unforgivable harm to nature. Therefore, I want to take back my right to rule over this world and get rid of you pests." Okihiro's voice echoed around him. "I'm the god of this world. You humans have made too many mistakes and have caused unforgivable harm to nature." When Okihiro heard this answer, he could not help but frown. However, he could not refute it. He even fell into a state of confusion. At this time, the short old man launched an attack on Okihiro. Bang! Like a streak of yellow light, the short old man appeared in front of Okihiro. He raised his hand and struck out with a karate chop. Bang! In the end, Okihiro blocked the short old man's attack with the Tensho Jutsu. He immediately flew back a dozen steps. At the same time, his expression changed greatly. There were two deep pits where Okihiro had been standing. They were caused by his feet sinking into the ground. Even so, the short old man's terrifying strength could not be fully explained. Only Okihiro himself could understand it. It was no exaggeration to say that the short old man's attack was powerful enough to completely collapse a 3-story reinforced concrete building. This also showed how terrifying Okihiro's strength was when he was wearing the combat suit. Seeing that Okihiro had blocked his attack and landed on the ground, the short old man seemed to think for a moment. Then the smile on his face collapsed. Chapter 250. However, the short old man did not say anything. Instead, he continued to attack Okihiro. Having learned his lesson from the first collision, Okihiro became extremely vigilant. At the same time, he tightened all his strength, preparing to fight against the short old man. The short old man was very fast. His movements were so fast that they left after images. However, Okihiro's strength was also unimaginable. When he was fully focused, he could still capture the movements of the short old man. At the same time, his reaction speed was fast enough to block the opponent's attack. Therefore, Okihiro blocked the short old man's karate chop once again. Then he dodged the short old man's spinning kick in the air. He stabbed the short old man with his index finger and cut the short old man's waist with his backhand. The short old man's yellow robe was instantly torn apart, leaving a wound about half an inch deep on his abdomen. Then, the short old man somersaulted in the air and returned to his original place. He lowered his head and looked at the wound on his abdomen. His face became ferocious again. Obviously, Okihiro had infuriated him. Okihiro saw that the short old man was hit by the Tensho Ikatsu. Not only was the wound not deep, even the red blood that flowed out seemed to have solidified around the wound. Okihiro was quite shocked, and the look in his eyes became even more solemn. Huang. Then, the short old man attacked Okihiro at a faster speed. However, to the short old man's surprise, Okihiro attacked almost at the same time. Therefore, the two of them collided directly. Taking advantage of the sharpness of the Tensho Ikatsu, Okihiro performed a series of superb saber attacks. The short old man could not help but switch from offense to defense. After receiving 2 attacks, he began to dodge continuously in the air. In the end, he jumped to the ground and began to circle around Okihiro, as if he was looking for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Okihiro did not give the short old man any chance to find an opening. He waved his saber left and right, but to no avail. Then, he turned around and retreated to increase the distance between them. The short old man had no choice but to chase after him from one side. Seizing the opportunity, Okihiro took the initiative to attack again. His heavenly jutsu slashed continuously, and the energy saber aura even appeared out of nowhere, covering the short old man from all directions like a garroting net. If the short old man had retreated quickly, he could have dodged all of the attacks. However, to Okihiro's surprise, the short old man chose not to dodge at all this time. Instead, he allowed every attack to cut through his body. The short old man's tough body still appeared fragile under the slash of the heavenly jutsu. Now that his body was cut into 8 pieces, not only was his head separated from his body, his limbs and even his chest and abdomen were cut into several pieces. But the weird thing was that not only did the short old man not bleed at all after being cut in half, the broken pieces that should have been scattered on the ground actually came to life after touching the ground. They wriggled and began to jump. Therefore, In an instant, a very horrible scene appeared. Okihiro stood there, with a dozen broken pieces of the short old man bouncing around him. Moreover, these broken pieces quickly fermented while bouncing and moving, growing new limbs and heads, turning him into a short old man again. At this moment, Joji rushed over from afar and saw this scene from about 60 to 70 meters away from the intersection. He was so scared that he couldn't help but retreat. He quickly hid behind the collapsed building wall at the side. Shwa shwa shwa. Hearing this, the short old men attacked Okihiro at the same time. Fortunately, Okihiro was quick enough to retreat to the place where there were the least number of people. Then, he turned around and cut a short old man in half. After that, he rolled forward and escaped from the encirclement. When Okihiro turned around, he saw that the short old men were stepping on each other and quickly fusing into one again. Seeing this, Okihiro's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he drew out the sky shotgun from his waist and fired a few shots at the short old men, who were fusing. Boom! In the first shot, the short old men who were fusing were twisted and sank almost 1 meter into the ground. Boom! In the second shot, the short old man who was fusing completely sank into the ground, and he couldn't see his status anymore. Then, another 4 shots were fired. Okihiro couldn't be more familiar with the power of the sky shotgun. He felt that although the short old man might not be dead yet, he must have been seriously injured. In order not to waste the remaining energy of the sky shotgun, he thought that he should check the status of the short old man first before deciding whether to continue shooting. However, after Okihiro stopped firing, he stood there and thought for a second. Just as he was about to step forward, a large blood-red hand suddenly reached out from the deep pit in front of him. The hand then touched the edge of the pit. The next second, a tall red figure flashed out of the pit. Okihiro saw this and quickly stepped back. The red figure finally landed less than 2 meters away from where he was standing. When Okihiro saw the tall red figure, he couldn't help but be completely shocked. It was a humanoid monster about 3 meters tall. It had a demon-like head and a very strong body. It looked like a man who was full of muscles without his skin. It looked very bloody and horrible. However, it had to be said that the red creature's body structure was perfect. Just by looking at it, Okihiro knew that it must be very powerful. What's more, it was emitting an energy field which directly showed its strength. Facing such a powerful creature, Okihiro put away the sky shotgun. For the first time, he was very nervous, and he was very nervous. When Okihiro realized this, he quickly realized that he was actually scared. It was a feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time. It made his blood boil. Beep, beep. Okihiro's bracelet made a beeping sound. Then, a small flying saucer flew over from the ward Godvidra not far away. When Okihiro saw that the red creature was just looking at him and showed no signs of attacking, he immediately made the flying saucer spit out a small mecha. It was only about 2 meters tall, and there was a hole in the middle of the mecha. It was just enough for Okihiro to enter. It was more like a super heavy armor. This was a fully manual mecha that Rick Taylor made for Okihiro, the war god. Only Okihiro could unleash the power of this mecha. Okihiro quickly entered the war god and instantly controlled it to face the red creature. Seeing this, the red creature was still expressionless and did not do anything. It gave Okihiro a feeling of contempt and contempt with the war god. Although Okihiro was still a little afraid of the red creature, he knew that he had to fight and retreat. This was because the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He represented the hope of mankind, so he had to fight to the death for it. Kacha! Kacha! The war god on both sides of the war god rotated, and in the next second, a hail of bullets was shot out. However, the power of the hail of bullets was much stronger than a normal hail of bullets. It was like a mini bombing. Dong, 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 dong. The explosive armor-piercing bullets hit the red creatures one after another, causing many parts of their bodies to explode. However, the red creatures seemed to be liquid. The surface of their bodies rippled for a moment before they recovered quickly. Whoosh! After enduring the hail of bullets for 2 seconds, the red creature finally moved. It charged directly at Okihiro and threw a punch without any fancy moves. Okihiro quickly withdrew his gun and raised his hand to meet the attack. Bang! The battle god managed to withstand the red creature's powerful strike with little effort, but it had already been forced back a few steps. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble and sink deep into the ground. The red creature's attack speed was not slow. It followed up with a few heavy punches. Okihiro did not dare to take the attack head-on and chose to dodge. Zhou was watching the battle from dozens of meters away. At this moment, he was so shocked that he could not speak. At the same time, he could not help but worry for Okihiro. In this regard, he could only silently pray for Okihiro and hope that he could defeat the red creature and create another miracle. The battle between the war god and the red creature lasted for nearly 2 minutes. The red creature was injured many times, but it recovered quickly and was almost unaffected by its injuries. However, the war god was dented in many places and was emitting sparks from time to time. Clearly, the damage was not light. Seeing this, Zhou heart sank. He immediately took out his armor-piercing gun and was about to go all out to help. However, in the split second when Zhou took out his gun, the situation suddenly changed. Facing the red creature's punch, Okihiro actually abandoned the mech and jumped out. The red creature punched the mech, and Okihiro crawled under its legs. When he got up, he slashed his saber into the back of the red creature. Slash! After a sound that sounded like a blunt object being slashed, Zhou was stunned. It turned out that after Okihiro slashed the red creature, he used all his strength to slice the red creature into 2 halves from the top of its abdomen to the top of its head. After this attack, the red creature seemed to have died instantly. It stopped moving on the spot. When Okihiro put away his saber, the red creature fell forward with a loud bang and no longer made a sound. When Zhou saw this, he could not help but be surprised. It took him a long time to recover from his shock. Then, he revealed a smile as if he had just survived a disaster. He could not help but say, "He won. Senior Okihiro won." On the other side, Okihiro stood where he was and silently looked at the red creature for a while. Then, his pupils shrank slightly. He turned around and saw Zhou. He immediately moved his body and flew towards him. "Senior Okihiro." Zhou hurriedly greeted him excitedly. He had many praises in his heart for Okihiro. However, when Okihiro arrived in front of Zhou, he frowned and said directly to him, "Hurry up and leave this place." Zhou was stunned. He could not help but feel confused. "Okay, I'll lay out my cards. This part of the plot is a combination of a manga, an anime, and a movie. If any readers ask me about it someday, I'll tell them." Chapter 251. Zhou did not understand. Everything had been settled. Why was Okihiro so nervous, as if he was facing a great enemy? Seeing this, Okihiro immediately explained, "The red monster is not dead yet." This time, Zhou could not help but be even more surprised. He asked in shock how. In response, Okihiro explained, "This monster seems to be immune to all attacks that it can detect. Perhaps only unexpected attacks can cause damage to it. You should leave this place quickly. This monster is not something you can help with. I will think of a way to deal with it." After saying this, Okihiro walked past Zhou and ran away as fast as he could. Zhou was stunned for a few seconds. He looked at the red monster that was lying on the ground in the distance and suddenly had a bold idea. Then, Zhou took out the sky shotgun and ran toward the red monster. Zhou came to a place about 5 meters away from the fallen red creature. Seeing that the wound on the red creature's upper body was slowly healing, he immediately thought of Okihiro's words and believed it a little. However, he was still unwilling to give up on his idea, so he aimed the sky shotgun at the red creature and fired the last 3 shots he could. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk the red monster was buried more than 2 meters under the ground by the power of the 3 shots. Zhou Ji ran to the bottom of the pit and saw that not only was the red monster not hurt, but its whole body was also wriggling, speeding up the healing of the wound on its upper body. Senior is right. This time, Zhou Ji finally believed it completely. He then turned around and ran, intending to temporarily hide in the outskirts of Tokyo, as Okihiro had said. However, less than 100 meters away, Zhou Ji suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then, a red figure flew over his head and landed right in front of him. Asterisk, dong. Asterisk, the red creature landed in front of Zhou Ji, blocking his path. It lowered its head and looked at Zhou Ji with its fiery red eyes. It gave Zhou Ji an unparalleled sense of pressure, and it was also a kind of substantial pressure. Zhou Ji was so scared that his mouth was wide open, but he could not make a sound. After a moment of panic and hesitation, he turned around and ran back. At the moment of life and death, his speed had reached its limit. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The red creature's speed was completely above his. Zhou Ji could not run more than 30 meters before he was once again intercepted by the red creature. This time, Zhou Ji was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He took out his penetration gun and aimed at the red creature, but he could not find a reason to shoot. What was the use of shooting? It was completely useless. However, just as Zhou Ji was at a loss, the red creature spoke. "Puny human, you try to kill me, but I don't even bother to kill you." When Zhou Ji heard this, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say and what to do. At this time, the red creature continued. "Someone has to witness the greatness of God, and you were just right to be the witness. That is the one who hurt me, Okihiro, right? He is indeed very interesting, but in front of God, his resistance is just as insignificant. Just wait and see. I will tear him to pieces." Hearing the red creature's words, Zhou Ji finally could not stand it anymore. He could not accept the other party's belittling of his idol, so he immediately said indignantly, "Dream on. Senior Okihiro will defeat you. I will witness your failure." "Ha, ridiculous," the red creature said, and then ignored Zhou Ji, jumped to the side of the building, and then jumped from one building to another. After Li Chenglong piloted the Shenlong mech to kill the 5th-level monster, which was his mission target, he received instructions from the headquarters to rush to Yodo to assist Okihiro in dealing with the Bull Demon King, eliminate the aliens, and deal with the mess in Yodo. Therefore, Li Chenglong's Shenlong was taken to Yodo by 4 special helicopters about half an hour before Okihiro arrived in Yodo. Not long after Okihiro parted with the red creature, Li Chenglong's Shenlong arrived in Yodo. However, about 10 minutes before Li Chenglong arrived at Yodo City, he contacted Okihiro and learned about the red creature from him. After he arrived, he parked his mecha at the edge of Yodo City and equipped himself fully. Then, he headed towards Okihiro's location to meet up with him. The 4 helicopter pilots who came with Li Chenglong received Li Chenglong's instructions and began to look for the red creature in the sky, tracking it and reporting its movements at any time. When Li Chenglong met up with Okihiro, the distance between them was more than 20 miles. As one of the 4 espers who could pilot a mech alone, Li Chenglong's strength was ranked second among the 4 espers, only behind Okihiro. With his Inferno simulation score of 82 points, with his speed, he could meet up with Okihiro in about 4 minutes. However, on the way, Li Chenglong happened to meet Zhou Ji, who was running out of the city. He immediately stopped and talked to him. "Are you also an esper?" Li Chenglong saw Zhou Ji's attire and asked. When Zhou Ji saw Li Chenglong, he was stunned at first, but then he nodded and said, "Yes, my name is Zhou Ji. I belong to the Wild Lions team." "You are?" Li Chenglong replied. "My name is Li Chenglong." When Zhou Ji heard the name, he could not help but be happy. He said in surprise, "Li Chenglong senpai." "Okay." Li Chenglong saw this and raised his hand to signal Zhou Ji to calm down. He then asked, "Have you seen Okahiro?" When Joji heard the question, he immediately responded, "Yes, I have." "Senpai, are you here to help Senpai Okahiro?" I saw that he went in that direction. There's a very scary red creature there. Only a surprise attack can hurt it. Senpai Okahiro is trying to find a way to get rid of it. "Senpai, please go and help him." When Li Chenglong heard Zhou words, he could not help but nod. Then he said, "Yes, I am here to help Okahiro. I have already contacted him. I know where he is. I'm going to meet him now." When Zhou heard this, he suddenly gulped and said in a trembling voice, "Li Chenglong Senpai, I want to go with you." After saying this, Zhou was afraid that Li Chenglong would not agree, so he quickly added, "I will listen to all the arrangements. I know I can't help much, but I think I can help you from a distance and create a surprise attack." When Li Chenglong heard this, he swallowed the words that he originally wanted to persuade Zhou to go into hiding. Then he nodded and reluctantly agreed. "All right, try your best to keep up with me." A few minutes later, Li Chenglong and Zhou were close to Okahiro's location. Okahiro was hiding on the 10th floor of the 4th building opposite the intersection. He was only 200 meters away from them. But at this time, there was a sudden explosion on the 10th floor of the building where Okahiro was hiding. The wall on the side of the street exploded, and dust almost rolled out. Li Chenglong and Zhou were shocked by this and slowed down their pace. At the same time, they saw the red creature flying out from the broken wall of the 10th floor. It turned around in the air and looked at them. This time, Li Chenglong and Zhou were both shocked. They quickly braked under their feet. At this time, the red creature turned into a rainbow and flew towards Zhou and Zhou. It crashed more than 10 meters in front of them. Li Chenglong and Zhou could not help but retreat. When they landed, they looked at the red creature again. The next second, their pupils contracted and their faces were filled with horror. It turned out that the red creature was holding a bleeding head in its left hand, and the face of the owner of the head was clear. It was Okahiro, who died with his eyes wide open. Okahiro Senpai. In an instant, Zhou's heart was raging and collapsing. An indescribable, complex emotion, which seemed to be a mixture of grief, anger, shock, and fear, occupied his heart in the blink of an eye, but it also made his mind go blank. On the other hand, Li Chenglong was also stunned. His face was much paler. Obviously, this scene had a huge impact on him. "Okahiro!" Li Chenglong also shouted in his heart. A feeling of grief and anger and fear filled his heart, making him feel helpless for a moment. At this time, the red creature also spoke, as if it was saying to Zhou, "Do you see? This is the result of going against me. Humans can never defeat God." However, as soon as the red creature finished its sentence, a voice rang out from the sky. "Is that so?" This voice did not come directly from a person, but was emulated by a machine. The quality of the voice was similar to the person who spoke, and the person who spoke was Zhou, who just happened to be here. The red creature and Li Chenglong both looked up and saw a young man in black floating more than 10 meters above them. With one hand behind his back and a cold expression on his face, he looked quite domineering. "Who are you?" The red creature looked at Zhou and asked with a surprised expression on its face. Zhou looked at the red creature indifferently and said, "I'm curious where you came from. You don't come out with your real body, but you control a fake body to behave atrociously here. I think with the strength of your real body, you don't have to go through so much trouble, do you?" As soon as Zhou said this, the red creature's expression froze. Then it asked angrily, "Where did you come from? You're not a human on this planet. There shouldn't be a powerful existence like you on this planet. You don't need to know where I came from. The problem is that you shouldn't have appeared on this planet to stir up trouble. I'll come get you later. You're on your own now," Zhou said indifferently. After Zhou said this, the red creature did not even have the chance to speak again. It was directly turned into dust, dead as can be. Chapter 252. When Li Chenglong and Zhou Ji saw the red creature suddenly disappear like smoke, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Then, they looked up at Zhou Jie, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. However, killing the red creature was naturally as easy as blowing off dust for Zhou Jie, so he did not care at all about how much of an impact it had on Li Chenglong and Zhou Ji. Even Okahiro was no match for it, and it was a creature that claimed to be a god, but it was actually killed by a person while talking. Anyone would be shocked beyond words. After Zhou Jie crushed the red creature with the power of his law domain, he turned to look at Li Chenglong and Zhou Ji. Although Zhou Jie did not know their identities, he could tell that they were warriors who fought against the red creature. At that moment, his expression softened slightly, and he said, "All right, you can go back. From today onwards, the disaster of your world is over." Really? When Zhou Ji heard Zhou Jie's words, he still had a look of disbelief on his face as he asked in surprise. "Really?" Zhou Jie replied. Then, without staying any longer, he turned slightly in the air and disappeared into thin air. Oh my God! After Zhou Jie left, Li Chenglong had a look of lingering fear on his face as he breathed a sigh of relief. Is there really a god in this world? Zhou Ji muttered to himself as he looked at the sky where Zhou Jie disappeared from. Maybe, Li Chenglong replied absent-mindedly, as if deep in thought. After Zhou Jie left Tokyo, he went straight to the space rift at the bottom of the Central Ocean. And in this space rift, which was also the beast trap record, at that moment Sulfuri was a little flustered and exasperated as he spat out his native language. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This is clearly a planet that is isolated from the outside world. How can there be such a strong person living in seclusion? After calming down, Sulfuri began to think about how he should deal with Zhou Jie. His power was far from returning to its peak, and he was still quite far from regaining his Lord tier. To be able to kill my clone in an instant, he's at least a high-rank Star Lord. It's unlikely that he's a Lord. Well, as long as he's not a Lord, I should be able to kill him. Sulfuri came to a conclusion after thinking for a while. He also quickly formulated a way to deal with Zhou Jie. Although I can't activate the beast trapping record, I can hide in it. Those below the Lord tier can't do anything to me. However, I need the life energy on this planet, so I have no choice but to kill this guy. After Sulfuri made up his mind, he left the beast trap record before Zhou Jie arrived, and then began to set up a very simple energy formation. At the same time, as soon as Sulfuri came out, he noticed the monitoring system set up within a 5-kilometer radius, and it only took him a few seconds to destroy it. On the other side, Zhou Jie flew unhurriedly over the mid-continent ocean. From the time he dealt with the red creature to the time he arrived at the area directly above the spatial rift at the bottom of the sea that Kakashi had designated, the whole process took less than 3 minutes. After diving into the sea, Zhou Jie had already locked on his Sulfuri, who was at the bottom of the sea, and immediately rushed down at full speed. The enormous pressure of the deep sea was nothing to him. Sulfuri had judged Zhou Jie's strength, so he didn't choose to hide. Instead, he directly set up a simple energy formation and quietly waited for Zhou Jie's arrival. He's here. This guy's really confident in himself. Sulfuri sensed that Zhou Jie was rapidly approaching above his head, and he couldn't help but sneer. However, Sulfuri's smile didn't even appear for 2 seconds before it froze at the corner of his mouth. Rumble! Several terrifying sky-blue sword auras cut through the heavy seawater and directly broke through the basic corners of the formation that Sulfuri had set up. The energy formation was destroyed in the blink of an eye. What? He knows about formations? Sulfuri turned pale with fright at once. However, Zhou Jie didn't give Sulfuri any time to react. The giant star thunder sword formed from the 36 swords combined into one directly slammed down from above his head. Sulfuri hurriedly responded in a panic. His 2 palms, which were already the size of palm leaf fans, suddenly became bigger than truck wheels and erupted with a dazzling red glow. When he slapped out, the seawater boiled and evaporated. Dawn! After the first collision between Zhou Jie and Sulfuri, the water in the deep sea was violently turbulent, as if an earthquake had occurred at the bottom of the sea. Sulfuri blocked Zhou Jie's sword, and his whole body felt as if it had been washed over. It was extremely uncomfortable. His expression changed drastically at once, and he flew to the side to escape. What a guy, a 9-star lord. And he's probably been trapped for many years. Sulfuri was somewhat shocked by Zhou Jie's strength. He had already decided to give up on his plan to devour Earthstar's life. An escape was more important. After Sulfuri flew horizontally at the bottom of the sea for a while, he swam towards the surface with all his might. Zhou Jie's soul power locked onto him, and he chased after him without hesitation. Sulfuri was very fast, but Zhou Jie was even faster. Although Sulfuri broke through the surface of the sea first, Zhou Jie blocked his path a second after he broke through the water surface. The speed Zhou Jie displayed greatly shocked Sulfuri. Although his strength could only be considered to have recovered to the level of a 9-star lord, his bloodline talent allowed his speed and strength to far surpass the standard of an ordinary realm. Logically speaking, it should be almost impossible for anyone below the lord rank to catch up to him. Damn it, he's still so fast. Sulfuri immediately cursed in his mind, but his hands didn't slow down in the slightest as he launched an attack at Zhou Jie. Facing Sulfuri's attack, Zhou Jie didn't even take out his dual sabers, nor did he wear his crow's heart or sacred beetle shell. Instead, he chose to fight barehanded with Sulfuri. Sulfuri was over 3 meters tall, and his hands were the size of palm leaf fans. On the other hand, Zhou Jie maintained his height of around 175 meters as he fought against him. Pung, pung, pung. Both sides were like Wing Chun fighting, and within a few seconds, they exchanged several hundred blows. Powerful fist winds swept across the surface of the sea, directly rolling up monstrous waves. The more Sulfuri fought, the more alarmed he became. He never imagined that the strength he was most proud of would actually be restrained by someone at the same level. Impossible. After a brief moment of shock, Sulfuri was enraged. He immediately used a secret technique, and his entire body instantly turned as red as lava. At the same time, his strength and speed had clearly increased. But after a few seconds, Sulfuri couldn't help but be even more surprised. After he erupted with strength and speed, Zhou Jie didn't seem to be unable to withstand his attacks at all. Instead, he seemed to be more at ease, and the power he used to exchange blows with Sulfuri became greater and greater. Soon, Zhou Jie was suppressing him again. How is he so strong? Sulfuri asked himself in his mind. He felt that his entire person wasn't good. At this point in the fight, Zhou Jie saw that Sulfuri still wasn't a threat. He felt that he had more or less figured out his strength, and immediately prepared to kill him in one blow. Sword come! Zhou Jie suddenly pushed Sulfuri back with a palm, and at the same time, lightly shouted. Before Zhou Jie's voice had even died away, the Thunderstar sword formation that was lurking below the surface of the sea suddenly shot out, forming a Thunderstar sword diagram to trap and kill Sulfuri. Sulfuri was startled by this sudden attack. Having just suffered a sword injury, he didn't dare to meet the Thunderstar sword diagram head-on. He immediately moved and shot high into the sky. Zhou Jie was indifferent to this. He still floated in place, and only controlled the Thunderstar sword formation to chase after Sulfuri. The pursuit of the Stellar Thunder sword diagram was much faster than Sulfuri's fleeing speed. In the blink of an eye, Sulfuri was overtaken. As a last resort, Sulfuri let out a wild roar, and his body suddenly grew from 3 meters tall to over 10 meters tall. Moreover, he even grew 3 heads and 6 arms. In the face of the Thunderstar sword diagram's countless sword rays, Sulfuri's 6 arms danced in unison, blocking all the sword rays. But every time his arms collided with the sword rays, they would be damaged. By the time the Thunderstar sword diagram was completely destroyed, his 6 arms were already badly mutilated and riddled with scars. Ah! Sulfuri felt the threat of death. Zhou Jie's sword formation was too powerful. He couldn't hold on for too long, and this clearly wasn't Zhou Jie's full strength. Run, run, run! Sulfuri continued to fly high into the sky with no regard for his life. He only wanted to escape with his life. Sulfuri's sudden outburst of strength also slightly surprised Zhou Jie, but he still controlled the Thunderstar sword formation to continue chasing after Sulfuri. Sword control technique. Explosive kill. Whoosh! The 36 Thunderstar swords whistled through the sky, creating fire clouds in the Earth's atmosphere as they chased after Sulfuri like meteors chasing after the moon. At this moment, Sulfuri's body was also burning with high temperature due to the friction with the atmosphere. But with the strength of his body and the slight resistance of his energy, this couldn't harm his life source at all. But Zhou Jie's sword could. Therefore, Sulfuri desperately tried to escape from the atmosphere, trying his best to avoid the pursuit of the 36 Thunderstar swords. But when he was more than 70,000 meters above the Earth, the Thunderstar sword formation still pierced through Sulfuri's body, causing a millstone-sized hole to appear in his chest. Zhou Jie had also flown towards Sulfuri at this time, ensuring that the Thunderstar sword formation was within the limits of his strongest control. Sword control technique. Defend. After the stellar lightning split sword pierced through Sulfuri's chest, Zhou Jie controlled the 36 swords to circulate into an airtight ball, and trapped Sulfuri within it with the intention of strangling Sulfuri to death. Sulfuri was on the verge of madness at this time. Seeing that he was trapped by the sword formation and had nowhere to run, he finally made up his mind and chose to self-destruct on the spot. Boom! As if a nuclear bomb had exploded high in the sky. The powerful impact immediately shattered the ball formed by the 36 Thunderstar swords, and Sulfuri's body fragments scattered in all directions. Self-destruct. Seeing this, Zhou Jie stopped his pursuit and muttered to himself while floating more than 50,000 meters in the sky. Then, he was about to withdraw the 36 Thunderstar swords. But at this time, Zhou Jie's perception caught that among the numerous fragments of Sulfuri's body, there were several hundred fragments that had been thrown high into the sky and were speeding toward outer space. Oh no! Only then did Zhou Jie react, and his complexion changed. But there were too many fragments, and they were too far away. It was already too late for Zhou Jie to stop those fragments. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.